There is one change, it's an enforced change for Kent. Matt Henry is off with New Zealand in the Caribbean for their white ball tour. He's replaced in the side by Indian international Navdeep Seni, who's going to be batting at number 11. This is list A first appearance for Kent, and so a round of applause in the warm-up for him this morning. Why change a winning team if you don't have to? Joe Denley still misses out with a slight back problem that kept him out at Worcester as well, so Alex Blake captains the side as well. But Ollie Robinson is there looking to bat at 3, and Joey Everson, the new signing, he's on loan officially from Nottinghamshire at the moment. He's going to be opening the batting with Ben Compton in just a couple of minutes.
And Joe Everson is playing against Glamorgan for the third different side in the space of 3 weeks. Having represented Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire against Glamorgan. A
Sam North East-esque record from last year, indeed, in terms of picking them up as well. Well, yeah, we like what we saw from him in a little brief cameo on Tuesday afternoon, and yes, he'll be short. I think it was 19 on Tuesday. He'll be looking for a few more than that if he can today.
So a lovely day here in Cardiff, as Andrew Hignell blasts away over the public address system at his usual stentorian volume, and as usual we look set to get underway a minute or two early. They always seem quick out of the blocks in Cardiff, and you probably hear the City Hall clock chiming the hour in a couple of minutes' time, maybe after the first over. So it'll be James Wheel to open up, a regular member of Glamorgan's one-day cup side last year, victorious, in case you hadn't noticed. And Joey Everson to take the first ball, wearing 33.
He is indeed. This is the clash of the top two in Group B of the Royal London One Day Cup. Just a little bit of prodding at the pitch there from Everson, a little bit of gardening. This is a track that's been used a couple of times, I believe, already in the International 2020 between England and South Africa, and also in the national county game. A lot of runs scored in that one back on, was that Sunday?
Sunday, that was right. Yes.
330, I think, wasn't it, that Glamorgan put up on this track then. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays.
And it'll be Wheel shaven-headed to open up from the River Taff end in the daffodil gold and navy blue of Glamorgan. Kent with light blue shirts and blue trousers for this competition, as Wheel is in to bowl to Everson. 2 slips in place. That's down leg side. That'll be called a wide. So not getting his radar quite right. First up.
I'm going to disappear for a few minutes to just let the Kent listeners know on Radio Kent who's underway.
Thank you. Alex will be back in just an over or two. I'll try and eliminate those horrible electrical noises from the commentary. As Wheel will come in again for his second attempt at bowling the first ball, and that's a down leg side as well, and again wide called. Apologies for the technical interference. We'll try and sort that out as we go along. Crowd, well, not the biggest, probably slightly bigger than the championship game, but certainly plenty of room to add, as the first legitimate ball from Wheel is glanced away by Everson down to fine leg. It's fielded by McIlroy, who presumably will be opening the bowling from this Cathedral Road end. 3 without loss, Kent, in the first over, having been put into bat by Kieran Carlson. Winning the toss for the 3rd time in a week. So a good start, or Kent calling incorrectly in this case. Good start from Carlson in that respect. So it's the left-handed Ben Compton, who hit 75 against Worcestershire, to start off that huge run chase. Wheel comes round the wicket to the left-hander and bowls edged and caught, and Tom Cullen takes a good low catch going down to his left, and James Wheel gets a breakthrough in the first over as Ben Compton out first ball, just fiddling nervously at that one outside off stump, and the men in bright yellow are together in celebration already. Compton caught, Cullen bowled, Wheel no score. Kent 3 for 1 in the first over.
Ben Compton was called by Tom Cullen off the bowling of James Wheel.
So that'll bring in Worcester hero Ollie Robinson pretty quickly, it would appear. BBC Sport Online, if you just want to listen. We're also on the Glamorgan and Kent video streams if you want to watch as well. As Glamorgan are celebrating an early wicket, early application of drinks as well, which strikes me as somewhat unnecessary. So Robinson is in at 3, rather more quickly than he would have hoped to have been. And a good ball from Wheel. He probably had to play that one, I think, but just didn't get in line quickly enough. And Glamorgan have an early breakthrough, as they did at Derby on Tuesday when they reduced the home side to 6 for 3, and there was no way back for the home side. So run through the teams for you then. Kent, Compton, Everson, Robinson, Alex Blake the captain, Stevens, Linda, Stewart, Gilchrist, Kadri, Navdeep Saini making his debut, and Matt Quinn. So Matt Henry has departed for international duties. Wheel is in to bowl to Robinson, who defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Certainly lovely conditions for watching cricket. The members area away to our left is fairly well populated, and the stand down beneath us as well at the Cathedral Road end, the Castell Howell stand, has a fair few in. As Wheel is into bowl to Robinson, is hit on the pads, playing across the line. There's a half an appeal as the ball bounces out on the offside, and there's no run. In terms of the crowd down at the River Taff end, well, part of that is in shade. Robinson so is hit on the people in that area away to our right as we look out from the media centre. But I'm sure there'll be a few following the sun round during the course of the day. 3 for 1 Kent, as Wheel is in to bowl. That's played down to third man by Robinson. Single taken. Dan Douthwaite does the fielding, and Robinson is off the mark. .206 against Worcestershire. Not quite threatening the record List A score in the UK, which was unfortunately set against Glamorgan back in 2002. A game I had the dubious privilege of watching at the Oval. As Wheel is into bowl, outside off stump, allowed to go through to Cullen. Wide-ish delivery, but not called wide. 4 for 1 at the end of the first over. The applause for the wicket-taking entry of James Wheel. I'll change that microphone if it continues to play up. So the two new men in the side, Cullen and Wheel, combining for that dismissal. It will be the inexperienced left-armer Jamie McIlroy, 28 years old, but into the first-class game fairly late. Played a couple of championship games last season, a couple of T20 games this season, including against Kent. And this is his second official List A game. And Alex is back with us to take up commentary from this end.
Absolutely, yes. Kent made a lightning start, took a wicket with the first ball at Worcester on Tuesday, and unfortunately one down in the first over here today from a Kent perspective. But we saw how quickly Glamorgan started as well, of course, at Derby. So this is, for a top-of-the-table clash, it's certainly can't take your eyes off it. In comes McIlroy Robinson is very happy to just watch that one through to the keeper. He's going over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end here at Sophia Gardens. My first visit to Sophia Gardens, and what a spot to watch cricket. I've been blessed this week. New Road and Sophia Gardens to watch 2 away games for the first time for BBC Radio Kent. I'm a lucky boy indeed. Glorious, glorious weather here as well. Set fair. And in comes McElroy once again. Oh, it's a play and a miss. Some early pressure from the Glamorgan bowlers. Robinson, who was very, very... He said he felt in a kind of a weird... everything in a zone when he woke up on Tuesday morning. He told Joe Denley he was going to be captaining the side on the day. He felt like he was good for 162 runs, which would have broken the Kent record. Joe Denley's record of 150, set against Glamorgan, of course. And break off as McElroy comes in once again, and that's edged, and it did not carry to first slip. This is not quite as fluid as we saw from Ollie Robinson, who hit 2 fours out of the traps on Tuesday at New Road. This is a very different experience already. McElroy he's looked very good actually when I've seen him against Kent in a couple of matches. I picked up a couple as well, I think, the other day, and looking threatening right out of the gun this time. And he comes in once again, the left armour jabbed away into the offside from Robinson. Thinks about trying to get himself off strike and swap with Everson. There's not a run there. It's fielded and the pressure continues. Nice. Robinson is off the mark, 1 from 7 balls already. Everson at the other end is on 1 from 2. If you're just joining us, it was an early start here, and Ben Compton was out pretty much before 11 o'clock, I think, actually. Having made 75 the other day, he departed in the first over. Whale comes in again. Robinson puts that in the air. It's found the ropes, but more by luck than judgment, heading over the head of mid-on, and races over the ropes to, it'll settle him down. He scored freely from boundaries the other day in his record-breaking knock. That might just settle a couple of nerves, but it was in the air, and there was an opportunity there, just for a moment. Hearts in mouths. I'm trying to see who it was. It was Douthwaite, wasn't it? Who was just there.
Mid-on, yeah.
Yeah. In comes McElroy. Once again, this is a defensive shot from Robinson. Back down the track. And decent over, 4 obviously coming from it, but McElroy asked a couple of questions, and Robinson didn't seem to have the answers. He'll be quite glad to get off strike and live to fight another day. It's the end of the second over, 8 for 1.
So if you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, NickWebb2017, Alex Hode Sport, your addresses. Crisis Heron on the Glamorgan selection, gutted for Chris Cook, but Cullen was superb last year. James De Vere said would be nice to see Alex Horton getting go in the first. He played in the T20 when Cook was injured. As Wheel is in to bowl down leg side, that'll be called wide. 3rd wide from Wheel, 9 for 1. Rodri Mears says great to have depth in the squad. Wayne Sumner on the Kent selection, gone bowler heavy again. Only Blake and Compton don't bowl. Stevens at 5 means reliant on Compton and Robinson again. Well, Compton cannot be relied on for this particular innings because he is back in the pavilion. As Wheel speeding in towards us. Bowls, that's driven by Everson, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, the key was building a partnership. We said on Tuesday that a big partnership was needed. But Kent got one from Compton and Robinson. They're going to, I'd imagine, need one here as well, just to stick around play time. Everyone's in 2020 mode. 50 overs is actually a long time, and there's no need to rush. It's not about the run rate at this point. It's about staying in the middle, taking a bit off the ball, and living to fight another day.
Wheel in to bowl to Everson. Outside off stumper play and a miss. Oh, he got in a bit of a tangle there, Joey Everson. Didn't quite get as far forward as he'd hoped. Maybe it wasn't there to be played off the front foot. Came back in a little bit, and James Wheel will be encouraged by that one. Everson took 3 wickets and scored 30 odd in the first Glamorgan game against Notts, but didn't really do much at Leicester or in the return game for Notts here. As Wheel bowls outside off stump, that might have been called wide. It looked from our angle as though it was possibly a touch outside the blue line, but umpire deciding otherwise.
It was there to be put away, really, wasn't it? As well, I think a little bit later in the day, and perhaps that would have been tucked into. You didn't see Everson with the ball on Tuesday. Kent said they had enough options, and so he wasn't utilised. I wondered at the time if it was because they knew he'd be opening, but apparently not.
Wheel steaming in. Bowls, no ball this time, and it's driven and it hits the stumps. Cannons past Ingram at mid-on. All sorts of runs for Kent as the throw comes in. Just picked up inside the long-on boundary in the end. And that'll be 2 runs for the no ball, plus 2 off the bat. And Wheel slightly unlucky to concede the runs cannoning off the stumps. But it's 4 more on the Kent total. So where will Everson swing at this one?
He had a couple of lovely shots in his 19 the other day.
13 for 1, Wheel in, bowls. Everson slogs it, but straight to mid-on. And Wheel gets away with it. Remains 13 for 1, but it's been an eventful return to the first team for James Wheel, who's been sort of in and out of the first team this season as last, really. But 3 wides, a no ball and a wicket. And he's still just bowled 10 legitimate deliveries. He's having to work hard, as that's a better delivery outside off stump. Well played by Everson. Defensively out to Joe Cook at cover. And there is no run. So if you're just joining us, 2 changes for Glamorgan, 1 for Kent, with the Indian seamer Navdeep Saini replacing Matt Henry. Glamorgan, Chris Cook unfit, Tom Cullen behind the stumps, and Tim van der Hoogten called away to Birmingham as Wheel is into bowl, and has that caught the edge on the way through? There was initial excitement from the slip area, but no appeal from bowler and keeper, and Everson survives, and Kent are 13 for 1 as we watch the replay on the video stream. That looked perilously close to the edge of the bat.
13 for 1 by the skin of their teeth at the moment. They will absolutely take that after 3 overs. Only 3 overs. It feels like it's been about 6, but it is only 3.
Well, it's been 3 extra balls at least.
Yes, absolutely. And this is going to be McElroy continuing from this Cathedral Road end here at Sapphire Gardens. There's a couple of sketchy clouds in the sky, but not many. It's absolutely glorious this morning. In he comes to face Robinson, who just taps it down. There's a bit of indecision there. It's a lovely shy, which hits the stumps from Southwaite. Robinson had made his ground already. There was a slight bit of indecision between Everson and Robinson, who obviously haven't played together before out in the middle. Robinson replacing Everson on Tuesday. And they're just going to have a little chat about that, because there was some indecision. It was tapped off towards cover.
Yeah.
Robinson set off. Everson was not quite so sure.
Billy Root who's running across the ball to give the impression that he was about to field it, and in the end picked up by Douthwaite. He had a good shy at the wickets, which struck, but Robinson safely home.
It was very convincing. The ball is back in McElroy's hand, and in he comes. It's a more expansive shot, not quite timed by Everson this time. There'll be no run there either. The ball is spun around through the covers, and it'll work its way back to McElroy once again. I love the daffodil yellow description of the kits. We've got the sky blue as well today of Kent, and it's pretty much matching the sky we've got above us. Glorious day here. In comes McElroy. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Who's found the gap away through the covers. Everson didn't even take a step forward for that one. Once he knew that was going between the fielders, he was always going to find the ropes. And a nice shot to settle him down a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly tucked into that one. Coming into the ground, saw a couple of chaps in the red blazers. Presumably some of the Wales seniors side. Why they're wearing their blazers, I'm not sure. Why not?
Like the Chelsea pensioners just showing off. McElroy has the ball back, and in he comes. This one's heading towards the leg stump, just clipped away by Everson. I think about a second there. There wasn't ever going to be one there, really. Down towards a wideish kind of fine leg. And they've got trot through for the single. Bring Ollie Robinson back on strike. He has 6 to his name. Everson's moved up to 8 with that boundary. And the ball is back with McElroy at the top of his mark. Left arm that comes in past the umpire and just jabbed away just south of square by Robinson to rotate the strike. They were very good at just keeping the strike ticking over. Robinson and Compton on Tuesday at New Road just never didn't get pegged in, and they seem to have a little bit more freedom. There was the over from wheel, they were under a lot of pressure, but just keeping it ticking over from this end from McElroy, who's now charging in once again. Jabbed away again, just picking up the singles when they're there from Everson this time. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Don't need to worry about run rates or anything. 351 was the target the other day. They did it in good time, just stuck around 6 and over for all they needed to. It's 21 for 1 after 4 overs. Ben Compton the only one to depart so far. Everson and Robertson are there at the moment.
BBC Sport Online also available through the Glamorgan and Kent County websites with a video stream with Alex Hode, Nick Webb and Mike Powell will be along to replace Alex in 5-10 minutes time as in comes Wheel. Bowls, and that's a nice drive from Everson, but fielded at mid-on by Ingram, who had quite a bit of duty to do behind the stumps and took a catch as a wicketkeeper on Tuesday. He has, in his younger days, had first-class cricket as a wicketkeeper, but nothing much recently. I don't think he's started a game for Glamorgan as keeper. I may be wrong. 21 for 1 in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine. As Wheel steams in once more. Bowls a short ball that's pulled through mid-wicket for 4 by Everson. Very comfortable there. Getting on top of it and smashing it away just forward of the umpire to the pavilion side of the ground. It's slightly the shorter boundary today as Kent move up to 25 for 1 in this 5th over, having lost Compton without scoring in the first. The boundary on the grandstand side of the ground, away to our right. Well, the grandstand's closed today, and if it were open, you'd need binoculars, I think, to see what's going on in the middle, because the rope is about 30 metres in from the advertising hoardings. Wheel bowls outside off stump, hit hard down into ground by Everson, bounces up to Joe Cook at cover. Carlson tends to field at cover in the championship side, but quite often see Joe Cook there in this competition because Carlson is at mid-off to be closer to his bowlers for the chat. Lloyd and Northeast are the 2 slips. 5 saving the single. Wheel bowls, tucks Everson up slightly, plays defensively out on the offside. Cook at cover fields, and there's no run. Yeah, I mentioned that the Wales seniors, they run 3 sides at over 50, 3 at over 60, where there's a World Cup this year to look forward to in Australia, and a couple of sides at over 70 as well.
Oh, really? So what you're saying is that Darren Stevens could continue playing cricket for a few more years yet. There are opportunities.
It's not far
for
from
him
the
to get
Kent
his
over
ball
50s side.
Wow.
As Wheel is in to bowl, strikes Everson on the pads, probably leg stumpish as he tried to flick it away through mid-wicket. Yeah, Stevens hasn't got long to go, has he, before reaching the over 50s, where Matthew Maynard made his debut for Wales over 50s a few weeks back.
Yeah.
Glamorgan coach, who's off with the 100 competition.
He is indeed, as is the Kent coach, of course, Matt Walker. Simon Cook is in charge of this this section of the season.
As Wheel bowls. Forward comes Everton, plays away on the onside. No run. 25 for 1 after 5 overs are Kent here on BBC Sport Online. And speaking of the 100, not a glorious start from Welsh Fire down in Southampton last night, but I'm sure Glamorgan supporters were delighted to see Michael Hogan making a surprise start for Southern Brave and taking 1 for 7 in his 10 balls, but it wasn't a great spectacle as a game despite the fireworks.
Speaking of fireworks, Ollie Robinson at the crease as McElroy comes in. That's heading towards the leg stump, just clipped away just off his pads. A hint of pad in it actually from Robinson, who will scamper through for a single and put Everson back on strike. I'm going to replay this one just to check. It's just heading towards the leg stump. I think it was a bit of bad as well. And, a groan from the cordon. Sam Northeast in there, of course. I imagine he'd be groaning louder than anyone against his former club. Always likes to turn it on against his former employers. In comes McElroy. This one's heading more towards off stump. A good defensive shot from Everson. Played away. There's no run there.
Yeah, for 33 in the match at Canterbury, which is a fairly comfortable Glamorgan win in the T20 Blast.
Yeah. There have been some pretty spectacular matches, particularly down here. I remember the Darren Stevens night. Was it at Swansea actually? It wasn't here, was it? Break off as McElroy comes in again. It's a straight one defensive shot back down the track by Everson.
It was Darren Stevens in 2017, so 5 years ago now. 147 off 67 deliveries with 14 sixes.
Only 14. He broke that again in the Champo actually. I think, didn't he? He got 15 sixes.
Yes, yes, in a very windswept game at the beginning of, was it last year or the season before? Last year.
Was because they played twice in the first month, I think, last season, home and away, because of the calendar's getting a bit mixed up these days, isn't it? In comes McElroy, and that's just batter back past him. I don't think that's going to go. It's going to go all the way, straight drive. We saw so many of them on Tuesday. Everson with a lovely. The timing was great. Took the pace off the ball from McElroy, straight past the bowler, and the dive from mid-on. And mid-off couldn't get across to it, straight down to find the ropes. Everson, a couple of scoring shots already. This is what we saw on Tuesday. He then managed to get himself out a little bit hastily with a poor choice of shot. He's moved on to 17 from 22 balls, and I'm not going to say anything. I got told off by some Kent supporters the other day for tempting fate, so I'm not going to say anything more. But
this is a good aggressive start from the visitors, certainly despite the loss of Compton.
Absolutely. 2 balls to come from McElroy. Here is the first of them. This one's clipped away just off down towards fine-ish leg. There's another single there. They'll pick him up when they can. It brings Robinson onto strike as well. 20-year-old and a 23-year-old out there as well. Combine them, they would not add up to a Darren Stevens, which is something that has to be remembered.
Yeah, the Darren Stevens assault on Glamorgan last year was probably the only time it stopped raining in the 4 days.
In comes McElroy, last ball of the over. This one's slashed away, thinkish edge. And it's gone down towards third man for another single, just to rotate the strike. I believe my work here is done for a few moments. You're going to be joined by the Kent legend and also former Glamorgan player Mike Powell is going to join you. So I'll bid you adieu. I'm going to go and talk to Radio Kent.
Thanks, Alex. See you after the 12 o'clock bulletin. So that game last season, Kent 307 all out. Stevens made 190 of them. And there were a couple of declarations, and it rained an awful lot. And it was very windy when they were playing. Mike Powell, good to see you.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, morning, whatever it is. Wheel bowls, and there's a Cullen appeal. Nothing much from Wheel, the bowler, as Robinson was wrapped on the pads. The ball running down into the gully, no run. What do you made of this first 25 minutes?
Well, I've just been sat out in the sun. And I've just run all the way back up the stand. That's why I'm blowing so much. I'm feeling
a fit man like yourself.
I feel every day of my 45 years.
Younger than Darren Stevens. What more do you want? Wheel bowls and missed time by Robinson as he gets on top of that one and plays it to mid-off, and there's no run.
You can probably say that to the average county championship crowd then. Most of them be younger than Darren Stevens. Had a good chat with him actually before the game. Yeah, seems in good form. Keen to play. Keen to score some runs, take some wicket. A bit frustrating, he hasn't played as much as he wanted over the last 3 weeks, but what can you do?
Wheel in again then to bowl to Robinson, who hits this one aerially through cover for 4. Well, that was between Cook and Carlson at cover and made off. It was in the air, but it was absolutely bisecting the fielders, so no chance, and raced away for 4, 36 for 1.
Yeah, it's a shot of a man in good form, isn't it? Nowhere near a half volley, but trusting his arms and his decision making there and hammering that ball to the cover. It's a great shot.
Aggressive stuff from the visitors, 36 for 1 in the 7th. Glamorgan, of course, without 3 of their leading pace bowlers for this comp. As Wheel bowls up in the block hole and Robinson plays to mid-off. Michael Hogan with Southern Brave got a wicket last night against Welsh Fire. Work that one out if you can. Tim van der Hoogten called up today to the Birmingham squad. And Michael Neser, who is off back to Australia in the next couple of days. He was actually playing football and helping out with the warm-ups before the match.
I saw that, running the drinks around as well. A sign of a good man, isn't it?
Good team man. If he's fit enough to play football, he's fit enough to bowl 10 overs, isn't he? As Wheel comes round the wicket.
Opening the bowling field, it's a proper opening attack out with those two coming at you.
Well, Leicestershire had no answer to it, certainly. But they are bottom of the table as Wheel into bowl outside off stump and carved over cover for 4 more by Robinson, who hit that one deliberately in the air, and a fairly low risk shot as long as he got the elevation. There's a bit of width from Wheel, who hasn't really got his radar right today, and Kent 40 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, a bit more risk in that shot. We're coming round the wicket from Wheel and trying to get that edge with his 2 slips he had in place, but Robinson getting enough of that, just lifting it over, sort of coverish point. A couple of bounces away for the boundary. Yeah, going back to Hogan there, a lot of chat about him finishing the end of the year now and going back to Australia. His family's over in Australia now and left a few weeks ago actually.
Yeah.
So all the chat is about him finishing the end of this year, and huge boots to fill down here at Glamorgan. He's genuine Glamorgan great. They're going to lose there if he finishes.
After 10 years, McIlroy bowls. Everson drives wide of mid-on. They'll go through for the single as Douthwaite has a token throw at the stumps, but they're safely home. 41 for 1. Yeah, I mean, although obviously they should have Neser for at least the first part of the season, depending thereafter on whether he gets called up for the Ashes. As McIlroy bowls and beats the bat this time outside off stump as Robinson played at it and missed through to Cullen. But certainly the others are going to have to step up and fill that hole between them, or because there won't be that many domestic fast bowlers on the market who could replace Hogan.
This is why he's so valuable. He for me, he's the best ever opening bowler we've had at the club. I'll explain myself after this ball.
As McIlroy bowls and Robinson swings and misses through to Cullen.
Just obviously the stats will show how good he is, but the fact that he very, very rarely gets injured, plays nearly every game this season, and he's the best quick bowler they've got in 4-day, 50 over and in T20. And you probably couldn't say that about many of the greats that we've had at the club. Death bowling, he's our best. Getting people out, he's our best.
McIlroy bowls, driven down towards backward points. Robinson will pick up 4 runs. A slide of Wheel. Unfortunately for him, he took the ball with him as he went over the ropes. 45 for 1.
Just slightly fuller for McElroy there from the two brilliant deliveries he bowled in the first part of this over, which was his downfall, but hopefully he can just drag it back slightly. We're only talking about a yard here, slightly back a yard, and there's enough there to entice that edge.
Just one slip in now as McElroy bowls and driven again down towards third man. This time it will be picked up by Wheel, but they're comfortably back for a second run by the time the throw comes in. 22 to Robinson, 47 for 1. I'm surprised the scoring is this fast this early, given that it's a used wicket, and I thought they might need a little time to take a look at it. As McElroy come left arm round to Robinson, and he drives again into the offside hard and half through Cook. Will pick up a couple of runs. Cook going down to his left, but couldn't stop it cleanly. 49 for 1.
You say it's a used, it doesn't look a used wicket, it's playing beautifully at the moment. Shots like that.
8 overs only. Yeah, there are a few signs of the creases being filled in and so on.
Yeah, but the way it's playing, like I say, it's just like good pace, good bounce, nothing untoward.
I suppose there has been a little while between it. It was used on Sunday for the warm-up game against Wales, which produced 500 plus runs, and I suppose a T20 international wouldn't have taken that much out of it, would it?
No. I will say there's no hosepipe band down here at Spy Gardens, is there? This outfield is beautiful. Very green, very lush.
Having been at Leicester recently, it looked pretty parched. Wheel is into bowl. Everson drives to mid-off. They think about the single but decide otherwise. Rod Young suggests that there's at least 1 4-ball per over at the moment from Wheel and McElroy. So Kent comfortable at 5+ and over.
It's an easy thing to say, isn't it? You think you can always hit a 4 of any delivery, really. Just watch 100 or the T20. You know, restrictions, there's only 2 allowed outside the circle at this point.
They haven't been as tight as they'd want to, I wouldn't have thought. As Wheel is in bowls, and a fiddle outside off stump from Everson with a bit of bounce in that one.
Yeah, and going back to my point there, it's just slightly back of length where the play misses we've had from both sides of the wicket. When it's full, it seems slightly easier, but they're just back of a length. They always look like they're just noodle that to the slip or tickle it to the keeper.
David Lloyd is still in there at slip, so it's 6 saving the single, and the players out are at square leg, and at third man fine leg is up in the circle. As next delivery is clipped towards mid wicket and well fielded. Everson hit that one fairly hard, but Northeast got down well and made the save.
Yeah, they've got away with that. I think that would be my frustration if I was captain today, is that you back of a length ball slightly outside off stump has produced a play miss. Your next delivery is a real full ball on leg stump. Probably not the consistency you're looking for from your opening bowlers.
Wheel is in again. Bowls. Everson plays it down to short fine leg. Played it fairly gently, so there's a single to be had. Robinson called him through straight away, and the 50 is up for Kent in just the 9th over. So that is a strong start indeed from the visitors. And Glamorgan, having kept their opening bowlers, Van der Hoogten and McElroy, on for 7 overs each at Derby, may look to change these two as soon as we're out of the power play, and 5 each. Backup seam in the form of Douthwaite, Joe Cook and Lloyd. Wheel bowls. Robinson plays it into the offside, calls quickly for a single since he saw it was between the two fielders, and safely home as Joe Cook stops it. The spin of Andrew Salter, and if needed, Colin Ingram. They would hope not to need him, he would have thought, unless it starts showing signs of turn. So Kent on the front foot at 51 for 1. As Wheel finishes his 5th over. Driven by Everson to point. Salterfield's no run. Wheel has 5 overs, 1 for 23, and Kent are 51 for 1 after 9.
Yeah, good start from Kent. I think just losing the first wicket here today. 9 overs gone. Run rate just under 6s at the moment, but it's hard to judge a wicket, I think, until the both sides have sort of batted on it. But it looks a good wicket at the moment. Very lush outfield. Always short boundaries here straight down at Sapphire Gardens, but we've got a reasonable size off towards the largest stand away from the Players Pavilion. It's a reasonable hit down there and a similar size strike up towards the Players Pavilion as well. So we're quite central here today.
Yeah, just slightly towards the pavilion side, maybe a pitch or two off centre. As McIlroy's first ball is driven firmly by Robinson down towards backward point again, and that's proving a fertile area for Kent at the moment as he picks up another 4, 55 for 1.
Yeah, strange here. You've got Salter there at sort of point, and it's sort of in front of point there, really, with you've got a drive man. So you've got mid-off, a drive man, an extra cover. Your point can really afford to go behind backward point to plug that sort of gap. It's been probably, I think, about 3/4 through there already.
The slip's gone already as McIlroy bowls round the wicket. That's straighter, and Robinson blocks it out on the offside where Northeast stops it with his boot. Picks it up. So, yeah, no slip at this stage. Cover and mid-wicket are more or less saving the single.
Catching in there, aren't they? Quite
sort of catching, sort of just there for the dab and run. McIlroy bowls. Robinson doesn't quite time that one. Hits it down into the ground, back to the bowler. But already Kent have forced Glamorgan slightly onto defensive, or as far as you can within the fielding circles. The Sapphire Gardens has been very firmly rebranded since we were here on Sunday. There's lots of advertising for the 100 and the Welsh Fire, Tan Cymraeg. Although with no Welsh players, the Welsh language stuff might be lost on some of them. McIlroy bowls. Robinson plays it into the offside. No run. Morgan with just 2 losses to the franchise competition, and they've gone to Southampton and Birmingham. Work that out if you can. First game is here on Sunday, first home game for the franchise. They've already set the music stage up in the family area. As McIlroy's next ball firmly forced to point by Robinson. Salter gets down well. Does the fielding. Apologies for the noises off. 55 for 1, Kent, having been put into bat by Glamorgan. As next delivery clipped to short fine leg by Robinson. No run though, as it was hit fairly firmly, and the fielder's on the edge of the circle. So that's the first power play over. Advantage Kent at 55 for 1, you'd have thought, Mike?
Yeah, I think just our loss of the 1 wicket so far. I think Glamorgan have bowled a little bit full, if I'm honest.
Sorry, it's not your microphone, Mike. It's the. I'll change it next time I'm off.
Okay. I think they're all going to be guilty of slightly full on time, so the back of the length probably suits them on this. It looks harder to score for the back foot, not the back foot, back of the length. So I think if you're a seam bowler, slightly back of length is probably going to be your best option. We've got a change of bowling here. Looks like we've got
Joe Cook
coming on from the River Taff end. Similar field, no slip. Third man, fine leg. You've got a point, man on the drive, deep cover out on the boundary. He's got cover deep on the leg side as well.
So 4 allowed out for the next 30 overs as Cook begins his spell with a dot ball. Everson defending. Glamorgan immediately as you'd expect, pushing the extra 2 out to the boundary. And need to try and force Kent mistakes. A very different scenario to the bowlers being on top at Derby. As firmly driven by Everson, but fielded at mid-off. No run. Carlson getting round to his right.
Yeah, I think with the men back, it obviously, hopefully, slow that run rate down. Just a 5.3 at the moment and slow it down. But also, it just eases Cook the bowler into his stride as well, knowing that he can bowl loose deliveries and hopefully he'll go for 1 rather than the 4.
Cook bowls. Everson plays that one to mid-wicket. North East feels no run. Just one other game in this group of the One Day Cup. Yorkshire against Lancashire at York. Yorkshire are also going well. They are 57 without loss in the 10th over. Frayne and Duke, their openers there. Joe Cook. And to bowl, clipped away by Everson down towards backward square, but as Mike said, they're just going for the singles, some of the aggressive shots from now on, because Root is out on the boundary there.
Yeah, so you got Cook there, sloping that ball onto the leg stump. Not a good delivery, obviously, but it hasn't cost him a lot. It's just cost him a single, really. Going for a 4 completely wrecks you're over.
Morgan straight away into the holding pattern. 56 for 1, as that's run down to third man by Robinson. Douthwaite has a fair way to go, but gets there quickly enough to prevent the second run. 57 for 1. When you watched quite a bit of Joe Cook in this competition last year, 20 wickets.
Yeah, he had a very good season last year, didn't it? I've seen a lot of him since then, but
no, just played the 2 T20 games and wasn't really given much to do, to be honest. Cook bowls, Everson drives but checks it straight to mid-on. No run, so just the 2 off the over and a decent start from Joe Cook.
Yeah, nice set from Joe Cook. Just straight that 1 ball on the leg stump, but only cost him a single, so kept his over intact. Strong start. A change of bowling here from the Cathedral end, I think.
Is it Salter straight
away?
away?
Yeah, he's taken his cap off. Whether he's given a hint. Yeah, he's just handed his cap to the umpire.
So that's interesting.
Bit of early spin.
Any idea why Salter would have been used ahead of the 2 other seamers, Douthwaite and Lloyd?
Not sure. I think they've had an inconsistent length. Maybe just having an early sight to see, right, what with an older wicket. Maybe having a look. Change of pace, maybe trying to buy themselves a wicket. I mean, Salter obviously bowl at different paces, and that's probably his skill. It's not necessarily how much he spins the ball, it's more about he can do people for the flight. The ball chipped up to mid-wicket. He's got to catch the mid-wicket. He's also got North East very close on the offside as well.
Salter bowls to Robinson, who will take a single out into the point areas. North East jogs across from cover to field. 58 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's worth an over or 2, definitely, just to have a look, and if he goes well, you can obviously just leave him on.
So Glamorgan not going for the dual spin option, which they did in the T20 with Sisodia. Salter bowls, turned away through mid-wicket by Everson for a single. 59 for 1. Tom Bevan on the field early on, numberless fielder at mid-wicket. And the substitute fielders, maybe someone's just gone off for a change of boots after a bowling spell. Or convenience break. Salter bowls, Robinson blocks it back to the bowler. No run. Everson 22. Robinson continuing his form from Tuesday. He's on 31.
Shot.
Inside out, the hit by Robinson over, long on. 4 runs mid-off, rather up in the circle, and comfortably hit away to long off 4-4.
Yeah, Salter's not a big spinner of the ball, and so with this new ball as well, actually gives you the option to hit him over the offside as well, with the fielder up. Beautiful shot. Salter
bowls, Robinson's forward defending. So Douthwaite is back on the ropes at long on, but McIlroy is up in the circle at mid-off. Hence the option to hit over that area. Salter bowls, Robinson down the wicket, but defends once he get there as Salter just dragged his length back a bit. 63 for 1, 6 off the opening over of spin of the day.
Yeah, looks like we lost David Lloyd. Repair there, just running back on the field. You say that's Bevan swapping his 12th man?
I'm presuming it's Edward Bevan. Tom Bevan.
Well, who would want to see Edward Bevan on the field? What?
Not for a couple of years. Tom Bevan is the young opening bat awaiting his chance in this competition. Played a couple of T20 games, including the one at Kent. He's down as number 13 on the scorecard, but I don't think he's got a shirt with a number on as yet. So
never good for the ego, that is it.
I'm sure they'll print one soon.
Just you wait down on number. Give him a number. Start a camera. Give him a name. Give him a number. Get him his shirt. Come on, he's got feelings.
Here comes Joe Cook to bowl to Joey Everson, who pushes that one to mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, I've got a shirt with a number and name on, so he should be. I'm sure he has at St Fagans. .63 for 1 as Cook into bowl, and Everson plays defensively on the onside. There's no run. You played it all this summer, Mike?
No, it's been quite nice as well. I've been asked to.
Haven't been dragged out for any charitable endeavours.
No, I've got one game coming up.
Yeah?
I've got a charity game down in just over the bridge, actually.
Cook bowls and Everson plays that one to point. There's no run.
I'm looking forward to the game.
Yeah,
it'd be nice. Probably a 40 over game. It's Owen Dawkins, who's second team coach at Gloucester. He's dragged me in.
Yeah.
I don't know who for or what for, but he's dragged us again.
It's in aid of a fine cause.
I said no problem. So I've dusted the pads off. They're ready to go. Got all my kit. I'm looking forward to the game. I'm just not looking forward to the day after.
Right.
I'd be sore.
As Cook bowls, and that's slashed towards backward point, but Salter makes a good stop. Everson denied.
Got a feeling Graham Swan might be involved as well.
Right. Do you know what club it's at?
No.
So somewhere in Gloucestershire, in aid of something.
Yes. Yes. Just over the bridge. Go over the bridge, swing a left.
Cook bowls, Everson drives into covers, no run. Well fielded by David Lloyd.
I think Mark Wallace is playing as well. He'll be driving.
What, so you can enjoy the post-match hospitality?
Yeah. Pre and post.
Pre-match hospitality.
Yes.
Gosh. Joe Cook in at 63 for 1. Bowls. Everson drives towards mid-on. He's got that past Colin Ingram. That'll be a long chase for the South African. Will he be able to put the slide in? Just about. He's done well there to restrict them to 2 runs, Colin Ingram. Should have
probably got a dive in. Saved himself a bit of a run there, couldn't he? But nice shot. Just a back foot punch through mid-wicket, finding the gap between North East and Colin Ingram. Ingram not involved in the 100.
No, he was playing for the Oval last year, but only had, I think, 1 decent innings in that competition, so didn't get picked up this year.
Didn't quite work out, did it?
No, he seems in better form this year than last.
Ironically, yeah.
Yeah. With the chance to play a series of championship innings. Salter bowls, Robinson steps back and plays it off the back foot. He's placed that one nicely. He should come back for a second. They will very comfortably indeed as the throw from Root comes in. So Kent ticking along with very few problems at the moment at 67 for 1 in the 14th over here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website, as that one's flat batted by Robinson into the offside. single taken. Root again with the fielding. Just for latecomers to the commentary, one change for the Kent side. As expected, Navdeep Saini, the Indian paceman, is in for the departed Matt Henry. Salter bowls, Everson plays straight to short mid-wicket, Carlson fields no run. 2 enforced changes on the Glamorgan side. Tim van der Hoogten's been called up for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, and he's replaced in the side by James Wheel. Salter bowls, oh, it's dropped chance from Northeast, difficult catch. They've gone through for a single, but they'll have to go down as a drop, I'm afraid. Everson driving towards cover. Got a hand to it, couldn't quite hold on. Everson dropped on 24. Down the wicket comes Robinson, slices that drive slightly as well out towards point, but there's a very easy single for Robinson.
Yeah, you can see both players really enticed, but that mid-off up inside the circle, and obviously got Northeast close to the drive, and just get up and over those two. They've got a boundary. Little trap that Salter's trying to place there for them.
Last ball of his over to Everson, who's back on his stumps off the back foot, plays it up to long on. Goes through for the single as Douthwaite does the fielding. So the introduction of spin, not able to stem the flow of Kent runs, having lost Compton in the first over. They've progressed very nicely to 71 for 1 after 14.
But what he has done, yeah, he's going at 6 and over Salter from both overs there, but he has created an opportunity for a wicket.
If you want to tweet us, Nick Webb 2017, Alex Hode Sports. Alex will be back after the 12 o'clock update. As Joe Cook starts a new over, bowls. Everson forces straight to Northeast at mid-wicket, no run.
Any runs for you this year, Webby? Mighty Mackin?
Not as many games as I would have hoped.
What, dropped?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Dropped.
Unbelievable. You and Darren Stevens. This is ridiculous.
As Joe Cook is in to bowl, Everson chips it towards mid-on, but there's no run.
So available for the 100 if needed.
Well, I don't know, make it the 1,000 and I might get going with my batting. Need a little... Don't think you've got time to play yourself in the 100. No, I think there's a Sunday game this weekend, so if we can raise an 11, I should get in the Sunday friendly. As that's driven back to the bowler by Everson, but well stopped by Joe Cook in his follow through.
Yeah, Cook bowling smart here, I think, just slightly back for length. He's got that mid-on, mid-off, up inside the circle. If you want to hit it over, you're going to have to play a good shot, but the length he's bowling at the moment, it's a nice field, nice and tight. Mid-wicket. Catcher on the offside as well.
Joe Cook in. Ball's pulled away by Everson out towards the boundary. Root tries to stop it as he just picked it up inside the ropes at the second attempt. Firmly hit by Everson, comfortably back for a couple of runs. It looked as though it was going to roll away out of Root's grasp for a moment, but he just managed to get himself back on his feet and pick it up inside the boundary. I
think that's the way to play him. If he is going to bowl back for length, just sit deeper in your crease, latch onto a pull.
73 for 1. Joe Cook bowls. Everson drives to mid-on. They'll take a quick single. Diving stop by Ingram. Looked for a moment as though that might have been slightly ill-judged, but Ingram had to dive to make the stop rather than it coming straight to him. 74 for 1, Kent. As Joe Cook will bowl to the in-form Ollie Robinson, who carts him, smashes that one for 6 runs.
What a shot.
That gone out the ground? I think it has.
What a shot.
Over, long on, very nicely picked up, and you can tell that's a man who's spent time at the crease this week.
Yeah, he's been waiting on that, hasn't he? Cook's been back to length most of his spell so far. A little bit of Fuller, and Robinson pounced onto it and got all of it. Out the ground, 6 runs. What a shot.
Colin Ingram's found the ball. Went over the top of the stand, but must have landed just
This side of the fence.
this side of the fence, or bounced back off the fence. So good retrieval work from Colin Ingram. 80 for 1 though, Kent, after 15 overs. 25 runs off the last 5. As that's turned away on the leg side by Everson for a single. First ball of Salter's over. So they're 25 for 1 after 5, 55 for 1 after 10, 80 for 1 after 15. I think for a big total, it seems. Salter to Robinson, drives to mid-off, doesn't try the single. So Joe Cook not able to stem the flow. Well, 3 overs 13 despite the 6. And
that's the one.
There's another blow over the top from Robinson for 4 runs this time.
That's the shot with mid-off up inside the circle. And Salter not a big turner of the ball. That is an option if you can get to the pitch of it. And he's danced down the wicket and lifted it over mid-off. Not trying to hit the ball too hard. A few bounces, rolls over the rope. Really intelligent cricket.
He's playing with such absolute confidence at the moment, Ollie Robinson, as he races on to 49 not out. Better than a run ball. 85 for 1 in the 16th. Salter bowls. Robinson drives gently all along the ground up to long on, takes the single, and that will be the single that gets him to 50 off just 44 balls. And it's included 6 fours and 1 6. So fine strike rate from Robinson on the attack. 86 for 1. Salter bowls. Everson drives in the leg side, takes a single. 87 for 1. Wheelfield's at mid-wicket. Is there room for Glamorgan to drop mid-off back and get someone else in the circle, do you think, Mike? Salter bowls to Robinson, drags that one down a little, and it's a dot ball. It's played to mid-off.
Yes, there is. There's an option. If they're hitting you comfortably over mid-off, which they have to a degree, because it has enticed a catch from northeast at close and cover. But if they're playing very well straight, why not bring your square leg up and then, maybe entice them to it to cross to and play a sweep shot. Maybe it could be ball, could be LBW. So I'd be more inclined to bring your square leg up inside the circle and drop your mid-off back. Bring your mid-wicket and cover tighter and straight, if that makes any sense. So again, they have to work the ball squarer to score runs rather than hit straight. So you're asking different questions from the batter.
Joe Cook then to continue.
I feel I needed a chart to explain that.
And Everson drives firmly, but straight to Ingram at mid-on, and there's no run. We'll work on the technology. Maybe in a year or two's time, he'll be able to have a magic pen out and draw on the videos.
We need a bigger budget.
We need a bigger budget. Well, that's the club side of it. Do the video. BBC we just about run to the microphones for the audio broadcast. Here comes Joe Cook again, short back of a length, hammered through mid-wicket by Everson, who's picked up on that shot very nicely. On a couple of occasions, he moves to 35, 91 for 1.
And that might be the backlash of the previous over. We went for 6, we went slightly too full. Smart batting, hang deep in your crease, because he's looking to ball back for length and then throw yourself at anything short like that. Really intelligent batting from both these batters out there at the moment.
As Joe Cook in again. Cloud comes over. Defensive shot this time from Everson. A firm one, but it's half stopped by Cook, and there's no run. Both Cullen and Wheel were playing for the second 11 and friendly against Gloucestershire at St Fagans yesterday. Let's get some match practice in. James Harris did well in that game with 4 wickets and 30 odd. Thought he might just have nicked ahead of Wheel, but not as at the moment, as Everson chops the next delivery down.
Runs scored in that game, do you know?
There weren't many. Glamorgan 179 all out. Bevan and Harris got high 30s each, so nothing significant.
You've got to give me balance. You're giving me good bowling figures.
Yeah.
You've got to give me...
Top score of the game was the Welsh wicketkeeper for Gloucestershire, Will Smale, who made 59.
Right.
Who's 199, plays 179. So that's from Cook, played away on the offside by Everson. No run. Ingram is doing a few loosening exercises at mid-on, whether that's just part of his general regime or whether he thinks he might be called upon to bowl. Certainly working hard on his fitness to prolong his career, Colin Ingram. Joe Cook to Joey Everson, who again pulls. This time he's found fine leg. I thought he'd find the square leg boundary for a moment there. He's aggressive
square,
in
isn't
that
he?
pull shot, but just drag that one round a little bit.
Very square for a fine leg, don't
Yeah. Single take, 92 for 1, 17 overs. Down boy. Bad machine.
There's a change of
It is Ingram.
the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Colin Ingram.
You think maybe a change of ends for Salter, maybe, or just a genuine change of...
Well, he's gone 19
style.
off 3 overs. Hasn't quite worked for him. Glamorgan already... Well, when Ingram comes into the attack, you think maybe you're trying to buy a wicket with the leg spin?
Yeah, that's what leg spinners bring, don't they? You know, you might give away a 4 or a 6 here and there, but they do pick up wickets.
Just bowling a little bit more regularly this season, having not done so for a few years for Glamorgan. As his first delivery is nicely flighted, driven by Everson to Douthwaite at mid-on. No run. So outfielders, backward square leg, mid-wicket, long off and cover. Ingram bowls, turned away backward of square by Everson. Single down to backward square as the throw comes in. 93 for 1. Now will Robinson go after Ingram straight away. Ingram just sends Root a couple of yards wider at long off. Front of the members area and bowls a full toss that's punched down the ground, and it's a dot ball as Robinson hammered it straight to Douthwaite.
Almost crept under the bat, hadn't it?
Yeah, may have just about turned into a Yorker rather than a full toss. As this one is hit towards Douthwaite, and Robinson has gone. The introduction of Ingram pays dividends for Glamorgan in his first over. A fine innings by Ollie Robinson, but didn't quite give himself long enough to get the measure of Colin Ingram and hit that chest height to Douthwaite at mid-on. 93 for 2.
Yeah, interesting option from Robson. You've got mid-off back and you've got mid-on up inside the circle. And a ball that's spinning away from the right-handed batsman, he's trying to hit against the spin to get that ball over the man inside the circle. Very strange. He's played beautifully up until that stage, and shame that he's left on a shot like that. But a fine 50 for his club on the back end of a very good score in his previous innings. So it's a big loss for Kent.
Yeah, he's earned his salary this week as Ollie Robinson, 93 for 2. They were looking in need of that one. And since this new batter is taking a while to reach the middle, will allow us to swap around. There'll be a further word from Mike Powell, former Glamorgan and Kent batter, and then Alex Hode to take up commentary.
Yeah, I think where Robinson will be so disappointed, he's done the hard work. There's 32 overs still to bat, and he's going on a run a ball almost for his 50. And you just think, was that another opportunity, or is that an opportunity missed to get another big score? And maybe not a double, but is that an opportunity missed to get another 100 against his name in one-day cricket? Well, he's left us, and looks like Blake is making his way to the middle of the wicket.
Did I miss anything? Ollie Robinson, I feel like I've done him a disservice. I was just talking about how nicely in touch he looked again on BBC Radio Kent, and just updating them. And 13 seconds later, I walk back in, and out he goes.
Boy, did he play well?
He did play well. I mean, this is the thing. Do you feel almost invincible sometimes? Do you think? You mentioned he was taking on the spin quite early on, having not seen a lot of it. Do you feel like you're Superman and essentially you can do whatever you want?
No, I know what you mean though. When you're in good form, you almost. It sounds weird. You're so used to going to the middle of the wicket and not feeling good touch and finding a way to score runs. And it's quite strange when you're in good nick that you go and think, oh, I'm not used to this feeling of it's easier than it usually is.
He's made it look very, very easy this week. But the breakthrough that Glamorgan needed is there. 2 wickets down, Ingram back up. This one's just tapped back along the track to him by Alex Blake, who... I'm sure he'd been sat there enjoying watching Ollie Robinson. He did for a very long time on Choose That New Road. Ball's back in the hands of Ingram once again. Alex Blake didn't hang around to play that against the spin out square on the offside and trot through for a single.
Yeah, we were saying just a change of bowling, a change of style. It's about a spinner for a spinner, but an off spinner for a leg spinner. And the leg spin, you haven't got the control, and he's proven me wrong there. He's only just gone for 2 runs, but usually you don't have the control of an off spinner. But leg spin just creates opportunities. The ball spinning away from the right-handed batsman gives you opportunities to take wickets. It's quite strange.
Absolutely. You crossed paths with Alex Blake, of course.
Yeah, he was on the staff when I was down there.
Yeah, there aren't that many that are hanging around from your days.
No, there was.
I don't think, but he's a very capable batsman, isn't he? Particularly with the white ball.
Yeah, one of my jobs, talking to Rob Hughes, our captain at the time I went down to Kent, one of my jobs obviously was to score runs, but it was to help the younger batsmen was part of my role, and Blake and Billings was definitely part of my remit for that.
Yeah, Sam North East, of course, as well. You taught him too well. He's took one of your records.
He was slightly above those two.
Yeah.
In age and in ability when I was down there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Who do we have? We have Dan Douthwaite, who's taken over from the River Taff end. His first ball is batted away by Alex Blake, and just going to come back for a second there, just lazily played into the leg side. He's not taken too long to settle down. I don't want to put the kibosh on him again. I get in trouble all the time with Kent fans for saying stuff to get them in trouble.
No, but that's been Alex's style, isn't he? For his career, he's almost pigeonholed as a bit of a finisher and a striker of the ball. So rather than looking at Blake and going, well, he scored a lot of runs, you'd probably look at his strike rate.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Douthwaite. Once again, this one, a little bit of luck for Alex Blake there. That was he got that timing all wrong and it squirted away. And he lives to fight another day, but he's going to do a little bit of gardening there. Obviously, if something in the pitch, that's obviously what it is. That's what batsmen do, isn't it? Just go and prod and make it look like they've got a slightly dodgy bounce.
But Blake now he's got 31 and a half overs to get himself a score, get himself in on a reasonable wicket, on a reasonable attack. So this is quite a nice time to bat.
Well, you say that as Douthwaite comes in, trying to send him back to the hutch very quickly. That one is again he's on the edge of your seat for Kent fans at the moment. That one squirted away between the gap between the slips and gully, and another single to keep the scoreboard ticking over. But a spell of pressure, which is what it's all about, breaking the partnership, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of pressure in the air from the Glamorgan bowlers.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it? Just a wicket, just a bit of doubt in the changing room.
Yeah,
a new batsman's got to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Everson is there. I haven't mentioned many of the things that happened today. Ollie Robinson passed 500 list A runs before getting out. Break off as Douthwaite comes in. Once again, this is Everson. Just tapped that slight misfield. Alex Blake wanted to get back on strike, but not worth the risk in this situation, I'd say. So there will be no run there. Everson has his Kent best list A score. Obviously, he's only played one match before and got 19 the other day, but he got the start then and got out a little bit cheaply, perhaps, and probably some disappointment there, seeing as how he had to watch Robinson and Compton cash in 204 they put on for the second wicket on Tuesday. Everson wants to be part of that today. Douthwaite thunders in once again. Everson gets out the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder. There's no run there either.
Kent struggled in the T20 this year, haven't they? I always keep an eye on Kent, obviously, one of my past
That's good to hear.
my old clubs, and obviously want them to do very well. It surprised me, the drop-off this year. And I understand T20 cricket is...
a tough act to follow after last year, I think, to an extent, and there's been a bit of turmoil in terms of white ball cricket at Canterbury. Douthwaite coming in. Everson just taps that back along the track on the onside, but there'll be no run there either. Tight. That wasn't me, I can assure you. That's the effects mic once again. I wasn't purring with enthusiasm, although it was a decent over from Douthwaite, and there's a couple of runs off it, but I've just seen the flag. The flag's made it all the way down to Cardiff. Darren Stevens is God. That is a flag that has done the rounds. It's been to plenty of places. I think it's been around the world, actually. Perhaps on an England tour over the winter as well. Darren Stevens is God. Is over there on the pavilion side of the ground. Brilliant. As well. Can I be hoping it's a while before we see him today?
It's just a bit embarrassed he carries it around with him and takes it home.
Absolutely right. Oh dear me. Ingram back on again. That's just nudged away. It's gone very very fine. There's a single there. Who was that? That was Blake on strike, wasn't it? Sorry, I was concentrating on the flag.
On Darren's flag.
Yes.
His own flag.
Yes, quite right. Yes. You caught up with him, did I hear?
Yeah.
You saw him this morning?
Yeah.
He's in good.
Yeah, I
good
speak to him quite regularly. Yeah, good man. I hope he keeps on going. I hope he gets given the opportunity to keep on going.
I think a lot of people listening would echo those sentiments, and I would agree with them as well. He's got a lot to offer the game, no matter what, in what role it is. You can't have him not involved in first-class cricket, I'm sure. Well, top-flight cricket, sorry.
Shot.
Ingram again. That is a lovely shot indeed. Everson has found the ropes through mid-wicket towards the boundary. Really nicely done.
Yeah, he got nice and close to it, didn't he?
He did.
Nice and close to the pitch of the ball.
Positive and aggressive, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. Just piercing that gap there, mid-on and mid-wicket.
Yeah, and there were a couple of little steps forward earlier that weren't quite so convincing. Got that one absolutely spot on. And I'm not going to say too much, but he's moved on to 41 from 63. He was quite happy to play the supporting role for Robinson. That one, he backed off to make himself a little bit of room. That's quite a nice response from Ingram there. Caused the problem. Some groans out on the square. I don't think Everton was in mortal peril, but he was certainly made to feel a little uncomfortable there. In comes Ingram once again. This one's clipped away, so nicely picked up from Everton again. It's not going to find the ropes this time. There's two there for them. Douthwaite with a run and a sliding stop, and a decent throw in to the middle as well. And it's another two for Everton. 104 for 2 now, with a couple of balls left in this 20th over. Kent are keeping the scoreboard ticking along, something they did on Tuesday as well. Even when under pressure, just the singles, pick up the ones and twos. So Ingram delivers. It's a third shot in a row from Everton. Out there onto the onside, just a single there. And it will be Alex Blake who faces the last ball of this Ingram over. From this Cathedral Road end. There's a cloud has taken away the sunshine. Where's that gone? It's been so glorious here all morning. Ingram steps in. Blake respectfully nudges that one away on his leg side. That'll be the end of the over. 105 for 2 from 20 overs.
How old's Darren Stevens now going back to him? Is he 40?
46 in April, I think he was.
Good on him. You take away his age and you just solely look at his performances. I think, I could be wrong, Ian, you'll know more than me. I think he's been Kent's Player of the Year 3 times in the last 4 years.
Yeah, that sounds about right. He gets written off.
So for argument's sake, if he gets sacked at the end of this year,
yeah,
because he won't want us to finish, he'll be sacked. So he won't retire. How could
sacked is a strong word.
Everyone gets sacked. Everyone gets sacked. Or contract not renewed is a nice word.
He can still hit a ball. I think it's safe to say. He'll tell you he can still bowl the ball as well. Douthwaite is bowling ball right now.
If you put him on the right wicket and the right ball.
Yeah.
So if you open the bowling with him on the right wicket, for argument's sake, and you bat him where you want to bat, he will win you games. And there's not many players that win you games. There's plenty of players that keep you in games and tick along, but he's a different breed.
Devil's advocate, are we going to see enough of the wickets that he needs, given what seems to have happened this summer with some of the wickets? That is a factor as Douthwaite comes in. Once again, that's a nice... Oh, goodness me. That's a straight shot from Everson.
Of course.
Nearly caught Blake in the unmentionables.
Of course, the counter-argument is that you don't want 46-year-old players... Because you want county cricket to be breeding ground for international players, and that's what it's there for.
There's a lot of stigma that seems to be around him. Whenever he does anything well, you get the crowd saying it's a bad advert, it's bad for the game, really, to have a 46-year-old breaking records and hitting ridiculous centuries. But surely if you're good enough, it doesn't matter your age. Wait, and again, clipped away by Everson again. That's going to make... No, it's not going to make it to the ropes. Smart bit of fielding, running around there by Billy Root, yeah. Into the middle.
So you've got a 26-year-old who's never going to play for England because you know that player is not good enough to play for England. So whether that player is 26 or 46, if that 46-year-old is a better player than the 26-year-old, the standard of county cricket is better.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm absolutely. Douthwaite, and once again from the river tap end. This one's flashed away. It's a great stop.
Be two.
Yeah, I think we could settle for one there. It was a very nice stop indeed. Was that Salter?
Yes.
Yeah, really good strong hand on that. Goalkeeper proud. Probably saved 3 runs.
Just tip round the bar.
Yeah, quite right. Very nice, slashed away by Everson. Square, and nice stop indeed. It takes the score on to 108 for 2. A couple more balls of this Douthwaite over. He's been pretty economical. Only six runs off his 10 balls so far. Here he comes. Chugs in again. Everson doesn't quite time that one right. Just goes square into the ground on the offside. That's another dot ball. And dot balls are the order of the day for Glamorgan at the moment. They've seemed to, it feels like they've stemmed the flow a little bit. Obviously,
yes.
Getting Robinson out. That straight 6 he hit was just gorgeous.
Beautiful, wasn't it?
It was. I saw a couple of those on Tuesday, and he was very much in the zone. That is a really big scout for Glamorgan because he could have gone on and done some more things today, I think. Douthwaite in again, clipped away off his legs. Have they come back for 2? They have got around for 2. Seagull was interested in fielding for a moment there. Didn't cause too much havoc. But it's Blake who's moved on to 7. Everson is on 47.
Run rate, as you say, just slightly dropped, just above 5. It's always been high 5s pretty much for the innings so far.
It was surgical on Tuesday.
Yep.
Just keeping it just about. It was between 5.8 and 6.2 all the way, and then just stepped on the gas a little bit towards the end. Did it with 5 and a bit, 5 and change to spare.
Well, it's similar. If they can keep this run rate or slightly above, like you say, because only 2 wickets down. There's 29 overs remaining in their innings.
We're all too attuned to 2020. That's the problem. There is an awfully long time
to go. It's a long time. And then you step on the gas, but you've got wickets in hand. You can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Salter, who's on at the Cathedral Road end. It's clipped away by Everson. Just square off his legs. Take the single. That's just what they want. Ticking over 5 and 6 and over. Kent scored 352 on Tuesday. I'm not sure. I'm looking through Glamorgan. Obviously, a glorious year last year. I'm not sure they reached 300 or broke 300 at any point. The pitch was quite handy on Tuesday as well, but I didn't think this morning I'd be seeing 700 runs. But I'm not going to rule it out.
No, you had Glamorgan last year's bowling attack were far too strong for anyone they come up against.
I was 70 odd. Someone got bowled out for 70 odd in that. I vaguely remember 77 perhaps.
See, the previous game they bowled out for 110. The Derby. I mean, some of the teams they're coming up against these counties.
That will be very interesting. Salter's changed. He's gone around the wicket.
Yeah, he's slipping place as well. So he obviously thinks there's a little bit of spin out there.
Yeah, that's right. Alex Blake. Something to think about.
Dropped his long arm back.
Alex Blake, how do I put this gently? He'll be disappointed to be playing in this competition given what else is going on elsewhere at the moment. Salter has to think about it, steps back, makes some room, just guides it away, picks up the single again to rotate the strike, Everson back on.
Yeah, the 100 comp suits Blake. I mean, he's a very good fielder. Obviously doesn't bowl, but his strike rate is... When he gets going, he hits the ball a long way, and it sort of suits his style. He doesn't need many balls to get going.
No, absolutely. In comes Salter, delivers a little trot down the field from Everson, makes up his mind. That's very leisurely. They're making it look like they've got far too much time. Make your choice when you're 8 yards down the wicket. Was he trying? There was a point in time, it might have been around your time, when Blake was being encouraged to try a bit of spin, just to add another string to his bow.
Yeah, I think he bowled a bit of medium pace. He just wasn't very good. If I'm being kind.
His
striking of the ball was excellent.
Yeah.
And his fielding was excellent. Catching as well. Good pair of hands.
One of the best I've seen, I think. That's nice. Step back from Blake, who's made himself a bit of room. But just conserved energy walking through for that single.
Yeah, I think if he did, I think we were looking at if he does add that string to his bow, he becomes a very, very good cricketer then. But just wasn't the case.
Here's another one there's a few people that there are discussions, will you see Alex Blake next year? Will you see Darren Stevens next year? Who knows? We'll find out in the next few weeks, I'd imagine. That's a nice delivery from Salter. Looked like it was heading down leg side. Big appeal.
Yeah, I think that's hopefully he was called in there to try and deter the batsman away from going for the single, but coming round the wicket and wide round the wicket as well.
Yeah.
Batsman on the front foot, the ball's been glanced down leg side, keeper going down leg side as well. Just looking in the replays, pitch miles outside leg. I don't know why he's getting so excited.
No.
I can't even look at him, I feel embarrassed.
It just wanted to test his vocal range.
Possibly.
That's what it is.
Possibly. Probably not good signs for Darren. They've signed Everson from Nottingham, haven't they?
Yeah, well, he's 26 years younger and does a similar job.
Yeah, that's not good signs.
No, I think that is an understatement.
If he does get released, I hope he plays somewhere. I hope someone picks him up.
I would agree with that as well. Can't speak on behalf of the BBC, but personally, yes. In comes Douthwaite from the River Tough end. That's slashed away. He's put down again. Blake gets another life.
Salter there at backward points, two hands. Should be hanging on to them. He'd be disappointed there.
Yeah, he's tied from the appeal a moment ago at the end of the previous over. But yeah, I'm just looking at that one again. Douthwaite's looked dangerous.
Nice height.
Didn't get it right. It was a good height. It was there, two hands coming towards him. Could see all of it. And the chances put down. There were a couple. There was the northeast one as well. That was probably a little bit tougher. Everson, Blake plays the same shot again, gets a little bit better this time, and it's found the ropes. Yeah, that was a little bit more like it.
A little bit short from Douthwaite, a little bit short, a little bit wide.
There's probably some frustration in there as well, the very first delivery after a chance is put down like that.
Yeah, but the right-handed bowler coming to a left-handed batsman, if it's short, it keeps on travelling across you.
Yeah.
So it ends up being a little bit wider.
Yeah, that looked far more like meat and drink to Alex Blake.
More purposeful, wasn't it, as the batsman from Blake there, that shot?
Yeah. Sometimes you need an extra life to spark you into something.
Some of us need 3 or 4.
Yeah. Well, Alex Blake he's one that he would like a big score as well, and remind people what he can do. In comes Douthwaite. That was a fuller one, straight and dug out nicely by Blake. There's no run there.
Yeah, I agree with you with Blake. I think he's suited for the 100 as well. I can understand why he'd be a bit frustrated if he's not involved.
Yeah, I mean, Kent fans will be glad that he's not, because there's 7 players already who are involved variously around the country, and a coach, of course, as well.
I mean, that's been one of the luxuries for Glamorgan, obviously this year and last year winning this competition. There are very few people, if any, away from being dragged up into the 100.
Yeah, this is it. Well, there's 2 very competitive sides out there. A lot of class on show today. Douthwaite, this one's played away nicely, picked the gap, did Blake. And think about a second. No need to push things at this stage of proceedings. So I'll set up for the single. I'm just checking the time. I'm very conscious of the fact that I have to. The people of Kent are just absolutely lapping up the updates, so I have to go again in about 4 or 5 minutes to go and tell them once again what's going on. I'm not sure why they're not just listening live.
There's other ways of finding out.
Well, there are, but don't tell them that.
Okay.
It's fine. Douthwaite, 2 more to come from this over. It's another one that's probably heading towards the leg stump. Everson just clipped it away straight to the fielder. No run there. The score is 121 for 2. 1 ball remaining of this Douthwaite over. It's 3 overs. It's gone for north of 13 so far from 2.5. Had been pretty good before that Blake boundary, but Kent is still ticking. It's 5 and 5.3 the run rate at the moment. I think they'll all be fairly satisfied so far. Comes Douthwaite, finishes over. Everson just nudged back from the middle of the bat.
Good news with Kent, though. Billings is committed long term.
Billings has been, yes. You say good news for Kent, but there are problems in terms of having Sam Billings, Jordan Cox, and Ollie Robinson. So yes, there is good news. There is the flip side of that coin is, can you keep 3 very, very good wicket-keeper batsmen happy? Is there enough cricket for them all to play? These are the questions that are being determined maybe as we speak. Who knows? Ollie Robinson played with a lot of freedom the other day. There's a lot of talk that he might be the one of the 3 to miss out and perhaps not be here at Kent next year. Forgive me, this is Salter back on from the Cathedral Road end. Bowling to Blake, just nudges that forward, no run there. Yes, there's a lot of that. People were perhaps saying that Robinson was very motivated this week to show what he can do with no Billings and no Cox. And he couldn't have done a lot more, really. Salter there.
It's a nice problem to have, isn't it?
Well, it is if you're a coach. But then I suppose at what point does it become almost a problem that is a real problem? Genuinely, if you're trying to keep everybody happy and give them playing time, and can you keep 3 people happy? At the moment, that remains a question mark. I'll say that delicately and sensitively. Douthwaite's just been brought into the circle by Salter. This one's nudged down leg side by Everson. Salter's they have stemmed the run rate slightly, haven't they? Douthwaite and Salter just taken a little bit of momentum away. Still just a loss of 2 wickets. Compton and Robinson the ones to go. This one's picked by Everson, nudged through, and that is his maiden List A 50 in Kent colours. Nicely done. He's gone on 19 at Worcester, got out a little bit cheaply on Tuesday. This time he's seen it through, got the half century, and he'll think he's been out there for 77 balls to bring up that 50. He'll be out there thinking there's more here for me. Salter in bonds to Blake now. Blake steps back, tries to make room, can't quite time it, and just send it straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. Been more and more dot balls in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Hoping Nick Webb might be able to step in for me in about 2 minutes, and I have to run away for a moment. Salter, this one just squirts away on the offside from Alex Blake. Another dot.
Joey Everson's
ends the over.
Yeah, smart set from Salter there. Just in the flow, as you say, run rate slightly coming down, just above 5 at the moment. Everson 50, Blake 15, 123 for 2. So a long time left in this innings, so 26 overs to go. And as you said earlier, it's quite strange for teams or actually batsmen to realise how much time you have got out there to bat, and you can just rein yourself in and slow yourself down and take a bit of a deep breath on times and think, right, I have got a lot of time out here to play and get myself a real score.
Here for a long time, not just a good time, as Douthwaite is in at 123 for 2. And bowls, that's uppish towards mid-off, bounces a couple of times. Everson not quite in control of that shot. Not too much jeopardy in the end, though.
Yeah, there's definitely a length there, I think, Webby, where it's just back for length, where not their bounces, it just seems a little bit harder to score. Anything dragged down obviously gets pulled, anything full seems to go the distance, but there's definitely a length. Don't quite finding it on that delivery.
And he comes to bowl to Everson again and beats the outside edge.
That's the length I'm talking about. Waist high through to the keeper. It's a good wicket out there today.
There's a reasonable amount of bounce, isn't it? I mean, the wickets towards the centre of the square tend to be better anyway. Is that fair to say, Mike?
Yeah, I agree. We're probably a strip away from international wicket, would you say? As
Douthwaite is in to bowl, and another play and a miss as Everson tries to guide it down towards third man. But I think it is the strip that they used for the T20 International.
Really?
Yeah, they were slightly towards the pavilion side, because I'm not sure if there was one game on the international strip earlier, or the normal absolutely central strip earlier this season. It didn't go terribly well, and they didn't use it again.
Right.
So maybe just nudging it one strip to the side. Douthwaite bowls, forced through mid-on. Ingram puts in the tumbling stop this time, and keeps them down to a single. Everson 51, 124 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. As the imposing figure of Alex Blake. Big chap, isn't he?
Yeah, big bloke. Big bloke, good athlete, good footballer.
All right.
Yeah, good athlete.
As Douthwaite pounds in, bowls driven, just through cover. Northeast dive, couldn't get a hand on it. It's raced away for 4 runs, hit firmly by Alex Blake, but aerially, and for a moment there was a sharp intake of breath from the crowd.
I think that's one of his things that he say about his height. But when facing spin, he's actually a really good sweeper of the ball, and usually the shorter players are historically better at sweeping of the ball, but he can stand tall and he will hit you over the top, and he can actually sweep slog you, especially very, very well.
Douthwaite into bowl to Blake again. Short hammered. Oh, beautifully fielded by a diving Carlson at mid-on. Saved 4 runs there. Blake hit that one hard. And Carlson got down really quickly and just got an extended paw on it. 128 for 2 after 25, halfway through the innings. Only 23 runs have come off the last 5 then, Mike.
Yeah, nice little spell here for Glamorgan. I mean, a new batsman that's come in, and that obviously slows down the rate naturally. Everson on 51. Blake just getting himself. He missed out on 4 runs there. Good bit of fielding from Carlson at mid-on. He finds himself on 19.
What's Blake's list is 6'1" in here. That's ridiculous. He's taller than me, and I'm 6'2". As down the wicket, driven hard. The first ball of Salter's over brings another boundary to Joey Everson, who played that one really nicely. Drove it through long off. Went skimming straight of the fielder there. A diving Douthwaite couldn't get to it. Very well hit by Everson. Moves on to 55. His top score against Glamorgan this season in his 4th match against them. 2 championship for Notts, 1 for Leicestershire, and now this for Kent. He's got the measure of the Glamorgan attack as he comes down the wicket again. Drives this time to root at long on. Single taken. 133 for 2 as Mike will give way to Alex at the end of this over. Salter bowls. Blake plays this one through the covers. Again, looked as though it might be uppish, but it wasn't in the end. Wheel fields at cover. .134 for 2. Salter drags one down and Everson punches it straight to Carlson at that short mid-wicket position. So an interesting contest between bat and ball. Kent have got plenty of wickets in hand. Salter bowls, driven by Everson to long on. Single taken, 135 for 2. Darren Stevens due in next. George Linder, Grant Stewart. Maybe not quite the depth that Kent would be used to.
Those can all give it a whack, I think it's safe to say. If you're chasing, you love to have them. Whether or not they can bat time quite so much and keep the scoreboard ticking over is a different matter entirely.
Blake drove that one to Salter at backward point. No run. 135 for 2 in 26 overs, just past the halfway mark then. And Kent, if they keep wickets in hand, would certainly hope to get to the 300 mark, which is formidable here. But maybe they just need to bear those resources in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's some nice aces up your sleeve if you are Simon Cook and Alex Blake to be able to call on, having the likes of Darren Stevens lurking there as well. I mean, even Matt Quinn, we've seen him this season already in the Championship, came in for 1 ball, hit it for 6 and walked off and declared. There's plenty of ability there. This is Douthwaite coming in from the River Tough end. He's been pretty good so far. That's punched back towards mid-on by Everson. There's no run there, fielded nicely. He's moved on to 57. And his job is just to stick around. He's kind of taken the Ben Compton, who calls himself the glue. Everson is pretty much, he tried to do that with Robinson, kind of play second fiddle a little bit, and has done that, taking him 85 balls to make this 57 so far. Alex Blake's come in pretty breezy, 20 from 24. As Douthwaite delivers, clipped away by Everson on the leg side. Straight to the fielder, there's no run there. 135 for 2. There feels like a lot of similarities in what happened on Tuesday, although this time they're posting a score rather than chasing, but there's just they seem quite measured. There's no chasing run rates or anything. They're just going about their business, rotating the strike. Can they do it off this delivery from Douthwaite? It's a lovely shot by Everson. Picked it nicely. It was just right in the right wheelhouse And Everson didn't even take a step forward. Timed it absolutely beautifully, straight down the ground. And that will require some gathering from the sight screen there. Moves Everson on to 61 from 88 deliveries, 139 for 2. Douthwaite, first couple of overs, just a few singles off it, and there's been a couple of boundaries picked up. He's 0 for 22 now off of 4. He was the most economical, but at 4, as you and Mike Powell was saying, if you can pick up a 4 in an over, then you're doing okay, even if there are a few dots in there as well.
Yeah, questions being asked this Glamorgan bowling attack now for so many years. The answer's been give it to Hogan, but Hogan ain't here. In case of difficulty, bring back Hogan for a quick burst.
Yes, that's he was pretty decent actually last night from what I understand. He was economical.
10 balls, 1 for 7.
It means nothing to me, that weird scoring. Anyway, Douthwaite in. It's a swing and a miss from Everson. His eyes were lit up there, but did not get anywhere near, I don't think. It was passed in by Douthwaite. He's trudging back pretty slowly back towards his River Taff end. The sun is back out again, making those glorious, the daffodil shirts shining in the sunshine. A few clouds dotted around. Make a nice painting, this. In comes Douthwaite. Just jabbed away. Square on the offside by Everson. There's no run there.
Give Jack Russell a call.
Well, there are. I've been at cricket on plenty worse days than this. This is right up there. You've got the greens as well. You mentioned Leicester, watching the stream for that momentous game at Leicester, and it did look very parched, as you say. I'm interested to see what Canterbury will look like in a couple of weeks' time after the hosepipe ban is enforced next week. Douthwaite heading that one down the leg side, trying to get something on it. Everson, it's wide.
Yes, it was quite difficult, and it walked over past the outfield, but it was quite bobbly for the outfielders. So that's something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
At Leicester.
Oh, at Leicester. Sorry,
Leicester.
I thought you meant this morning walking out for the toss.
No.
It looked. I think I probably played on better pitches than that many moons ago. Douthwaite in again. That's another one heading down the leg side, clipped away this time by Everson. Take the single down towards finish leg and rotate the strike. That was actually he won't even keep the strike. 1, 2, 5. The end of the over. That's 141 for 2. These two have put on 48 already. That seems to have happened very quickly. Just under a runner ball. 48 from a couple more deliveries. Blake's 20 not out. Everson moves on to 62.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Joe Cook.
So Cook will come back for a blast from the Cathedral Road end, having had his first spell from the River Taff end. Tim van der Hoogten, by the way, is replacing Ollie Stone with Birmingham Phoenix. Stone is, he's had his troubles in getting over on the park really regularly. Otherwise he could probably have had a decent international career, but he's one of those fast bowlers that seem to be injured more often than available.
I know they're also exciting. There's great opportunities for them, but I saw your interview with Van der Hoogten this morning, and he just seemed he was looking forward to this match, wasn't he? He really seemed, there was a lot of enthusiasm about playing the format and playing for Glamorgan, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, the phone rings and things change very quickly in cricket, don't they?
Certainly do. It's a good news from my point of view, albeit not necessarily from the sport of cricket's point of view, is that I've got a game Saturday.
That's good. Is that breaking news?
That's breaking news. That's breaking news.
Do you need to update anyone? Break off that sign. Congratulations.
Joe Cook is in to bowl to Joey Everson, who pulls through wide mid-on, not through wide mid-on, as Billy Root makes a tumbling stop and keeps them down to a single. 142 for 2.
Nice one. I haven't checked the weather forecast that far ahead. Are you going to be all right? It was very miserable when we arrived, or I arrived, and the Kent bus arrived a couple of hours later on Tuesday night. And I thought, it's not going to be very good, but look at it now.
Joe Cook bowls to Blake, who drives beautifully through the covers. That was Hit like a rocket, that one. There is a sweeper on that side of the ground, but Wheel couldn't do anything about it as it raced away for 4. 146 for 2. Blake to 24 not out.
Encouraging signs for Alex Blake fans, because that is old classic Alex Blake. Seeing it big, time it perfectly out in the middle of the bat, racing away to the ropes.
As Joe Cook round the wicket, bowls, that's straighter, and Blake drives root fields at mid-off, no run. 146 for 2. Well, it's a sign of success for my club, you see, that they've recruited a bit this season, which means the older and less competent of us have not played as regularly as previously.
It's the price of success, I guess, isn't it?
I put it all down to the club's social media officer. Ah, that's me as well. 146 for 2. Blake on strike on 24 not out, and remains that way as he gets a decent length ball and he blocks to short cover, no run.
You could just see the little flash, the glimpse of he wanted a straight one then. He really wanted to let loose, and he held himself back, which I think was probably a good decision.
The bad news is that I've got a game against the side who are unbeaten at the top of the league and have scored maximum points in virtually every match.
There's a place for you now. Yes, a couple of cry-offs.
Oh, that's a glorious shot from Blake down the ground. 6 runs. Suds into the advertising hoardings in front of us. Nothing that Billy Root could do about that one. And Alex Blake timing the ball very nicely indeed, and really punishing Joe Cook in this over. 4 and now a 6.
That was exactly the one he wanted to play the previous ball as well, and he held himself back and waited and went for it this time. That was very much the Blake Kano, as he's known at Canterbury, and Beckenham as well, and of course his local patch. But yeah, maybe there's some lava bubbling away somewhere here in Cardiff today.
Now this is interesting. Tom Cullen has responded to that by calling for a helmet and going to stand up to the stumps to try and put pressure on Blake's footwork. 152 for 2. Cook bowls, and that's hoisted away backward of square on the offsides. Will it reach the boundary? Yes, it will, on the onside rather, as he launched into that one. Didn't quite time it. There was a bit too much height in it, but still had enough to make the boundary as McIlroy ran round the ropes. So 2 4s and a 6 in that over. 156 for 2 in 28 overs, and Alex Blake has raced on to 34 of 29 deliveries, and this Glamorgan attack is looking a little bit patchy at the moment, and it's another bowling change from Kieran Carlson, who's bringing back Jamie McIlroy to have another dart.
Yeah, McIlroy actually caused some trouble in those first couple of overs. Wheel and McIlroy themselves, it was about as troublesome a spell from both ends in those first 3 or 4 overs. There was a couple, I think it was an edge, wasn't there, off McIlroy that didn't carry, and but he's changed ends because he was coming in from this Cathedral Road end, wasn't he, as well. So seeing what they can find. In he comes from the River Taff end. Everson is on strike and just nudges that back up the track towards mid-on. There was no run there.
Well, Glamorgan have dropped both these batters, has to be said.
Yeah, was Blake on 10, was it?
Blake on 9, I think. Salter off Douthwaite, and then Everson, both difficult chances. Everson on 24, northeast off Salter.
Absolutely, in comes McIlroy. Once again, Everson just guides that one away, just onto the offside, but there's a straight to the fielder at point, and there's no run there. 156 for 2 from 28.2. McIlroy is, I think it's just his run rate, he's conceded a few more than some of the others now. Obviously, just over 6 and over. And he comes again looking for a dot ball, and he gets one. There was a swing attempt to pull it away by Everson, couldn't quite get the timing right. It looks quite a slow pitch. They're having to put a lot of effort in to get any kind of bounce, aren't they, and pace out of it. Obviously, having been used a couple of times, you can understand why.
Yeah, I mean, Kent making it look like a very good batting pitch.
Yeah. There's some batters in this Glamorgan lineup as well. I'm absolutely not sitting comfortably at the moment, don't worry. McElroy comes in. That's played nicely away by Everson. It's going to make it to the ropes. Scrambling attempt to stop it there from Sam Northeast, who ends up with his face in the grass. Can't prevent the boundary. And Everson moves on to 67 with another boundary. I think that's his 8th ball.
He's very strong on that pull shot, isn't he? It's 3 or 4 he's whacked away towards the pavilion.
Yeah, absolutely right. 20 years old. They're all strong, aren't they, at 20? McElroy coming in once again. Goes the other way this time to Everson. Scrambles through for a single. It's a positive, aggressive running as well. Pick up the boundaries when they're there and pick up the singles as well, just to keep the momentum going. And it is picking up again. Those two, we passed the 50 partnership, I believe. I didn't mention it at all. They came together at 93, I think, was on the scoreboard, and it's 160 now, so that's 68 runs. And McElroy's changed sides. He's cut loose again, Alex Blake there. He's not quite got all of it. 2 bounces and reaches the boundary. He's in the mood, warming up quite nicely. Moves on to 38, does Alex Blake. Just slashed away towards deep extra cover. And I'm not going to say anything. I've already had messages this morning because apparently I got Ollie Robinson in trouble by saying he looked in good nick again. And if that's a hex that's got him out, then I apologise to him and to everybody else. But it's hard to not be positive about what you're seeing, because there are some encouraging signs again for Kent.
You've got to say what you see, and maybe what you think is going to happen next. 165 for 2. Kent do look well set for over 300 as things stand, and Kieran Carlson has changed his bowling quite a lot, but Glamorgan have really been put under pressure. Maybe time for another couple of overs from Colin Ingram to try and buy that wicket again. Ingram struck in his first over, having Robinson caught at mid-on by Douthwaite.
There's another thing. Where do you stand on reporting individual milestones in the middle of the innings? I might leave it till afterwards.
Joe Cook is in to bowl, carted through mid-wicket by Everson this time, pulling ever so strong in that mid-wicket area at the moment, and Everson racing away. He's moved on to 72 not out, and the total on to 169 for 2. I presume this is an Everson one-day best, is it?
If you say that, then that means I haven't said that.
Okay.
Yes, I can confirm what you've just said. Yeah, I see people are actually saying to me, you don't necessarily need to say this out loud because I don't want you to get him in trouble.
Joe Cook into Everson, who cuts hard and will pick up 4 more. No, a diving stop by McElroy on the backward point boundary. Just managed to knock the ball infield on that occasion. The fast bowler, rather than risk it rolling onto the ropes. But 2 more to Everson, racing on to 74 not out. 171 for 2.
That was definitely purrs of approval. What they're seeing in front of them today.
Yes, it's a slight problem with the effects microphone. I might try a different channel to see if that makes any difference. As Joe Cook will run away from us and bowl to Joey Everson on 74 not out. That one kept a little bit low, but it was still pulled away powerfully on the onside. Good stop by Wheel, this time on the mid-wicket boundary there, back for 2. Blake had to hurry, but got there safely enough at the non-striker's end. Did well, James Wheel, there, but had to pick himself up before the throw. And he looked disappointed that he missed the stumps directly from 70 metres away, side on. 173 for 2. Everson 76. Cook bowls up in the block hole, driven to mid-off. They'll try another quick single and they'll get home, as Carlson can't quite grab it cleanly and get the throw in. Credit
to Wheel and also to McElroy, on both sides of kind of 150 metres away from each other, but both of them showing real full commitment, tumbling across the turf and getting their throws in really accurately and really pacily as well. It's what you want to see. It sets a good example to the rest of your team as well.
Yes, it's a bit of a change in the game. Then you expect your opening bowlers to pull off those athletic stops. Mind you, since the advent of T20, everyone's had to throw themselves around.
Absolutely. Oh, there's a couple of amazing catches from Grant Stewart and Matt Quinn on Tuesday at Worcester. It was one of those games where everything. See, the bowling, there were some good moments with the ball, a few good moments with the ball. Mainly Matt Henry, I'll be honest. But the batting as well and the fielding, it was one of those good days.
Left-handed Blake on strike. Slow ball from Cook just slipped down the leg side. Wide called. Cullen took cleanly standing up and whipped off the bails. Tom Cullen preferred to Alex Horton today. Both would have been viable choices, and I'm sure Horton will be looking for a bit of cricket during this competition. Chris Cook is missing, having failed a fitness test on his calf tweak that he did at Derby. He was initially named in the squad yesterday. As Cook bowls, back on his stumps goes Blake, plays on the leg side. In comes Carlson. They'll think of a second. They have to think. Otherwise, as Carlson got the ball quickly, and Blake scrambling back to the non-striker's end as the throw came in.
There's positivity and there's being reckless, and that would have been reckless because I don't think that Everton would have got close to making the ground. So there is still plenty of time left. Over 20 overs, 20.1 overs remaining. No need to push.
Yeah, it's been a profitable last 5 for Kent, this. Cook bowls, hit very firmly by Everson up towards long on. Root Fields, single. 178 for 2. Has the board put that single on already? 177 for 2. 177 for 2 it is at the end of 30. So in the last 5 overs we've had 49 runs come for the visitors after they were put into bat.
Yeah, those two have put on 84 from 74 deliveries as well. And you can't say it's been chanceless. There's been plenty of positive moments for Glamorgan, but they've been spaced out quite well. And Alex Blake is making them pay. But that Salter drop, as you say, he was on 9 then. It was 30 runs ago, and that 39 for him has come from 31 deliveries. He's one of these players that's very capable of going through the gears. This is going to be McElroy coming in from the River Taff end, bowling to Everson, who steps back, makes some room, just works it up towards mid-off and scampers through for a single. Douthwaite has a grimace. I'm not sure if that's he's done himself a mischief. Did he see? He did slip. You can see there his studs have caught in the turf. Has that hand gone down? He's trotted away gamely enough, so hopefully he's all right. But they definitely did go down in instalments and uncomfortably. McElroy into bowl to Blake again, who doesn't quite time that right and just pushes it to the straight to the fielder. There was a gap there that he was looking through the covers, just didn't quite get all of it. Otherwise that might have been another boundary to add to his tally. He's already got 5 4s and a 6 as well. 1 or 2 6s. Ollie Robinson had a glorious 6 as well before he departed for 50. Big swing and a miss this time. Blake trying to time a pull on McElroy, did not get that right at all. I think he hit that and the ball goes, but he did not. Cullen took it quite nicely. He's done very well actually so far today, Cullen. He's in terms of standing up and his glove work. And
well, he's a good keeper. Glamorgan are blessed with 3 decent keepers. Same problem that Kent's got, getting them all a game. Yeah,
absolutely. McElroy in. Blake digs it out. That was a fuller delivery heading towards off stump. Blake just jabs it away straight to the fielder. There's no run there.
Chris Cook, mid-30s, but still pretty fit and got further time on the Glamorgan staff. Tom Cullen, regular part of the One Day Cup winning side, and Alex Horton, England under-19 keeper in the World Cup final.
Nice problems to have, as Mike said earlier on. Another swing and a miss. I'm not sure if it's a slight change of variation of pace from McElroy there, but he got the better of Alex Blake. Here's another air shot. Just noticing Wheels, a couple of stretches. Maybe he's going to be returning at some point in the not too distant future.
Well, Carlson's had to work his bowling changes, hasn't he?
He has indeed. McIlroy has not done a lot wrong today so far. That's another one that's straight. Oh my goodness, it's a good hand actually for McIlroy to deflect it onto the stumps. A shout that Everson was out of his ground, and they scamper through for an opportunistic single. There was a lot of pace behind that ball, and McIlroy got a good hand to the ball from Blake. It does take it on to 179 for 2.
There's have a chance to have a look at the replay. Blake had turned and made his ground, to be fair. The umpire got that one right, but needed to have his wits about him, didn't he?
Absolutely right.
31 overs gone, 179 for 2. As you suspected, it will be Wheel, who's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 23. If you're just joining us, or you've joined us recently, Wheel coming into the side instead of Tim van der Hoogten, who has been called up to replace Ollie Stone in the Birmingham Phoenix squad, which is the side that Chris Cook played a couple of games for last year. So Glamorgan with a second absentee to the 100, but Michael Neser, who might have played this week, is overloaded after the busy championship spell, so he's not playing, though he's here. Wheel in and doesn't deliver. He's lost his run up somewhere in the process there. So Glamorgan all of a sudden, if you count Neser, a minus 4 players, 2 to the 100 plus Cook and Neser injured.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to compete, but,
no, I mean,
but Ken have 7 playing in the 100, and Joe Denley and Tawanda Mieye are injured today as well.
Wheel bowls, and that's played not quite convincingly by Blake to mid-wicket. No run.
I should have said as well, Matt Henry's he's also an absentee. He's off, jetted out to the Caribbean, the lucky so-and-so with New Zealand. So that was one and done for him in the Royal London Cup on Tuesday against Worcester.
Is he due back before the end of the season or not?
To be confirmed. It was certainly not for the One Day Cup. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see.
Wheel to bowl to Blake, who's caned that away through backward point for 4 runs. That was hit very hard indeed. As I say, big chap Alex Blake, and he's certainly getting everything behind his better shots. Just a touch too much width from Wheel on that occasion. Not much of an error, but smashed away for 4. 183 for 2, Blake 44.
Fine margins indeed, because it wasn't, as you say, didn't do an awful lot wrong, but that was punished very successfully by Alex Blake.
Next delivery from Wheel is decent enough ball, but even that's hit too long on for a single. All they look at 2. Blake wanted a second, and Everson was not interested. 185 for 2.
I have to bid you adieu for a moment, I'm afraid. I will be back as soon as I can.
Thank you.
Have fun.
As we progress towards 1 o'clock, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in the next few minutes as well. Thomas Cooper wondering why David Lloyd hasn't had a bowl, as that is hit up in the air. He's got away with it as Everson there, hitting back over the top. They come back for another couple of runs as the throw comes in, as Wheel didn't get all of that, but the risk was a fair one because Carlson was up in the circle at mid-off and had to scramble back, and it pitched about 4 metres away from him as he ran back towards the long off boundary. 186 for 2. Wheel bowls, late cut by Everson down to third man for a single. 187 for 2. Thomas also querying why Colin Ingram was taken off so quickly. Bowled 2 overs, took a wicket in his first one. 187 for 2. Wheel to Blake on 45 not out, and in full flow drives on the offside for a single. 188 for 2. 32 overs. Runs flowing freely for the sky blue shirts of the visitors. Everson 82, Blake 46. And now Compton for 0 and Robinson for 50. There we are, we mentioned David Lloyd, and he is in the attack in the 33rd over as Glamorgan's 7th bowler. The Glamorgan Championship and T20 captain handed over the duties to Carlson for this competition. Maybe with the expectation from the club that Lloyd would be called into the 100, but presumably more just in recognition of Carlson winning the trophy as captain last season. Can't very well strip him of it after that. He's got some questions to answer today, Kieran Carlson. David Lloyd to bowl to Alex Blake on 46 not out as he moves on to 47 with a single up to long on. 189 for 2. Men back at long on, long off, cover and mid-wicket. Everson on the attack. Lloyd bowls. Everson swings. Sit on the pads. Oh, there's almost a mix-up, but they're safely home as they went through for a leg by. Blake was keen. Everson initially not so. Radio update to follow. Glamorgan under pressure. Kent having been put into bat in this 50-over competition. 190 for 2 in the 33rd over. Joey Everson, who's also played against Glamorgan for Notts and Leicestershire this season, is on 82 not out in his new role as an opener. Alex Blake hitting the ball very hard on 47 not out, and Ollie Robinson scored 50. 2 wickets only for Glamorgan. James Wheel in the first over removing Compton, and Colin Ingram got the wicket of Robinson, but Glamorgan under pressure. Kent 191 for 2 in the 33rd. Lloyd to bowl to Everson then on 82, 83 with a single up to long on, and Kent really have earned the right to milk a bit of the bowling with their big shots, and so they're able just to push singles often enough as well. 192 for 2. Lloyd to Blake, who drives airily into the offside and should be able to come back for the second run. He does, and that's the third half century of this Kent innings. Then Alex Blake moves to 50 not out off 43 balls, and quicker than Everson, but just a fraction slower than Ollie Robinson. All been aggressive innings. Lloyd bowls. Blake chips it on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 51 not out. And 6 fours and a 6.
43 balls with 6 fours and 1 6.
Robinson 7 fours and a 6 in his 50. Everson slightly the slower, but he's moving at pace now as well. 194 for 2 in 33 overs are Kent.
It's very watchable, this, isn't it? I'm having a lovely day so far. So far, I will emphasise the word so far. But,
well, whatever happens, Kent will have the runs on the board and will be able to challenge Glamorgan to score them, because they look like getting 300.
Well, yes, at the moment, after 33 overs, it looks that way, but only one wicket, as we saw earlier on, can change everything. Who do we have? We have Will coming in there. There was a thought for a moment again about Blake about a really big shot. Chose not to, probably the right decision as well, and just guided away into the offside and takes the single to keep it ticking over again. Just over 5.9. This is very, very similar pattern to Tuesday again. No rush. Don't look in any trouble as Nick goes away to probably prepare a social media post about his appearance on Saturday. He's going to be replaced by Mike Powell. And the sun is out again. Been a couple of interludes with a little bit of cloud cover, but it is absolutely glorious out there. Have you been sunning yourself again? You did earlier, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
In comes Will to face. That's pulled away really nicely by Everson, who's been doing that all day. That's going to race away over cover towards the boundary, and that's another 4 into his total. 87 now for Joey Everson, and he's as Nick's mentioned a couple of times, looking very strong on that pull shot. 20 years old, and he's obviously probably still got some growing to do in terms of physique and strength as well. But
yeah, he's a very athletic player, isn't he? But I think it's just time in the crease and having these experiences that's going to put him in such a good place for the rest of his career, and to lean on sort of Blake's experience as well at the other end can only be a good thing.
Well, and there's a few Blake. Well, you've got Darren Stevens in your squad, but you don't think of Blake as an old player, but he's certainly been around for a decade, more than a decade actually, and he's been there and seen it and done it. And having him out in the middle is a calming influence, you'd imagine. As Will comes in, 200 is up for Kent. I should have mentioned, and is that going to be 204? Yes, it is. Timed again beautifully by Everson. Just cut away square and races away to the boundary. Back-to-back fours for him, and all of a sudden he's moved into the 90s.
Just a little bit short, a little bit wide, and very inviting.
It was. It's the kind he'd take 3 more of those in the next 5 minutes. He'd be quite happy with that, I think. In comes Will. He's got a slight trot to the start of his run-up, like I guess like dressage almost, just to start him off. It's very distinctive.
You didn't want to say the word horse then, did you?
No, I did not want to. Of course I did not. That would be disrespectful. Dressage is a beautiful thing, of course, as well, competitive sport that it is. That was a single, I should have said, just nudged away. Leg side by Everson for a single to bring Alex Blake onto strike. 52 is Alex Blake from 45 balls. And Kent moved on to 205 for 2. In comes Will. He's got 2 more balls at least to this over.
Well bowled.
It was well bowled, yeah. Just mixed it up a little bit. Blake had to adjust his footwork. They thought about a slight bit of hesitation and took on the throw from Douthwaite, as I can see. But
it's good cricket, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Blake gave himself a little bit of room to the leg side. Bowler following, good Yorker right in his feet, but then at the back end of that to run. Scamper through for 2 as well. It's good cricket all round. Good throw in as well.
He doesn't waste a lot of energy, Blake. If he can find the ropes, then it saves yourself having the trot in 22 yards. So why run when you can clobber it over the rope? Last ball of Will's over. It's an expensive one so far. 12 from it. Again, Blake.
Got him.
It hasn't carried. It died in the air there. It looked like it was heading down towards Root, who was down at. It would have been kind of long on, or deep mid-wicket, that kind of area. But it died in the air, didn't carry. But that was a bit of a let-off for Blake, because he did not get all of that by any means. That was 75% at best.
Yeah, he sort of towed it, didn't he? Sort of flat as well, which was helped him out in the end, and Root not able to get a dive in.
Yeah.
Desperate for a wicket. That would have been nice for Glamorgan there.
It would. I mean, we mentioned a couple of times, Salter put him down on 9. That was... It was better than a half chance, you have to say.
Yeah, it was a good chance. Yeah. Two-handed. He looked like he tracked it the whole way as well. I'd be disappointed he dropped that. But Everson 92, Blake 55, Kent 208 for 2. Great position. 16 overs remaining. You just think another 10 overs of these two together.
Yeah, that's
quite
a platform.
Dangerous.
It is a quite dangerous platform to be on.
Could look a lot different if you get these two out in the next 3 or 4 overs.
Of course, well, like we saw earlier on when Robinson went, it changed the whole mood for a good half an hour afterwards as well. There was some talk after the match on Tuesday at New Road of what Kent could have chased, really, given the platform that they had from that stand of 204. Sorry, I'll break off. It's, I'm trying to think who that is. That is that David Lloyd?
Yeah,
yes,
David
sorry,
Lloyd
forgive
coming
me,
around
yes.
the wicket.
Forgive me, I missed his last over. He's coming around the wicket from the River Taff end. He was bowling to Everson then, wasn't he? Yes, forgive me. I need to do that because every ball of every game live on BBC.
Blake, it was to Blake. Blake just picking one out to long on.
There you go, and went through for a single. Good teamwork there, thank you. Everson on strike now, facing David Lloyd's second delivery, and that's cracked back past Alex Blake. Let's trot through for a single. That's all you need to do. Yeah, there was some talk on Tuesday of what they could have chased because they made 352 look pretty simple, and they still had 7 wickets in hand. And I mean, Blake and Darren Stevens were there, and they've got the likes of Grant Stewart, who they can absolutely clobber it as well to come in. Matt Henry as well, he's good for a cameo. Break off as David Lloyd comes in. Inside edge across his stumps, I think, from Alex Blake, who looks very sheepish indeed. No, it didn't.
Missed the Yorker.
He missed the Yorker, and it came off of Cullen's foot. Actually, is what diverted it square. But yes, he was. When you lean on your bat like that, on the handle of your bat, take a deep breath and try and get that adrenaline to go, because there must have been plenty there. Lloyd comes in again. That was a little bit fuller and straighter, and Blake just picks it out. No need. Everson wanted to, I think. Then
it's a fine balance on the back end of a T20 campaign. Is when you come into the 50 over, you almost want that urgency of scoring runs. You want to score runs, and you're quite inventive in a way, and you've seen that bleed into the 50 over competition. But obviously, there's that balance of you actually have got a long time to bat. 15 overs to go.
You don't want to give it away. Lloyd's trying to take it away. This is Everson who just cuts that away. He's looking very positive. We're looking for the second every time, but Blake is sending him back, which is probably the sensible thing to do, because you don't need to put your pedal down. I know that Everson probably wants to get through to tick off the numbers. Now he's on 94.
He's obviously fresh. He's only got 50 to his name.
Yeah,
but
youthful enthusiasm as well.
Blake, he's very, very fit.
Yeah, this is it. Lloyd in once again. That's straight past the ankles of Lloyd, down towards long on, and that's another single, an easy single. It's all you need to do. Rotate the strike. So that's 5 off the over from Lloyd, which is it's about par for the course, just under par for the course. It's probably got a good over actually. Had a dot ball in it.
Yeah, you can just keep the boundaries to a minimum now of Glamorgan's point of view. Change of bowling here. With Colin Ingram coming on from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, well, it was he that got the breakthrough last time, getting Holly Robinson.
He did. I was surprised they took him off so soon after as well. Bowled a reasonable over after getting the wicket, and then swapped him again, Salter back on.
Well, that broke a partnership of 90, and they're coming together. Oh, he's coming in now to try and break a partnership, which is, I'm trying to think what it is, 120.
Yeah, Blake would be interested here. The ball spinning back into him, obviously the leg spin of Colin Ingram.
Of course, he's the captain. He can do whatever he wants here as well. He doesn't need to think about anybody else or anyone else. The fact that Darren Stevens is sat there with his pads on, just waiting.
Another fight.
What is making that? It's incredible. Yeah.
No, I blame Nick Webb.
If in doubt, he's a pro. That is Ingram, who gets inside out first ball. Blake trying to play against the spin, gets it all wrong and squirts out in the offside, but not anywhere near too close to the stumps. Little deep breath. Blake looks away, just resets himself. Gets his composure. Ingram comes in once again. Blake is...
Oh, what a shot.
Oh, my goodness me. That is absolutely sailed over the boundary.
What a shot. I mean, that's coming down the wicket. He's nowhere near the pitch for that delivery. He had no right to play. He's just eased that against the spin to probably the longest boundary we've got on offer here today.
It was, because it was just past that angle, wasn't it? It really was. That was an almighty hit. 64 now for Alex Blake. He's got it in the locker. And he fancied that when he took a couple of steps down the ground. Will he follow it up here? So Ingram strides in again. And he steps back this time and just cuts it away. Simple. Scoreboard pressure keeps the singles coming and puts Everson on strike. He's there on 94 from 112 deliveries. He's played it's strange to say he's played a supporting role, but he kind of has to Robinson and almost to Blake now, in terms of the they've both scored a lot quicker than he has, but he's been there from the off. Ben Compton went for a first ball duck in the opening over of the day, score on 3. Score is now 220 for 2. 35 overs later. Ingram delivers. Everson just plays that one up to Lalonde. Coming through for a single. Moves him on to 95.
Does he go again?
That's the question. We saw before his big 6, he thought about it and he kept himself back and just nudged it, and then the next ball he went for the big 6 Alex Blake. He's not this time. He's waited for it and just picked it away on the leg side. And there's plenty of ways to skin a cat, and they don't all have to go over the rope. They can go away into the leg side. You're probably not allowed to say that anymore. I apologise to anyone offended by that for animal cruelty. There's probably an inappropriate phrase in this day and age, saying skin a cat, so I apologise wholeheartedly for that. Ingram delivers to Everson, who just picks it off again. Another trot through, just keeping the strike rotated.
Good set there. Good set. 10 coming from the over. Bit of a mixed bag there. Ingram trying all sorts, coming over the wicket, round the wicket. He's off spinner, he's chucked in there, his leg spin. Hasn't quite bought them a wicket and ended up getting 10.
Dot 6 1 1 1 1.
Nicely on the back end of that 6 over cover from Blake. Beautiful shot. Batsman just taking a bit of a drink there. Sunny day out there, beautiful conditions though, not too hot. Good watching weather. I'm enjoying the sun in between my stints on here.
It is very nice indeed. I was saying, I arrived on Tuesday night, came straight down from Worcester, and it was miserable. It was that kind of misty drizzle, and I thought, it's not going to be like this, is it? Woke up on Wednesday morning, it was the same, and then all of a sudden the sun came out about 11 o'clock yesterday, and it's been glorious ever since. Brilliant. It's my first time down here for 20 odd years, and I didn't see the cricket. No, I haven't been down since I came down for work many years ago, but not for cricket. So this is my first trip here, and it's an absolute delight to be here. It's a change of over. That was Everson who's played it away again. Is it going to reach the boundary? It is going to reach the boundary. That is 100 runs for Joey Everson in his second appearance for Kent. The helmet comes off, the fists are clenched, the bat is raised to the sky. First ball of the over. That's a big grin, and that's a warm embrace from Alex Blake, his captain for the day. Joey Everson, 100 not out, 115 balls, with a lovely drive off of David Lloyd, the first ball of his over. The scoreboard reads 227 for 2 at the start of the 37th over. Kent are having a really good morning, and no one more so than Joey Everson.
What a shot to bring it as well. Beautiful cover drive.
It was. Had the legs together again. Trying something similar this time. It's not quite timed it as well. Sends it down towards long off boundary, but it's just for a single. He'll take those where they come. David Lloyd's not given up too many in the way of boundaries, but that was a good one. Picked the gap, raced away all the way to the ropes. I didn't think it was initially going to get there, but I thought it was going to get cut off.
No, he pierced the north-east cover there, quite deep as well. The boundary rider not quite getting there as well.
Absolutely. Lloyd comes in again. That's a straight shot. That could be out indeed. It's straight down to the boundary. Taken at the first attempt. Alex Blake goes for 66. Trying to be positive, trying to put the accelerator down. It's been a sumptuous knock. 55 deliveries, 66, but he didn't get all of that, and sends it straight down the throat. I'm trying to see who that is out there.
Salter it was.
It was Salter. He'll be quite glad of the opportunity. Having dropped him on 9, he's finally got him for 66.
Yeah, that's a good wicket there. I mean, Blake was just getting himself going, was in a great position, 66, and he's still got 13 and a half overs to with someone like Blake could double that score.
Yeah.
The way he strikes the ball, and just hitting that little bit flat, short boundary straight to, as they always are down at Spy Gardens, but yeah, a little bit flat and straight to mid-off. The one thing Andrew Salter there out in the boundary, comfortable catch.
He was there for a minute. He almost overran it actually, and kind of had to take a half step back and got down on one knee. But it was nice work from Salter. He'll be the most relieved man in Sapphire Gardens. It's a wicket for David Lloyd as well, and the dynamic changes once again. It'd be interesting to see. Darren Stevens, who has tormented Glamorgan in pretty much all formats at some point in recent years, is heading out to the middle to join Joey Everson. An interesting dynamic in itself. 20-year-old who's just made his maiden List A century is joined by Darren Stevens, who has a few.
Joey Everson's 100
A career in between.
Well, quite.
Yeah.
The fact that, that there is, I love this, the kind of the overlaps here. A 20-year-old and a guy that's been playing cricket for essentially 30 years, nearly at the top end of the game as well. He's still picking up tricks. That's one of the things as well. He's still learning things, and the way he's reinvented himself in probably in the last 10 years since your time there, he'll have changed and evolved.
Yeah, well, when he left Leicester, he wasn't bowling.
No.
He was just an out-and-out batsman.
600 wickets since the age of 30, pretty much, I think. It's pretty incredible.
He'd be more proud of his handicap coming down on the wickets he's taken that time.
Yeah, I did wonder if they'd be off for a game of golf yesterday. That I'm told they weren't. He's they had a training session yesterday, actually. We'll see if it's working. In comes Lloyd again. It's nudged away. Timing straight away. He's beaten Root, who tumbles over it on the edge of the circle, and Darren Stevens has come through for a second. Just a nice little glance, and that's all it takes. And Root, I don't know. Look at Misfield there. You would have expected him to take that, wouldn't you? First time, and that's a freebie for Darren Stevens. He moves on to 2. Joey Everson is on 101 from 116 balls. 230 on the board for Kent. Are we doing prediction times, Mike? Do you want to pick a number? It's a nice shot from Stevens that escapes past, scampers through.
It's a weird one now. Everson, this is where his fitness will show. So it's quite a long time to bat 13 overs, especially when you've got 100 to your name. So we'll see what he's got left in the tank there. If he is fit and strong, and Darren Stevens gets going, we see possibly 8 or 9 overs of him striking the ball well. Well, we're up past 300.
There is a couple of others lurking as well as Lloyd delivers to Everson, who just clips it away. I've got to say, he's looking, I'm going to touch some wood, there must be some wood somewhere. He's looking fairly unflustered in terms of what he's doing. He's just picking off the balls where he can, and takes the single there. 232 for 3 at the end of the 37th over.
Colin Ingram still operating from the Cathedral Road end. He's 20 from his 3 overs he's bowled so far, picking the 1 wicket up.
You'd take that though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
7 and over, but get that wicket of Ollie Robinson, because he's another one that the form he was in, like Blake.
Yep.
There was, I'm not saying there was another 206 there for him, but there was, the way he was playing, he could have scored and quickly had he chosen to. And looking down the likes of George Linder, Grant Stewart, still to come in for Kent. Should Stevens or Everson get out, it's the opportunity. Should they want to accelerate, they can do it. Ingram delivers from this Cathedral Road end. Just tap back along the track.
I see they're wrong, because they're only 3 down. There's 12 overs to go, they're only 3 wickets down. The role of Everson, it sounds odd, is to stay there, to score possibly 3 or 4 off and over, which he's obviously capable of. I think Darren Stevens is there to sprinkle a bit of magic on this innings, is the one, rather than him to bed in, he's there to take majority of the risks.
Yeah, and Everson can stay there and play the supporting role. I should just say that he nudged that down towards long on there for a single, did Everson, to move on to 103.
Because the last thing Kent would want is 8 overs to go and 2 fresh batsmen in.
Yeah, no.
Last thing they need.
No, this is it. So Everson, just keep doing what you're doing, take the singles, nurdle it around, and keep going. He's not a runner ball, 103 from 119. But if you get Stevens going at a runner ball or better, gives you a decent platform. This one's a fuller one from Ingram, which is just guided away on the leg side square by Stevens. Camp around to make sure it was only for a single. 234 for 3. And the purr of delight is back once again. Hopefully. There we go. No, that's good work. Maybe that was me moving.
Has he got it? Yes.
He has
Good
got
shot.
it, indeed. There was a fielder down there, but he was never going to get that. He needed to be 18 feet tall. Joey Everson, you would have thought that was Darren Stevens at the other end, but it's Joey Everson who's taken 2 or 3 strides down the field and cleared the ropes by a long way down at long off into the crowd, and the ball is returned. It's moved on very quickly to 109. Caught and bowled. What were we saying? Joey Everson departs for 109, sent back to the bowler. Ingram, he's got that breakthrough once again. Got Robinson, and now he's got Everson as well. Joey Everson it's his list A best by absolutely miles. In his second appearance for Kent, he's trudging off 109. He'll want this one back. Ingram just flighted it up, he stepped it back and just sent it straight back there. It's good work, good hands from Ingram, moving waiters forward and left to pick it up as well. Everson will be frustrated because there were more out there for him, but it was a brilliant knock. The first time we've really seen him settle in. 19 on Tuesday was a brief cameo, but today we've seen the best of him. 109 from 121 deliveries, 240 for 4 now, Kent.
Wonderful knock, wasn't it? When I talk about fitness, I don't talk about he wasn't able to run an extra single in a 3 or an extra double up for a 2. The problem, I talk about lapse in concentration and those sort of things. So those sort of things, was he quite there to play the shot? Obviously he wasn't. Further away from it, and those lapse in concentration, they're the decisions that cost your wicket.
Yeah, well, when you've been out there for, I guess, 2.5 hours on a hot day, and you've never been there before as well, it's a learning curve for him as well. He's never been in that position. 54, I think, was his list day best before that. That is a new record. Oh, sorry, it's not a record. It's the third highest individual score for Kent against Glamorgan, beating the partnership. Sorry, for the third wicket record, beating the Tabaret and Benson partnership in 1983 at Swansea. All kinds of records have gone at Swansea. In Kent history. Darren Stevens is out there to be joined by George Linder, I believe, who's gone out there with them. They're having a chat. They played golf together at Woburn a few days ago. I'm not sure that's what they're chatting about now. They're probably talking about what the plan is. Do you think they're going to accelerate here, or do you think is there a need to with still 12 overs to go? Do they give it a couple of overs just to bed in?
I think they've got 2 or 3 overs to give themselves a sighter, definitely. I mean, this over's gone for, I think, 8 already, so that's not a problem. So they're going to see this over out, 1 or 2 after that, and then there's an argument. So, right, boys, you've had a look. Let's get on with it. And let's set a total that's going to win this game for us, or put us in a good position.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that Nick might be able to jump in at the end of this over for me, because Ingram has 2 more balls, I think, to come from it. This one is the first one. Oh dear me, is that an inside edge from Linder with his first ball? Yeah,
Ingram, he sort of reacted like it was an inside edge. Just quickly looking at the replay.
He's tried to beat it.
Yeah,
and it's kind of gone beaten Cullen's foot again. There's no run there. That was the end of the over. A good one for Glamorgan. They've got the breakthrough. 240 for 4. I need to dash away and update the Radio Kent listeners, so I'll leave you with Mike, and then Nick will join you shortly.
Returning to bowl at the River End, Dan.
As you probably heard then, Dan Douthwaite is coming back on at the River Taff end. He's bowled his 5 overs for 24 so far. Not picking up a wicket as of yet, and he'll be bowling at the ever youthful Darren Stevens, who finds himself on 4. Just off his 3 deliveries. I think we may have had a dropped catch, just a sharp catch behind drop the previous over of Ingram, but again doing his job, picking up a wicket for Glamorgan.
So Douthwaite then to start a new over from the River Taff end is into bowl to Stevens, who plays it into the offside and will go through for a quick single. David Lloyd has a token shy at the wicket, but Linder was safely home. We will get rid of that microphone. It's played up once too often. It's got the chop. To go to another mic which won't be as loud, but won't give us the irritating buzzes that one has. 241 for 4 then, Kent. Having been put in by Glamorgan, which doesn't look a great decision as things stand, but we'll see by 6 o'clock. Douthwaite in to bowl to Lindo, nearly plays on. Didn't have much clue about that one. Inside edge, down into ground, cannoned up and past the stumps. So Colin Ingram, Glamorgan's most successful bowler, with 2 for 28. They've used 7 bowlers. Douthwaite 0 for 25 at the moment in his 6th over. But nearly everyone's been expensive. Douthwaite bowls and Linder chops that one down into ground. There's a throw at the stumps from Salter at the from Lloyd rather at the non-striker's end. But it's well anticipated and backed up by Wheel. And, well, obviously we know that Stevens is capable of hitting 6s with the best of them, as he has done against Glamorgan in both one day and championship. But at least he might have to play himself in for a few overs as Douthwaite bowls to Linder, who's tucked up, hitting it back to Douthwaite in his follow-through, and there's no run, and might just buy Glamorgan a few overs without a full-on assault, Mike, with the two batsmen out.
Yes, the Douthwaite's concern, it's quite a nice time to bowl. Not really into sort of the back end of the innings where you're looking to scamper runs. Two fresh batsmen to bowl at.
As Douthwaite runs in again, bowls to Linda, wide outside, off stump, chopped away, beats a diving Lloyd at gully, but just the single out towards McIlroy on the point boundary in front of the pavilion. Very nice watching conditions out there. Managed to have 20 minutes out in the sunshine. .242 for 4, Kent. 3 big contributions. Everson 109, Robinson 50, Blake 66. Douthwaite bowls, and it's driven to mid-off. They'll go through for a single. Stevens moves to 6, 243 for 4. And thankfully, from Glamorgan's point of view, a quiet over for once. 11 to go.
You'd like to think if you were a Kent batsman or in the change room,
Yeah,
you'd be looking at 300 plus, wouldn't you? I think
at least 300.
A runner ball, say someone see that's 66 on top of this, takes them over. So
310, 320.
yeah, a good score 320, minimum score over 300. Your targets. This was 4 wickets down.
Ingram to Stevens. Driven towards long on, just the single taken. As Wheel trots into field. And Glamorgan haven't really had an outstanding bowler today. Everyone's suffered to some extent. Wheel comes up into the circle for the left-hander. Ingram gives it plenty of air. Linda just drives up to long on. McIlroy had gone back out of the circle, and single taken. In fact, they're both now going to be on the ropes at long on and long off for Stevens. Ingram bowls. Hit away on the offside by Stevens. Picked up at point though. Just the single taken again. 246 for 4. Ball rapidly back with Colin Ingram. As Blake, Linda on strike. Pushes a single on the onside. 247 for 4. All very much by consent at the moment, Mike. Have a run a ball. All right, we will. The phony war maybe before the last 10. Ingram bowls. Stevens tries to sweep. That's running away towards the fine leg boundary as a chase on. Douthwaite slides, just about taps it back, and they'll settle for 2 runs of some variety leg buys, so no one at fault there really. 249 for 4. Last ball of the 40th over. Maybe Ingram just sliding onto leg stump. As that's a good delivery to end his over. He's got 2 for 32 off 5. And Kent, with 10 overs left, have 249 on the board, which is formidable stuff. 4 wickets down to relatively new batters, and maybe not quite as much as they'd hoped to in terms of resources to come, but even so, the visitors are strongly placed as we get the announcement about the power play.
You're right there, Nick. I think the last 2 overs and probably the next 2 overs, it's almost like, okay, well, as long as you don't hit a boundary, we're happy to give you a single, and batsmen, they seem quite happy to bide their time, get used to the pace and bounce of this wicket before they have their onslaught towards the end of the innings.
Douthwaite bowls outside off stump, slash and a miss from Linda. So Glamorgan haven't bowled anyone out yet in terms of bowling their allocation of 10. Dowthwaite is in, bowled short, pulled through mid-wicket. Linder gets his first boundary. Sat up really from Dowthwaite. And I suppose the only bonus from the Glamorgan point of view is the pitch appears to be of reasonably easy pace and consistent bounce and good track for batting on.
Yeah, I think Dowthwaite rolled his fingers over that one, dragged it a little bit short. But yeah, it looks a wonderful wicket to bat on.
Dowthwaite bowls, Linder hits it down into the ground, bounces up back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Everson's 109 came off 121 deliveries. 12 fours and 1 6. Robinson's 50 off 47 deliveries in the end. 7 fours and 1 6. As Dowthwaite is in to bowl to Linder, who drives into the offside, and they'll take a single just wide of point. Blake 66 off 56 balls, 6 fours and 2 sixes. But Robinson batted stylishly, and Blake probably hit the ball harder than anyone else today. He's really pummeled it around, didn't he?
That's what he's known for, isn't he? Timing the ball so well. A fine striker of the ball.
Batting to come, well, Grant Stewart is probably in next. Then Gilchrist, Kadri, Quinn and Saini to come, if needed. Dowthwaite bowls, Stevens drives, and it's well fielded on the edge of the circle by Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, probably saving a single there, isn't he? Sitting very deep on the edge of that circle. I don't know how strong Darren Stevens is through that area.
Single taken, but might even have run away for 4. 255 for 4. Dowthwaite, last ball of his 7th over, sees Linder driving to cover on the edge of the circle. This time they don't try the single. It's 255 for 4 with 9 overs left. But Kent will have something decent on the board to defend, whatever happens really from now on in. Unless they lose six wickets for 30 or something ridiculous, but even so, that you'd expect this to be a total that will test Glamorgan one way or another. But Kent showing their power with the bat at Worcester on Tuesday, and Glamorgan didn't really need to show much against Derbyshire, just chasing 110 to win and 47. So Ingram to continue, watches the ball very closely onto the bat. Darren Stevens, they might just nurdle a second. No. It's played to the edge of the circle at mid-wicket, just the single in the end. Looked as though they were coming back for 2, didn't it?
Yeah, you could see that he was looking for Darren Stevens there. Just two fielders out on the boundary there. Can he drop it enough? Little pace on it to scamper through for the second, unfortunately. Kent just picked up a single.
256 for 4 as Ingram just adjusting his deep cover slightly. Deep mid-wicket rather for the left-hander. Linder comes down the wicket, smashes it up towards long on. McIlroy fields, single taken. 257 for 4. Will they look for the big blows, the maximums against the inviting floaty little leg spin of Colin Ingram? Stevens on 10. Awaits, and that's dragged down by Ingram, and Stevens looked to pull it away and missed.
With the bottom edge onto his foot there.
Oh yes.
Seen them go back onto the stumps before, but lucky for Darren, ended up just trickling to point. No run scored.
Next delivery from Ingram to Stevens. Looks to work it on the offside. There could be a run out if this one hits. It's come up off a foot mark and flown over the stumps, and Stevens was pretty fortunate there. That was an outrageous bounce from the throw from point.
Yeah, it's hit the foot mark. I think that's his old mate Northeast as well. Enjoyed running this Darren out.
Well, it would have been out if it hit direct, but
Never seen that before.
It might have hit. It looked as though it was on target, but just bounced up and over the stumps. 258 for 4. There wasn't really a single there as Ingram bowls to Linda, who drives up towards long on. They'll think about a second, but they won't risk it as McIlroy does the fielding there. So they haven't quite gone for it against Ingram, where I thought they might with in the 33rd over of the innings. Ingram to Stevens. Now he does go for it, and he's got hold of it, and he'll get 6 over backward square leg. There was the big blow off the last ball of the over, so it is a good over for Kent as they motor on to 265 for 4.
Lovely shot. It's a big boundary down there for Darren to clear, but in fairness to Darren Stevens, he got all of that in the moment there. We didn't think he was going to go all the way, but probably cleared the boundary by 15, maybe even 20 yards in the end. Wonderful shot. Could that be the end of Colin Ingram's set? His 6 overs have gone for 42. He's done a job with regards to picking up wickets when Glamorgan needed them.
Yeah.
Maybe bring the quicks back on.
Well, Wheel's got 3. McIlroy's got 3. Cook 4 available. Salter 4 available. Shouldn't think he'll bowl again. Douthwaite 3 available. Lloyd plenty. Douthwaite to bowl the 43rd over of the innings, single taken by Linda on the leg side. It's unusual really that no one's bowled well enough in this Glamorgan attack so far to merit bowling through with all their 10 overs.
Yeah, it always got to a stage because they weren't picking up wickets. I think that was the thing where they were trying to find a wicket from one of the bowlers, changing people around, different styles, different angles. This didn't quite work.
As Douthwaite bounds in, balls to Stevens, just drops it on the leg side. Oh, Stevens I think is in trouble there. He's hopping the run as he tweaks something.
Hamstring or calf there. That is a shame.
And that might be the end of Darren Stevens' innings and possibly match.
Just as he set off for his single there.
He was obviously in trouble early on. He flings down his helmet, and that I think is it, unless he tries to bat with a runner, but might be more sensible in retiring from the fray. Gets a consoling pat on the back from Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he knows that he's pulled. He's up. And the problem as we talk about his age, that'll take a long time to recover. So it's not as if he's bouncing back a week later. He'd be out for a period of time, and I hope that's not the last we see of Darren Stevens, because that'll be a sorry end to a serious career.
He's hopping towards the physio, and he's actually getting help to be make his way off the field. So Stevens retired at 18, and that's a sorry moment for Kent and for Darren Stevens in particular, as he is helped off towards the flag that says Steve-O is God, the England flag with the writing on, spread out on the pavilion side of the ground. And well, it was an easy single, whether he was looking to try and start fast in case there was 2 there, but he literally hopped halfway down the wicket. 18 off 15 balls, and off he goes. 267 for 4 the board remains. But
you see Darren's off there. He's not taking the stairs, they're taking him back through reception, so you can get the lift up the 2 flights to the change room to have a treatment. Shame that, because he was just getting going down and saw 6 off the previous over of Colin Ingram. He's just thought, right, he's pressed the accelerator here, and I don't think there's anyone in this crowd who really want to see the back end of a player go off the field like that. It's a shame.
Yeah. Big blow for 6.
Yeah, big
pushed a single, and then off he goes.
I mean, the knock-on effect now, you're not going to see him bowl either, no. So it's a huge blow to lose a player like that.
They've got plenty of bowling options, nonetheless, with Everson opening the batting, I suppose. And Linda at 6, so there's still plenty of bowling available to Kent, just not quite so much. As Grant Stewart will come out at 7, but that again means a new batter and just a couple of overs, maybe just taking time to get himself in. 43rd over of the innings. It'll be Linda on strike because Stevens did manage to complete the single somehow. Lucky it was a fairly comfortable one. 267 for 4. Douthwaite to bowl to Linda on 11 not out, who punches that towards mid-on. Could be in trouble if that had hit Stewart, but it didn't. A quick single called by Linda. Stewart didn't look entirely comfortable with the speed of that single either.
No, he's limping there as well as he's taking the mark.
There can't be 2 pulled muscles and 2 balls, is it?
Gingerly walking down the wicket, doing a bit of gardening. This isn't the position Kent thought they would find themselves in 10 overs ago. 2 fresh batsmen in there. Accelerator. Stewart
faces up then to Dan Douthwaite and drives the first ball to mid-off, no run.
Just the 7 overs to go at the end of this. Douthwaite's over. I mean, really, with just 4 down, I appreciate there's an injured player in there, so technically 5 down. Be looking to get up to something to 320 would be a good score at the moment. Are they going to get anywhere near 300?
Next delivery from Douthwaite is driven to mid-off. This time they'll try the quick single. Throw misses as Stewart makes his ground at the non-striker's end. Looks to be moving okay, I think. Maybe not 100%. Surely they can't have had 2 muscle tweaks in the space of 2 balls. Obviously not anywhere as serious as the Stevens injury. Douthwaite into bowl to Linda, plays that one to backward point, no run. And that is the end of the 43rd over, which took a fair while to bowl. And Kent 269 for 4 with 7 overs left, effectively though 5 down.
Yeah, eventful over that. The knock-on of Darren Stevens obviously is a threat as much with the bat as he is with the ball. Have you seen over many years? They've lost that now.
McIlroy's got 3 left then, which overs 44, 46, 48, so he can't finish the innings off from this end. Which side is he going to bowl? Some confusion between bowler, umpire and batter. Grant Stewart, the Australian-born Italian international, is on the strike. Not many of those around. McIlroy comes left arm round, bowls. There's an appeal for LBW and it's given, and Stewart has gone for 269 for 5, and McIlroy has his first wicket of the day. That might be a bit high in real time there.
Look at the replay. Was he wide of the crease? Top of his pad. Was he outside? The camera sees a great angle.
That was.
We're looking at here, but was
perhaps if we can get another replay from the straight camera, that would be nice.
Yes, here we go. This is a better angle. Obviously, very wide of the crease.
Viewers.
I don't think that was going to hit the stumps.
Ooh, highish, yeah. might have gone over the top a minute. I think it was straight enough. Might have just flicked the bail off the top.
Our opinion doesn't matter, does it?
No. So the umpire that counts. Stewart's gone for 1 off 3 deliveries. 269 for 5, and with the retirement,
just limping along, aren't they, Kent, at the moment? There's that period of about 5 overs ago where you had Darren Stevens just getting themselves in, which was fine, and we understand that. But then when you lose 2 batsmen within that period of not really scoring very heavily, you lose momentum of your innings. For the moment.
And Linda's just hit the 1 boundary so far off his 17 deliveries. I mean, Kent will have
a score, of course,
300-ish score, but it may be not quite as impressive as it might have been.
But for my money, Glamorgan have got a stronger batting attack, so they need to score a lot of runs.
Kadri is the new batsman, and he plays his first ball to point, and there's no run. Hamidullah Kadri, who made a name for himself here as a 16-year-old, taking 5 wickets for Derbyshire in a very odd day-night match with a pink ball that he'd enjoyed and not any other people did. It was miserable, frankly. McIlroy is in to bowl. Kadri pushes on the offside and will take a single to get off the mark. 270 for 5. It was bizarre seam conditions in that the ball seemed to go round corners for around about 40 minutes around dusk, and then didn't do anything for the rest of the game. It was a really odd game, and Glamorgan got beaten. It was Derbyshire's first win for a couple of years, and Glamorgan's chase was particularly poor in the 4th innings. 270 for 5. That was then. This is now. Linda is on strike on 17, and McIlroy bowls, drives, does Linda, well fielded by McIlroy in his follow through as he wrings his hand. So Glamorgan doing well to contain Linda. Not the longest of runs from McIlroy. Medium fast-ish as Linda plays on the offside. Single taken. Carlson at cover does the fielding, and McIlroy gets the chance to bowl at the new batsman Kadri again. Batting to come, Gilchrist, Quinn and Saini, the new signing from India. Kadri, young Afghan, now England qualified. Chips this one on the leg side and will get a single down towards square leg, fielded by Cook running round from mid-wicket. 272 for 5. Just 3 runs off that over from Jamie McIlroy, who's now 1 for 45 off 8.
Yeah, need a little bit more here, Kent. Just 6 overs remaining. 172 on the board. Technically 6 down, with Darren Stevens being removed from the game with what looks like a calf or a hamstring tear.
Returning to bowl at the river end, James Wheal.
As you already heard there, James Wheels to turn at the River Taff end.
So 1 for 45 off 7 for him. He can bowl the 3 overs from that end if required. Dowswaite frantically signalling to Kieran Carlson. We're meant to be in the circle or out. He's out is the answer, and Dowswaite trots down to fine leg. Kadri on 2 on strike. Wheel is into bowl, a slower delivery that's edged down to Dowswaite at third man, and he takes the single there. 273 for 5. So they had 249 on the board with 10 overs left. Looked to be the platform to attack, but it hasn't quite happened that way for Kent, who's had plenty of time attacking. Big stand for the 3rd wicket between Everson and Blake of 135. And 88 for the 2nd wicket between Everson and Robinson. In comes Wheel from the River Taff end. Bowls, clipped off his legs by Linda. Will pick up a couple of runs here as he's bisected the fielders. David Lloyd running around from square leg. Eventually collects 275 for 5. It's a bit of a different game from when Blake and Everson were swinging boundaries for fun, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we mentioned this. We had 2 batsmen, one on 55 and one on 100.
Wheel in bowls to Linda. Slower delivery turned up towards long on. There might be a second here. No, there isn't.
And I think we mentioned that we'd nice to have another 10 overs of these two at the crease. It wasn't to be. And I think Kent are going to find themselves a lot short than where they previously thought they were going to be at that stage.
Well, Linda doesn't look too willing to play the big shots at the moment, although he's rehearsing a few at the non-striker's end as Wheel bowls to Kadri, who drives off a thick edge and will pick up a couple again towards third man as Douthwaite has got some way to go. It's comfortably back for the second run. 278 for 5. Glamorgan without wicketkeeper batter Chris Cook because of a calf injury. And Tim van der Hoogten, who is the county's second call-up for the 100 franchise tournament. Next ball squares Kadri up. Again, it shoots down towards third man. Again, they'll come back for a second. They might be in trouble. No, he's dived and got in. Douthwaite with a reasonable throw. Cullen whipped off the bails, but Kadri just about managed to scamper back for his second run.
Wonderful running, wasn't it?
Didn't look as though he knew a lot about the delivery initially, but managed to get 2 runs out of it. So productive over for Kent. 8 so far. Wheel bowls up in the block hole. Kadri plays it to mid-wicket. Takes a single. So 9 off the over. 281 for 5 Kent with 5 overs remaining here on BBC Sport Online. I suppose 320 might still be at the cards if Linda starts to open his shoulders, but no sign of that so far.
No, there isn't sign. They've run reasonably well since they're picking up singles and dashing back for those 2s as well. That's been nice, but really threatened the boundary rope so far.
Well, it's another way to do it, isn't it? Pick up 9 and over without hitting 4s. They'll have to run hard. McIlroy. It's a bowl. Left arm around to Kadri. Goes the big hit. He's skied it down towards third man and will get away with it. And just the single as it reaches the outfielder on the bounce. And Kadri looking to go over the top and just got a big thick edge on it.
Yeah, mid-on, mid-off, up inside the circle. Just a bit of a lure on his trap, trying to go on. If you want to hit it over, give it a go. Almost bought Glamorgan a wicket with that field.
282 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Mike Powell and myself, Nick Webb with Alex Hode. That's up in the block hole. Good ball from McIlroy, but it's well played by Linda towards long on. Just the single on this occasion. So a bit of changing round to do, but the time allowed for the bowlers in this competition is absolutely ludicrous. As in comes McIlroy. Bowl, someone kept a little bit low. It's a push and run from Kadri for the single, and the throw misses. Might have been in trouble if that one had hit at the non-striker's end. It was just a little bit too easy from the Glamorgan point of view, the dab and run.
Still just a single. We've got happy with that at the moment. No boundaries. Quiet on that front, so not happy they're scampering through for those tight singles, but it'll take that over anything else.
McIlroy over the wicket to the left-handed Linda. Full toss almost, dug out. Eventually it was up in the block hole. Linda takes a single up towards long on where Salter fields. Lobs the ball gently towards McIlroy. A lot of changing around in the field to be done by Glamorgan. Different fields as well as the right-left combination. Glamorgan have to have 4 inside the 30-metre circle for the last 10 overs. Mid-wicket and cover in pretty tight. Low full toss from McIlroy. Driven to deep cover by Kadri. Single. 286 for 5. Effectively 6 with Stevens, we assume, out of the match. Don't see any way in which he'd be able to take the field, given that he had to be assisted off with that pulled leg muscle. Some variety. Linda drives into the covers. Carlson will have a shy at the stumps. Misses. 287 for 5. Morgan, as well as putting down a catch off Everson when he was on 24 and Blake on 9. They're both difficult chances, but they haven't hit the stumps when they would have hoped to either today.
Yeah, I think they fielded reasonably well today, Morgan. I think that was, apart from the catching, take that to one side. Beyond that, I think they've fielded quite smartly.
Yeah, they've chased hard. Dan Douthwaite is back to replace Wheel.
Just 8 overs from 37.
So he could bowl both overs from that end if needed.
Yep.
Wheel's got 1 or 2 available, 2 further available, but it's gone for 54, so maybe Douthwaite is the slightly less expensive option at the moment. As Douthwaite is in to bowl to Linda. Slightly slower ball, dug out on the offside, single taken.
Just need a bit here, Kent. All the momentum at the moment seems to be with Glamorgan. If we're going to go the halfway stage and talk about taking momentum into your second half of the game, and at the moment I think Glamorgan have it. I think a flurry of boundaries might just give them a bit of a lift halfway through the game if you're in the Kent camp.
As Douthwaite consults over his field, how big a factor is that? I mean, say Kent have 310 on the boards, if they've finished relatively weakly, does that actually matter? After this ball, as Douthwaite bowls, Kadri steps back and misses.
It certainly gives you a different feel in the changing room. There's definitely a buzz in your change room once you've come in from a flurry of boundaries and finishing really well, or finishing well with the ball. And that feeling obviously goes with the field team or the batters who are going out there to bat. It definitely has an impact in the change room.
Douthwaite in bowls another back of a length ball that Kadri again swings and misses.
So for argument's sake, for the next 3.5 overs, this is how Kent finish their innings.
Yep.
That change room will be quite flat, and they'll be falsely trying to pump themselves up to get out when they're bowling. Where if they finish with a flurry, it's a natural good feel in the change room.
As Douthwaite in bowls, Kadri hits it up towards long on, should be caught. He is caught. Colin Ingram underneath it, taking the catch. 288 for 6. Kadri goes for 11. Didn't quite have the big shots that he was hoping to.
No, dots. Chip went up to mid-on. Not ideal. Only 3.5 overs to go. We've got to rotate the strike. You've got to get off strike. If it's not a boundary, it's most definitely a single. That's the kind of attitude you can take in the back end of an innings. And then when you, for argument's sake, you find the fielders, you're definitely looking for a 2. There's an attitude about yourself when you're out there.
Do you want to give way to Alex for the last 3 overs, or do you want to go through?
More than happy.
Alex Hode will come in alongside me. Mike Powell, preferably having taken the headphones off, will pass them over. And got a nice long break in the interval in these competitions, so Mike can work on topping up his tan, as Alex will be back alongside me. It's a bit of an anti-climax, really. I mean, Kent will still have a very good total on the board, but not as good as it might have been.
Yeah, we've seen Darren Stevens limp off and Kent limping towards 300. It's not been a good last hour or so if you're a Spitfires fan. I have to say, it's it was all looking very well. I've just had to tell the listeners it was all looking quite good at 228 for 2. It was all going rather nicely with 13 and change overs left. But at the moment, yes, it is a concern, and particularly Mike mentioned it. Darren Stevens, that looks to me like a tear, a muscle tear, a calf tear, perhaps. I think more likely.
Dowthwaite bowls and Gilchrist takes a single out towards cover.
I don't want to be overly dramatic, but it is quite late in the season that it could be quite a serious injury, and he is of advancing professional cricketing years, and so I desperately hope that is not the last that we see of him on a cricket field, or a professional cricket field at any rate. How fitting was he had to walk past his flag as well. That was just a strange, quirky one of these moments you get in sports sometimes.
Dowthwaite to bowl the left-handed Linder. It's his responsibility, really, batting at 6 to take things on. Some 20 not out off 25 deliveries. Dowthwaite in, bowls wide of off stump, sliced away down towards third man for a single. Root with the fielding. Single to Linder to finish the over. And after 47 overs with 3 to go, Kent are 290 for 6, effectively 7.
Yeah, effectively 7. I don't think we're going to be seeing him back even with a runner, and I don't think we're going to be seeing him bowl either. So the dynamic of the game has changed, very much so. I mean, now, what have we got? 3 overs to go. Do you let George Linder tee off? He's very capable of doing it. I mean, I'm not really sure what the risk is. Matt Quinn is your next man in. He's shown already he's capable of finding the ropes if needed, and with limited warm-up time as well. Not sure quite how much we'll see from Navdeep Saini if it gets that far, but 289 for 6. Yeah, do you stick or twist? Do you try and push it and end up 295 all out? Here we go. It's Ingram coming in. It's not Ingram. Forgive me. It's
Wheel.
It is Wheel coming in again. They're thinking about a second. I'm not going to go for a second, which I think is probably quite wise as well. It's going to be Gilchrist on strike there. Yeah, Linder moves on to 22, just clipped away.
So although Wheel's been expensive, they're looking to use him at the death still, rather than... well, McIlroy's got 1 left and Dowthwaite's got 1 left, and Wheel's got another one available, so he could bowl both overs from this end.
I think that's probably quite wise. Linder knows a bit or two about spinners getting hit and knows how to do it. And so maybe this is the right ploy from Glamorgan.
Yeah, they'll stick with seam. It's just a question of who they use for the last over from that end. I think the far end, River Taff end.
Yeah, in comes Will once again from this Cathedral Road end. That's an almighty hit. I think it's going straight to the fielder. It is indeed. It's another wicket straight down Joe Cook's throat. And Kent are 7 down, 8 down officially, I suppose it is. And that's one that I'm pretty sure that Nathan Gilchrist, he's not played that shot too many times before. And it kind of showed. He didn't get nearly enough on it, and straight down the fielder's throat it long on. And the momentum is swung firmly back from being all Kent. The pendulum has swung in the favour of Glamorgan in this last 15 overs or so. The run rate has dried up. The wickets have tumbled. And 300 looks... I think Kent will probably just take that at the moment.
At one point it was 228 for 2 when Blake was out in the 37th over. So they, with the unfortunate loss of Stevens, they haven't had the middle order power to push on from what batsmen numbers 1, 3 and 4 had given them. Everson 109 off 121 deliveries, and then Some really fierce striking from both Ollie Robinson again with 50 off 47. Alex Blake with 66 off 56. As Matt Quinn arrives.
I think both of those, Alex Blake in particular, Mike mentioned it earlier on, he was set so fair, and he's capable of just going through the gears so easily, and he was seeing it really well, and that feels like a missed opportunity. Looking at 66, it's hard to say that, but it does feel like it at the moment, and I'm sure he'd want his time again. That was an attempt at a slog from Gilchrist, but it's not his game. He was out for an outrageous run of ducks in the championship, and he's got one on the board today, but it's a big ask to be relying on these guys to put their foot down. It's just a slight, very unfortunate that Steve-O's not there. Darren Stevens isn't there. And Wheel comes in again, just pushed back past him by Matt Quinn to get off the mark. Slight misfield. I don't think there was a chance of a run out there anyway, but Matt Quinn picks up a single from his first ball, puts Linda back on strike, and I think that's what it's got to be. Try and get Linda on strike. He's your danger man at the moment.
What's for lunch, Mike? That'll do very nicely. Sausage mash and peas. Mike's demolished his.
Wheel begins his run up. He's going to go past the umpire now to deliver to Linda. Linda has a swipe at that one and sent it down towards a long off, where it's fielded by Joe Cook on the ground this time, and return to the middle. Another single, just ticking along. A runner ball would do it for Kent in terms of getting to that psychological barrier. 7 short at the moment, and there's still 14 balls to go.
Carlson's able to take plenty of time to direct his field, because the cut-off time, bizarrely, is 2:36. Ludicrous.
It is indeed. In comes Wheel. It's dollied up in the air. It's going to fall safely. Matt Quinn gets away with one. It's an inside out scamper through. It doesn't matter, I suppose, for Kent at the moment how the singles come, but that's not one that's out of any textbook that I've seen.
Well, it just looked to be hanging in the air for a moment, 2 on the offside between Carlson and North East, but neither could get it in time. Time
stood still, absolutely, and I imagine Matt Quinn's heart rate's probably raced up a little bit as well. Come down and have a little chat in the middle. Linda probably saying, don't let that happen ever again. So Linda is back on strike. 23 from 28 for him. He's a senior member in this partnership now, and he's trying to pull it away. Got enough on it to send it through for a single and retake the strike. It's a wicket and 5 singles. Will keep the strike as well, actually, which is a useful single for him. A healthy round of applause for Wheel, who picked up the wicket of Gilchrist. And that's 295 for 7. 2 overs still to come. Linda will be on strike, which is something positive from a Kent fan's perspective. Mentioned earlier on very briefly that Everson didn't bowl on Tuesday, and we wondered about he's obviously been in the middle for a very, very long time today. With no Darren Stevens, is that someone you have to rely on him to do it? It'd be interesting, a discussion that I'd imagine Simon Cook and Alex Blake are having at the moment. Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting because Everson was sort of played in the championship against Glamorgan as a middle order, half batter, half bowler. So it's interesting to hear that he didn't bowl. Yeah, maybe he was saving it all for today. You never know. He certainly performed really well with the bat today, Joey Everson. Familiarity with Glamorgan, facing them for the 4th time in 3 different counties. Douthwaite bowls, Linda drives all along the ground up to long off, but will be only able to take the single. So Douthwaite will be the first man to complete his 10 overs. We can safely give you some of the bowling figures, I think. The knowledge that they won't be bowling the last over, which will be a choice between Wheel and McIlroy. So Joe Cook, 6 overs, 0 for 45. Not able to repeat his impact of last season, when he claimed 20 wickets in this competition. 296 for 7. Douthwaite, and fiddling with his field, will bowl to Matt Quinn. On 2 not out, Douthwaite bowls and Quinn plays a single on the offside. Andrew Salter, 6 overs, 0 for 32. Colin Ingram, 6 overs, 2 for 42, but important wickets of Everson and Robinson. David Lloyd, 3 overs, 1 for 20, was the 7th bowler used. Dan Douthwaite, 10 overs it will be, has 1 wicket at the moment for 42. 4 balls left of the Douthwaite spell as he bowls to Linder, bowls a wide full toss that Linder hits straight to cover, and there's no run.
I think he'd like that back. If he knew that was coming, he'd have tucked into that one. Linder, he's capable of finding these ropes, even the long boundaries.
I wonder if Douthwaite is occasionally bowling the deliberate low full toss. It is a tactic in one-day cricket. It's maybe looking to give it deliberately a bit of width. So he's got the 6 on the offside, on the pavilion side of the ground.
There's a lot of finger pointing going on at the moment. Is there a bit of a reshuffle?
Well, just making sure the field is exactly right. They've got plenty of time. You don't need to take the whole time. Douthwaite in to bowl, swing by Linder, up to long on, all along the ground. It's a bit anticlimactic, all this, isn't it, after the fun and frolics of the Kent top order?
Yes, well, the sights were very much set on, I'd thought, another 350, another visit to 350 plus. But the cricketing gods have other ideas today. It makes it a more intriguing contest, if anything. And as for taking their time, don't they know some of us have got to drive several hundred miles after the close of play today?
As Douthwaite will bowl to Quinn, who hits this one up in the air. Who's underneath it? Who wants it? David Lloyd does, and takes the catch. Falls over just to make sure he gets underneath it. Matt Quinn has gone for 3, and Dan Douthwaite has a 2nd wicket.
Yeah, well, Matt Quinn's cleared the ropes already in the last month or so, and that was Edgbaston. Wanted to do the same there, very ambitious, but sent it skyward. It hung up there for a very, very long time. Good concentration from Lloyd to follow it all the way, and as you say, used his balance to go down with it, just to make absolutely sure.
Well, it was up there so long that probably at least 3 fielders could have got underneath it.
I'm sure Matt Quinn was hoping they would all rush for it and collide, but no, as it is, 298 for 7, still 8 balls to go.
Tom Cullen, the keeper could probably have got there at a push,
yeah,
but Lloyd was closest, called for it. And in comes last man, Navdeep Saini.
Yeah, I'm not sure anyone would have necessarily expected or wanted, no offence to him, to see him out there. Certainly not an hour ago.
Played for India in all formats. Listed as fast rather than fast medium, as most pace bowlers are listed as fast medium in the books, but he's right arm fast. Last played for India in July of last year. He's played plenty of IPL as well, with several different franchises. Douthwaite again in long conversation as he looks to potentially finish this Kent innings off. 298 for 8, with Stevens, we presume, unable to return. It would be rather foolish if he were.
Well, I mean, if he does, then Steve-O is God. He's absolutely right on that flag.
Douthwaite in, bowls to Saini, a Yorker that he chops down on. And that is a fine over from Dan Douthwaite. He finishes with 10 overs, 2 for 43.
Yeah, I think he's possibly been the pick. He had a couple of chances. He was off Blake. Blake was put down by Salter off of Douthwaite as well. He's come back. He's posed questions. He's answered questions from batsmen as well. He's looked threatening, and it hasn't been particularly expensive either. So a good morning's work or early afternoon's work as well from him.
The final over at the Cathedral Road end, Jamie McIlroy.
So it's McIlroy who bowls the last over. Plenty of chopping and changing in the Glamorgan attack. Wheel finishes then with figures of 9 overs, 2 for 59. McIlroy at the moment 1 for 51.
Senny saw out the over to give the strike to Linder, who's facing McIlroy now. Big blow. Is that going to carry? It is not going to carry to the fielder. It was a big blow from Linda. He chose against taking a single. And they shook hands halfway and returned to their individual ends there. I think if it's not a boundary, he doesn't want to know, Linda.
Well, Cook couldn't quite field it cleanly. It was well wide of him. I thought they'd have gone for 2 there.
Well, that would have been interesting. Does it at 298, 5 balls remaining?
We'll see.
Yeah, we will. In comes McIlroy once again. That's straight back of McIlroy. He probably won't rub it, but that will sting. I'm pretty sure. Driven back at him. I think it caught him on the side of the calf. Hopefully not an ankle bone. He would have been down. Absolutely thundered back at him. Oh no, he's got.
Technically, that's a return chance,
Yeah,
but he was trying to get out the way, I think, rather than anything.
It was higher than I thought it was. The pace deceived me, but even so, there might be a bruise there tomorrow morning on Mr. McIlroy somewhere. But you wouldn't know it. He's a hard man. And he comes again. That one's heading down the leg side. Tried to clip it away. Linda can't time it. It's good stuff. Strangling the Kent batsman.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dots, 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 indeed. Yes.
Join them dots.
I think Kent would be quite happy with 300 at this point, just for the psychological. Or even one more just to make the target 300, to be honest. Quite where it's going to come from. It's going to have to be using the pace off the ball from McIlroy. And he comes and delivers. That's another one going straight. That's a straight drive down the ground. He's not going to make the ropes. Are they going to come back for 2? They thought about it. They've got that single. Some good fielding down there, running around. Let's see who that was.
Is it Joe Cook here? Was it Joe Cook or Wheel picked it up and seen them? Cook.
It was Cook that dashed round.
Tall man, 6'3".
Yeah, he did well to get down because that was all along the ground from Linda. It gives Navdeep Sini the opportunity to make himself a hero and get Kent to tick over the 300. 2 balls to do it. And going to be coming in from McIlroy. Goes past the umpire now and delivers. He's picked that up in the IPL. That was an absolutely lovely little ramp shot away on the leg side. It's gone all the way to the boundary. 300 does come up indeed. He might be a bowler, but he's watched a lot of IPL. he's brought it out absolutely beautifully down towards the deep square leg boundary. It's wolf whistles of appreciation. I think surprise as much as anything from that, but that was glorious.
Perhaps someone's tried that off him once or twice.
I would imagine so. It's his opportunity to get a little bit of revenge. A little slight psychological blow anyway. 303 for 8, 1 ball to come.
So it's a Rajasthan ramp or a Bangalore bash or a Delhi dab.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see. Anyway, a slightly positive finish. Can McIlroy reply with the last ball? It just slashed away. There'll be a single there for Seni, who finishes unbeaten on 5. Kent closed their innings 304 for 8. It could have been more, but Glamorgan did a great job of strangling their momentum, taking away from 228 for 2 with just 13 or so overs to go. It's finished on 304 for 8. It'll be a very interesting reply.
Yep, the only bowling figures we haven't given you in the last few minutes. Jamie McIlroy then finished with 1 for 57, and Kent's innings built around 3 contributions at the top. Joey Everson, a maiden limited overs century. He had 109 off 121 balls. Ollie Robinson with a rapid 50. Alex Blake with an equally, if not more, rapid 66. But things falling away after that. 2 wickets apiece for Wheel, for Ingram and for Douthwaite. Glamorgan will need 305 to win at just more than a run a ball. And that will be around about 10 past 3 when we'll be back. 3/4 of an hour interval. So thank you very much indeed for listening. BBC Sport and Glamorgan Online commentary will resume after the break, with Glamorgan needing 305 for victory.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures in just a moment. Just to let you know that play will be resuming at 2:54.
Slight correction, it's a half-hour interval. And we'll be back just before 5 to 3 here on BBC Sport Online.
Don't take any food or drink with you as you venture onto the outfield. So, the Kent Spitfires 304 for 8 in a total of 13 extras, comprising 6 leg byes, 5 wides, and 2 locals. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. James Wheel, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 59. Jim McElroy, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. Joe Cook, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 45. Andrew Salter, 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 32. Colin Ingram, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 42. Dan Douthwaite, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 43. And David Lloyd, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. There's a batch of games taking place elsewhere. Here are the latest scores, starting at Taunton, where Somerset were dismissed by the Knox Outlaws for 119. And in the 9th over, chasing a target of 120, the Knox Outlaws are 66 for no wicket. At South Northumberland Cricket Club, Durham are playing Surrey. Durham were dismissed for 181 in the 8th over, in reply Surrey are 49 without loss. There are 2 overs to go at Radlett, where Middlesex are meeting the Leicestershire Foxes. Leicestershire Foxes are currently batting in the 49th over, their 3rd including substitute fielder Tawanda Mayea. Good afternoon from Handar as well to the opening batters from Glamorgan, David Lloyd and Sam Northeast.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Sapphire Gardens here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Kent County websites with the video streams. Welcome along wherever you're watching or listening. And the match situation in this one-day cup game is that Glamorgan need 305 to win at 6.1 runs per over. And we'll see the first of Mr. Saini in Kent One-Day Cup colours. I'm Nick Webb. We've got the company of the former Kent and Glamorgan and Kent batsman. Spent longer with Glamorgan, of course. Mike Powell. He'll be back with us shortly, representing BBC Radio Kent. Today is Alex Ode. Would you like to commentate on your new signings first over, Alex?
Well, that's very nice of you to offer. Thank you, Nick. Yes. Navdeep Saini is going to be bowling from the River Taff end. He's the one change to the Kent side today, as Matt Henry is off sunning himself in the Caribbean on professional duties with New Zealand, of course, I should add. But it's pretty sunny here anyway today at Sapphire Gardens. Glorious day. A glorious start from Kent. There'll be some regrets there. They'll be wondering. At the moment, it's far more in the balance than perhaps they wanted it to be or should have been. But we shall see. At the top of his mark and running in now. In comes Senny. He's facing David Lloyd through to Ollie Robinson for a dot ball to start the proceedings. So still 305 required, and the run rate has gone up to 6.12. An interesting one. The pitch played, we weren't quite sure what to expect, having seen a track that's been used twice in the last, I guess what, it was was it last week? Last
Thursday was the
international T20.
Yeah.
South Africa tucked in on that pitch, and then Glamorgan tucked in on this track on Sunday against the Welsh national counties. Senny, it's a straight one there to Lloyd, who cracks it back, and it's fielded at mid-off. There'll be no run there either.
Yes, it's a strange old fixture, that one, Glamorgan against Wales.
It is, yeah, I must say. Well, I think, did I see Bevan got 80-odd playing against Glamorgan?
Yes.
Yeah, I must say, I loved that weekend, and having the outgrounds. Kent, I wasn't there myself. Kent were up at Woolpit Cricket Club in Bury St Edmunds, taking on Suffolk, and Ollie Robinson and Ben Compton tucked in there. Senny comes in again to face Lloyd. That was heading towards the leg stump, but just guided away on the leg side, and Glamorgan are off the mark. Scamper through for a single to bring Sam Northeast, the former Kent skipper, onto strike.
Yeah, the Wales side, for Kent listeners who are wondering what the difference is Wales side was a couple of sort of experienced club professionals, plus some various Glamorgan second team and Glamorgan academy players. So they all knew each other pretty well, I think.
I like that. Played in good spirit, and there's 500 odd runs or so on the track that day. They'll be expecting at least that many today. In comes Senny to face Northeast. He's had a slash at that, and he's gone. He's gone for a first ball duck, caught by Ben Compton of Senny. That's the breakthrough. Sam Northeast against his former club is back in the hutch after a first ball duck. That's exactly what happened to Ben Compton and Kent's innings earlier on, facing his first delivery, and it's Compton that's taken the catch. Senny gets the breakthrough, and it's 1 for 1 after 4 balls.
Well, that wasn't the start, obviously, that Glamorgan wanted for Northeast. Just going for a drive, thought there was a bit of width, didn't quite get there. And Saini picking up a wicket in his first over, which will endear himself to Kent listeners.
Well, indeed, as well, and the scalp that he's got will do even more so. Yes, Kent all of a sudden had a breakthrough on Tuesday with Matt Henry, who had a fiery opening spell at New Road, and Senny started off in great form too, and a big slash from Northeast. Not one that he would want to see again, I'm sure, but taken at kind of collarbone height by Ben Compton, and back trudges Sam Northeast. That is a long old walk as well up those stairs.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's when the wicket is towards the grandstand side of the ground, in severe danger of getting timed out sometimes.
Yeah.
But no, you just have to be over the boundary ropes, don't you? But it does mislead people, because you have to go down a set of stairs inside the building and then come down the pavilion stairs.
That's probably the last thing you want to do, or you just want to get off as quickly as you possibly can after a moment like that.
Take the lift up, I would.
Well, quite, yes. I believe Darren Stevens did just that earlier on. He's departed. He's not going to be. He's not on the field. He's not going to be bowling. Tuanda Mayeye is the sub fielder for him, who himself is not in the rudest of health. I don't think he wasn't fit enough to play in this match, from what I understand, and missed out on Tuesday at Worcester as well. But here we go, 1 for 1. 2 balls still to come in this opening over, and Seni begins his run up once again. And that's just nudged away safely by Colin Ingram. He's been in very good nick recently, isn't he? And likes a big score against Kent as well down the years.
Yes, he was fairly quiet on Tuesday. 30 not out century in the warm-up against Wales, and a century in the most recent championship game at Leicester, which went almost unnoticed in the wake of Northeastern Cook's rapid stand. But Northeastern Ingram had a 300 plus stand that went under the radar almost.
Exactly. In comes Seni once again to face Ingram, and he's popped it back up. It's gone over the head. I don't know, was it a bump ball perhaps?
Bump ball, I believe.
Yeah, Seni went up like a salmon to try and pluck it, but it went even over him, and that's the end of the over. And there is 1 run from it, and there is, more importantly from a Kent Spitfires perspective, a wicket from it, as Sam Northeast departs for no score. Another 304 runs required, and it's a perfect start for Kent.
So David Lloyd and Colin Ingram can't afford to take too many chances in these power play overs, even though 2 outfielders only allowed. Ingram has spoken about having to get through the early stages with the 2 new balls, one being used at each end, and therefore it is, he said, a little bit like a 4-day innings early on. As Grant Stewart will bowl to David Lloyd, who gets an inside edge that he didn't know much about and gets a single down to fine leg. A bit tentative in the drive there, David Lloyd, and a thick inside edge ran away, fortunately for him, for a single.
Ingram, I remember getting a century against Kent. I just looked it up. It was in that Stevens fireworks game.
Oh, yes, Swansea, yeah.
Yeah, 114.
Yep.
Put on 200 for the 3rd wicket with Will Bragg in that game.
Yeah, Bragg got 90 odd, but David Lloyd got his best one-day bowling with a 5-wicket haul, which proved crucial. As Stewart bowls full length, Ingram drives gently to Blake at cover, and there's no run.
I think they take more of the same there. If they put it together a monster second wicket stand. That's the order of the day here.
Yeah, I mean, however long you've got, 300 on the board is formidable. It takes some getting in any form of cricket. Kent's batters made the wicket look good. Can Glamorgan do likewise? Ingram is off the mark with a punch through the covers. Oh, it'll run away for 4. Well, that's the beauty of Colin Ingram's timing and strength. He really didn't look to hit that one very hard at all, and it went racing away to the boundary ropes. The first boundary of the innings, 6 for 1. In terms of Sani's pace, is he being talked up as one of the fastest things around?
Well, what could possibly give you that impression? Yeah, he is, as you mentioned earlier on, he's down as a fast bowler and seems to have a bit.
Ingram drives the next one through the covers for 4 more. As Stewart slightly overpitched, and Ingram laid into that one as well. So let's look at this Kent bowling attack. Quinn and Gilchrist to come with the seam. The spin of Kadri. Would you expect Everson and Linda to be in there as well?
I would imagine, given there's no Darren Stevens, that Everson will be involved. I know he's been out there for 2.5-3 hours already. Stewart just coming in again. That's another fine drive through the covers from Colin Ingram. It's going to run away. It's basically rinse and repeat from the previous couple of shots. That's from a Kent perspective, not what they want. Is Colin Ingram to heat up.
Yes, quite.
But that's come out the middle of that as well. He's seeing it very big already.
Mike Powell has returned to the box with a championship shirt signed by. Is that this year's squad? I take it. The current collection. All for charity. Mike might even find out what charity he's supporting before the end of the afternoon. Stewart is in again to bowl to Ingram, who chops that one down to third man for a single. 15 for 1 at the end of a rather expensive over from Grant Stewart. That's conceded 14 runs. Glamorgan chasing 305, 15 for 1 after 2.
In answer to your question a little earlier, we saw Hamid Kadri bowled 10 overs at Worcester on Tuesday. Ordinarily, I don't think it would have been that many. I think Joe Denley is a more than capable spinner himself, and he's missing out with a back injury. I'm pretty sure he would have loved to have been out there and having a bowl as well as a bat today. So that is going to be a factor. I'd imagine Kadri's going to have a bit of work. George Linder bowled 6 the other day as well. But there are those 5 that we saw from Darren Stevens on Tuesday to be taken up by somewhere, and I just got a feeling Everson might be the one to do it. Anyway, in comes Sunny this time to bowl to Ingram, who just shows the maker's name on the bat and sends it back along the track, respectfully so. Ingram's moved on to 13 from 8. I think there's 3 4s in there, so he won't have broken a sweat yet.
Even without Stevens, there should be 7 bowling options in this side.
So Quinn, I'd imagine, will be seeing first change. He and Grant Stewart both got 8 the other day. Senny, you'd imagine, will probably get his full complement as Matt Henry did. In comes Senny now. And once again, just shoulders, arms and prods it back along the track. No run there either. Gilchrist only bowled 3 overs the other day. He's one that I've always, every time I've seen him, and I've done this now 4, 5, 6 times, he's always seemed, I don't want to put the kibosh on him, but he's always seemed to be pretty good. Takes wickets at decent times, gets good scalps, isn't particularly expensive. He went for 5 and over in his 3 on Tuesday. I was surprised. I did ask if he had an injury, but that's why he hadn't bowled more, and apparently he's not, so maybe you'll see more than 3 today. Senny comes in again. That's an expansive drive. It's stopped on the edge of the cordon. They're going to think about a second. They will come back for a second, jog through there from Ingram to move him on to 15. A very early 15, 17 for 1, midway through the 3rd over. Forgive me, I actually saw who that was flying through the air. Was that Kadri?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, point.
Yeah, absolutely. If he'd been 5'7" rather than 5'4", he might have stopped it the first time, saved the run. But he's got an important part to play the rest of the day, you'd imagine. He got 1 wicket, quite expensive for his 1 wicket the other day. Senny in once again. That's slashed away. It's gone through the gap between the slips and out to the wicket, out to the boundary. There is a man out there on the rope. And so that is just a single. Not
maybe quite under control, that one from Colin Ingram. There was a half shout of catch it. It was a little bit aerial, but comfortably between slips and backward point.
Yeah, and was it Stewart that was out there, I think, trying to take a breather. It's called into work. He took a blinding catch the other day off Matt Quinn, which broke a monstrous partnership from Worcestershire, so good hands as well. Senny comes in. That was I posed a bit of a different question for David Lloyd, but he does manage to defend it back. Quite happy to see that. There's 1 more to come from Senny in this over.
Good afternoon, or good morning in Christopher Phillips's case, who says he's enjoying the live feed in Texas. Christopher's a Swansea-born Glamorgan fan who played for Hampton Wick Royal in West London. So good afternoon to you, sir.
Senny coming in to bowl the final ball of his second over. That was heading towards the leg side. He's just going to come off, I think, a bit of glove on that to send it away on the leg side for a single. Ollie Robinson clearly has energy to burn and has raced 30 yards to go and collect. That was the end of the over. 3 overs gone, 19 for 1. At this point, Kent were only 13 for 1. It was a very stifling start from Glamorgan with that early wicket for Compton going. And then a couple more chances. Wheel and McElroy both looking pretty potent earlier on.
Yeah, Kent soon got back in control of the game with those half centuries from Robinson and Blake and the century from Everson at the other end. So Glamorgan need someone to get big runs here as Lloyd faces up to Stewart and defends the first ball up to mid-off, and there is no run. If you want to contact us via the medium of Twitter, NickWeb 2017, Alex Hode Sport, to give us your thoughts on
let us know where you're listening from. I like that. Particularly any international listeners. Not that we don't like domestic ones too. Texas, any other DIY stores? If you're listening in the Isles.
Stewart is in and bowls him. David Lloyd, just beaten by a straight delivery, sees a stump removed from the ground, and Glamorgan have lost both openers with just 19 on the board, and Kent are very much on top. Maybe kept a fraction low, but Lloyd maybe a touch late on the shot as well.
That's it. That's reward for Grant Stewart, who seemed a little bit downbeat. It's hard to say after a massive win, 7-wicket win on Tuesday, but he seemed a little bit downbeat. He wasn't particularly impressed with his own performance, and I know he voluntarily went and worked on some stuff yesterday afternoon in an afternoon training session after getting down here to Cardiff as well. So that's an early reward for his work, and having been dispatched for a couple by Ingram in the previous over, it's quite a nice retort from his point of view.
So David Lloyd's form continues to be up and down a bit. He has got half century in the championship match recently against Notts and scored a welcome half century in the warm-up game against Wales, but hasn't been as consistent as he would have wanted this season. The championship average in the 20s. A couple of big one-day knocks, but again, would have wanted to have been doing it more regularly. And Kieran Carlson, the captain of this Glamorgan 50-over team, is in just the 4th over with a long way to go. 286 runs still to win.
I've got one of life's great questions for you. We were talking earlier on.
42.
Not on this occasion. I'm just remembering the northeast shy at the stumps when Darren Stevens had the run-out opportunity and the ball pinged into the foot mark and went over the stumps. If he'd run him out then Darren Stevens' calf might be intact, and the game might be completely different. It's just sliding doors moments. Is it the butterfly effect? One thing happens, so something else happens as well. Something to ponder.
Indeed. Yes, if you weren't with us earlier, a throw just hit one of the footholds when Stevens might have been run out and flew over the top. Carlson defends his first ball from Stewart back down the wicket, and there's no run. Glamorgan's batting, well, it's obviously slightly diminished because of the absence of Chris Cook, the wicketkeeper batter, who failed a fitness test on a calf injury. He was named in the squad yesterday, but was a late withdrawal after checking it out this morning. So Tom Cullen in for him as Stewart bowls, and Carlson plays defensively to point. No run. So Cullen will probably bat 7 or 8, I would have thought, with Cook and Douthwaite moving up, depending on the match situation, really. If Glamorgan were to lose 4 quickly, then Cullen might be the man to come in and try and shore it up a little bit.
It's finely poised, isn't it? It's a great game to watch.
Stewart in, bowls. Carlson defends. Well, it's certainly advantage Kent at the moment after these first few overs. Wicket apiece for their opening bowlers.
I'm doing that thing where I look along the batting lineup. I'm thinking he's had a big score against Kent before. He's had a decent score against Kent before. He can hit it a white ball. So it's very much early days.
Well, there certainly is capability in that Glamorgan batting order down to 10, you'd say. But
and time as well. Plenty of it. 46 overs.
Stewart into bowl. Carlson again plays to point. Again, there is no run. So Stewart, having gone for 14 in his first over, bounces back with a wicket maiden.
It's a funny game, isn't it? Cricket? Yeah, exactly. He'll be thrilled to bits. He's got the distinctive towel sticking out at the back of his trousers, which occasionally looks like a cape when he's having a superhero moment like that. And yes, that'll be a much more pleasant walk back to the boundary for him this time than it was about 4 or 5 minutes ago.
So 19 for 2. Chasing 305. Everson's century, the main act of the day so far.
Absolutely. It seems a long time ago. A lot's happened since he got out, actually, that caught and bowled. And the tide of the game has changed completely. Here comes Senni, trying to wrestle control. Oh, and that's just beaten the bat through to Robinson, who actually had a bit of carry on it as well. Robinson took that quite high up. There is a little bit of pace. I don't think that it's the fastest pitch, but he obviously has got a bit of pace about him, because that one took him completely by surprise. But Ingram is there to fight another day. He's there on 16 from 12 balls. Kieran Carlson's only faced 4 so far. In comes Senni from the River Taff end. It's a little bit straighter and dealt with by Ingram, just sent back to him.
Yeah, Glamorgan might be in a position where they say, well, this bloke's obviously pretty dangerous. Maybe we better just try and get a few odd singles off him and see him off, as it were.
Absolutely. Well, that's it. There's, with such an amount of time left in hand, so many overs, and a couple down already, why not? Yeah. Just take the shine off the ball as well. In comes Senni, looking very quick. That's a slash. It's gone over the slip, over Mayeye's head. Indeed. The skin of the teeth. Ingram has moved on to 20. I think they all come by way of boundary. That one was less convincing than 3 of his lovely cover drives anyway. Slashed over there the first slip.
No, that's his 4th boundary.
Okay. And he has. Okay, he's picked up a couple of 2s as well, I think. But yes, scoring quickly, which is a useful skill to have. And as we keep saying, a boundary, an over, either team would have been happier with that. Doesn't matter how they come. Senni worries about it, and he comes again. Oh, and he's just, I think there's a bit of bat and pad onto that as well, and it's just rolled past his leg stump. A collective intake of breath from everyone in the cordon. It's not the most comfortable over for Ingram, I wouldn't have said. He's beaten the bat, nicked one over the slips, and then just had one roll past his stumps as well. Senni's asking some questions early on. This is very similar, I have to say, to Tuesday and Matt Henry, so it's a useful replacement to have. There was a lot to talk about whether or not they'd play Senni and Henry on Tuesday, but Linda, there was the option as the other overseas, and something different with his slow left arm. Here comes Senni with his very quick right arm. Oh, it's clipped away absolutely deliciously for 6. Beautiful, beautiful clip from Ingram, who is seeing it fantastically. That was right out the middle of the back, just a clip and a stroll down. He hasn't looked particularly comfortable for the last 3 deliveries, but that one, he looks immensely comfortable over the deep square leg boundary and a few yards past it as well.
Very strong on those leg side shots, Colin Ingram. Very powerful hitter of the ball, and obviously my theory that they might just look to see off saying he is completely wrong.
Yeah, well, I think it was there for him to hit, wasn't it? It wasn't. I don't think that was the plan from Senni, but we'll find out what his response is, and he comes. And that was straight in. He's beaten the bat again. That's quite a reply. Ingram is playing the shadow shot again of the full defensive. It just beat the edge and through to the keeper. An interesting back and forth between those two so far. Ingram, in terms of the scoreboard, Ingram is probably having the better of it. 26 from 17 balls now for Colin Ingram. Kieran Carlson is playing a watching brief at the moment, only having faced 4 balls.
I can see why Seney claimed 11 wickets in his 2 championship matches to date for Kent.
Absolutely.
Against Lancashire and Warwickshire. As Grant Stewart to bowl his 3rd over from the Cathedral Road end is in to bowl to Carlson down leg side wide. Couple of T20 appearances for the Rajasthan Royals this year, back in April. Couple of first-class games for Delhi, and an appearance in the Leicestershire India game in which a lot of people appeared on both sides. Stewart bowls, Carlson drives into the covers, no run. 30 for 2 then. Target 305. And while Ingram is going at it with his customary dash, well, Carlson likes an aggressive approach anyway, so maybe they won't try and rein it in. Maybe they'll try and counter-attack. Carlson defends on the leg side. Fielded by Everson at mid-wicket. No run. Umpire going for a little wander. As Stewart wanders back towards his mark. The hieroglyphics of the bowler's marks at this, at both ends in white paint. Stewart finds his, runs away from us, bowls to Carlson down leg side. Token appeal for a catch, but it must have clipped something on the way through because no wide is signalled on that occasion.
It's a lovely take though from Robinson, diving away to his left. He's not just a batsman.
No, it's the conundrum of having 3 keepers at a club. Can you keep them all happy? As Stewart bowls, Carlson forces it through mid-wicket, slightly off the ground to start with. It wasn't fully timed, but they might come back for 3 runs. Carlson will fancy it, and Ingram responds. The throw comes halfway down the wicket anyway, so it doesn't threaten either end. 33 for 2 as Kieran Carlson is off the mark with those 3 runs. Glamorgan have got Chris Cook, who obviously is in the latter stages of his career but still has time on his contract. Tom Cullen, who's done pretty well behind the stumps every time he's been called in, and Alex Horton, England under-19s. As next delivery up in the block. Oh, that's a fine delivery from Stewart, and Ingram just chopping it out defensively on the offside.
That was one of the things that he was working on yesterday, so it's, from his perspective it's good to see it working, and that was dug out really nicely.
We're looking right over his arm then, and you could see that one arrowing on the stumps. Had Ingram missed it round the wicket. Comes Stewart to bowl to the left-handed Ingram. One slip, and Ingram again dabs it down and doesn't really know where it was as it rolls back past the stumps. And Stewart, well, he's been hit for boundaries, but he's caused problems as well. It's now 1 for 18 off 3 overs, next to his name on the board.
Absolutely. Much like earlier on, though, if there's chances there, you're not too fussed about the economy at this point. It's if you're offering up the opportunities, the wicket is significantly more valuable than however many runs are. Well, not 36 runs off each over, but certainly a couple of expensive overs you don't mind when you're trying to really gain a foothold. 2 down is a good start from Kent. Sunny is trying to make that 3, at least 3. Now 6 overs in, 33 for 2, and he comes to face Carlson, who just jabs it away on the offside. There's a sent back very quickly and very loudly from Colin Ingram. I flinched at that shout, and I'm well away from him.
Yeah, I think Carlson obviously has 12 years younger or whatever than Ingram, and is rather quicker off the mark.
Well, that's it, knowing your own game and your own limitations as well. It's one of the joys of watching players mature like fine wine. Carlson's there, 3 from his 9 balls. This is the 10th ball he's faced, and has he nicked it?
Dropped.
Has it gone down? He has. He nicked it through to first slip, and it has gone down. That was the opportunity. That's to under Mayeye, the sub fielder, who's put it down. That would have been Darren Stevens likely there as well. He put one down, Darren Stevens, on Tuesday. That is, yes, that is an opportunity missed. To put it, oh dear, yes, just watching the replay. That is an uncomfortable one to watch back.
It's coming fast, but it's coming about knee high, and professional levels should be taken.
Yeah, going forward, you would think as well. He could see it all the way, good sight of it. So it's another life for Carlson. On 3, in comes Senni, and it was heading towards middle stump, and it was clubbed away, particularly orthodox style from Carlson. There's no run there either.
Well, I presume his teammate's still getting used to the ball, the speed with which the ball comes off an edge from Senni, because I remember watching Dale Steyn make his Glamorgan debut in T20, and the first ball came off the edge and thumped off the chest of the slip. It was a bit too slow off it because it comes so quickly off the bat.
Absolutely, won't make that mistake again. It's similar, Matt Henry took a ball with the first delivery of the match on Tuesday, and Compton took it nicely. But he'd have been in trouble if he'd missed it. And slashed away off Senni. There was a token gesture of a tumble down there. Linda's going to go around to field it. They'll come back for a second run. Moving on to 30. Is that on to 30? Oh no, 35 for 2. And updated the scoreboard.
Yes, that Everson dive was.
Yeah. So seeing him go
a
down
little bit late, wasn't it?
Yeah, in instalments like that.
If I dive, I won't have to chase it.
Exactly. If he's that tired after his knock, then maybe he won't be getting the all-rounder overs at his medium pace.
He's done the job.
Yes, indeed. I'm just looking at his warming up. I think Gilchrist might be coming on soon. That's Senni delivered. It was in the air for a moment from Carlson. Just clipped away to the leg side and fielded as a single there. Carlson moves on to 6. And he will not keep strike. No, of course, Ingram's on strike. 1 ball to come of the over, 36 for 2. Ingram's on 26 from 19. Just keeping it ticking over. The thing is, with a 50 over game, it's a very long time, as we've mentioned a couple of times. You don't really need to look at the scoreboard too often. It's about time and partnerships, and not about necessarily the run rate at this moment. So he's steaming in again, just guided away by Ingram to the offside. No run, end of the over. 36 for 2 from 7.
Strange, isn't it? The fashions come and go. We have seen periods where pinch hitters have been in vogue in one-day cricket, and as Alex departs to be replaced by Mike Powell, former Glamorgan and Kent batsman. 36 for 2, Glamorgan after 7 overs, chasing 269 more runs to win in 43. And Grant Stewart to bowl to Carlson, still with the 2 slips, and Carlson defends on the offside, no run. Mike, we seem to have sort of got rid of the idea of pinch hitters in one-day cricket these days. It was fashionable for a while.
Yeah, slightly different flow to it now, isn't it? I think everyone's quite aggressive when they need to be, rather than designated aggressive batsmen.
As that's off the legs by Carlson, down towards fine leg. They'll go through for a single. There's a bit of bat and a bit of pad in that. Single taken. I
think that's one of the things that has just changed over the last sort of 8 to 10 years, or 6 to 10 years, where the younger players coming through, they adapt so quickly to being aggressive players, and then they can strike the ball straight away, where it doesn't feel like they need that bedding in period. It's very impressive.
Stewart goes round the wicket to bowl to Colin Ingram, and 26 not out, and takes a single to mid-wicket. 38 for 2. Do you think that aggression is because a new generation since T20 has come through into the game and said, right, T20 is potentially where the money is?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the light shone quite brightly on one-day cricket and the rewards that come from one-day cricket. When you mention the IPL, it's not the quality of cricket. The first question is, how much is that player making?
As Stewart bowls to Carlson, who defends back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
And the cricket is unbelievable in the IPL, but it's not the conversation. The conversation is, what's that player gone for? How much did he get in the auction? That seems to be just the conversation. Obviously, the knock-on effect of that is, I would like a slice of that. And there's other T20 competitions around the world as well, which pay very well. So you can understand why it's channeled towards it.
Carlson plays one down to third man for a single, 39 for 2. And how much would it take for Mike Powell to walk out in a neon pink shirt with glittery silver pads?
You'd be amazed by how little that figure is.
39 for 2.
It's just standard me, normal dress, watching TV at night. That is Webby, if I'm honest.
39 for 2. Ingram 27. He's a key man as it's a full length ball, half volley almost, and Ingram doesn't quite time it. Plays it back to the bowler, who tosses the ball back to the umpire. New ball at each end these days in white ball one-day cricket. 39 for 2 off 8, chasing 305.
Yeah, drop from Carlson earlier on. There's no easy such thing as an easy slip catch in my book, but it wasn't hard slip catch by any means. So disappointed not to pick that up. Maybe lost it. You see, it's a bit of white on his angle. I'm looking at his angle, so right behind here first slip, and I can see the angle through to the black of the side screen, but there's a lot of white around that to the left of it. Maybe lost it in that. You never know.
You're being kind.
Yeah, only you can tell us.
Saini's in to bowl to Carlson and hurries him into a defensive push up to mid-off. There's no run. Muyeye will presumably field for all the Glamorgan innings after the calf injury suffered by Darren Stevens. We don't know yet whether it's a pull or a tear. Hopefully not too serious, but it looked as though it could signal a number of weeks' absence for Darren Stevens, who would have thought. Morgan hoping that Chris Cook's absence will only be for this game, the calf injury. Saini's in to bowl to Carlson, who drives, calls for the single, and there's a tumbling stop on the edge of the circle, but the single is comfortable enough as Gilchrist did the fielding. 40 for 2 Glamorgan, chasing 305.
It'll settle Carlson as well. I mean, he's had a great campaign in the 4-day form, and we highlighted too much in the 2020. We got a score the previous game, 50, not out.
Yep.
He's got a score then. A drop catch here might be just kick him on in this competition.
Saini in bowls, and Ingram plays it down into the gully. And there's no run. Yes, I mean, coming into the competition, you'd have thought that he would be the player most under pressure for a batting place in that lineup if someone really impresses for the seconds. But it's fairly awkward leaving out the captain at any stage. But hopefully for Carlson it won't get to that.
Yeah, hopefully it won't get to that. But there's a number of people within that team who could captain.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's one batter at the other end, and there's a northeast, and there's plenty of other.
Yes.
In and around, so that isn't an issue for me. But
no,
you don't want players dropped. You know, you want them doing well and staying in teams.
Northeast did the job for a couple of games at the end of the T20 when Lloyd had a minor strain and Carlson was out of the team. 40 for 2, Saini to Ingram, who smashes that one through the offside for 4.
Short and wide isn't an option against Colin Ingram. He'll hammer you all day through that area.
That was hit very powerfully indeed. And Ingram, beautiful timing at his best. And also works out heavily in terms of keeping the muscle in those forearms. 44 for 2. Simey with 1 wicket. Should have been 2 had that slip catch been held, as second slip Ben Compton is taken out and moves round to mid-wicket.
Yeah, slightly change of line here, maybe a little bit straighter.
Sunny into bowl to Ingram. That is straight, and it's driven down the ground, and Carlson has to leap to get out of the way, but it's 4 more through the non-striker's legs, running up to the River Taff end. 48 for 2.
Very nice wicket this. Slightly straighter, slightly fuller Ingram, but he's up to the task. Just lent on that ball. Always nice as a batter to punch it back past the bowler.
And it provides an interesting discussion about next season and Glamorgan's use of overseas players, really. As Ingram takes strike again from Saini.
Oh,
Driven again, creamed through the covers for 4, slightly overpitched. And 3 fours in a row from Colin Ingram bring the Glamorgan 50 up. They move on to 52 for 2 in 9, chasing 305. Now, Glamorgan next season, they've got Nisa already under contract.
But not available for the whole of the season.
But depending on whether he gets in the Ashes squad. You've got talks underway with Labuschagne. Does he come back to play for the early stages? And then you've got Ingram, who's playing beautifully in all forms of the game at the moment. And his contract is over at the end of this season. So how hard do you chase both Ingram and Labuschagne, knowing that you might get a situation where for a couple of months one of them is going to have to kick their heels?
Yeah, you're getting a similar standard of player when you're talking about the quality of Ingram and Labuschagne. Ingram has done much better than Labuschagne for Glamorgan, given the same opportunities this year. So that's a conversation there. You're going to lose Hogan, which is the biggest of blows. How do they fill that gap? How do they reshuffle? Glamorgan's got quite a large staff here.
Yeah.
Rumours are that might be taking down the odd player here and there. Who knows who's going to go and stay? There's a lot of people up on contract this year.
As Kadri comes into the attack inside the power play, and his first ball to Carlson is a dot ball.
With very little opportunity over the next 5 weeks for second team cricketers to impress, to try and save their contract. It's a difficult time.
Kadri in, bowls, forward comes Carlson to defend.
So when I say little, no second team cricket for the next 5 weeks while the 100's going on.
Yeah, it's just a question of arranging. Glamorgan played a friendly yesterday, so they've got to try and keep people in some sort of nick, as that's played defensively forward. They've got second 11 fixtures at the 4 days at the end of August. Next couple of weeks, nothing. You're right. So there are a couple more championship games. Kadri in, bowls Carlson down the wicket, but drives back to the bowler, no run. So actually, there are 3 more 4-dayers for the second 11, if that list I've got in front of me is correct. As that's clipped away on the leg side by Carlson, who's timed that one nicely. He should get back easily for a second run. 54 for 2. And the last few years, you're right, Mike, Glamorgan have had a large squad, which they haven't needed in terms of international calls. Obviously, there's some counties that have to carry a lot, as Carlson plays that one through the covers. And there'll be another couple of runs. Will Ingram fancy the third? Yep, he's willing. Carlson is jogging home to the non-striker's end. And Carlson moves on to 14. 57 for 2 at the end of 10.
Yeah, so that's the discussion. So if you compare sort of a Surrey, for argument's sake, to a Glamorgan, where you have got borderline guarantees, call-ups to one-day or test cricket guarantee. Glamorgan haven't got that problem, unfortunately. And then with the 100... they guaranteed they're going to lose a number of players to the 100, so you can understand why they carry a large staff and they can afford a large staff. So when you've got the other side of Glamorgan, where you've got quite a large staff, and these players at a certain age are not playing first team cricket. There's only a period of time where you can afford to play second team cricket without playing first team cricket, and when you're not playing first team cricket of a certain age, that's when you start to worry and possibly think, right, I might need to go to a different club or a different job. Unfortunately,
yeah.
that's the real life problems of being a cricketer.
Yes, at least there are considerable efforts made these days to prepare people for life after cricket, aren't there, in the PCA? 57 for 2. It is a cruel area of sport, as Matt Quinn comes into the attack and Carlson drives his first ball down towards backward point for another couple of runs. So, like Kent in certain periods of their innings towards the close, Glamorgan are picking up plenty of twos at the moment. 59 for 2.
And as you mentioned earlier, you've got 3 keepers down in Kent, so they've got different problems. So there are similar problems at every club, especially this time of year and getting closer to the end of the season.
As Quinn is into bowl, Carlson drives into the offside. I'll take a single with sweeper on the cover boundary now. 60 for 2. Carlson 17. Yeah, sort of. It's difficult with Glamorgan because quite a number of those players have had first team opportunities and have done fairly well. As Quinn bowls, Ingram flicks it off his legs for a single, even if they haven't, quite nailed down a place. There's very few on the staff who'd say, well, you'd predict that they're definitely going. $61 for 2. 305 the target. Billy Root, Tom Cullen, Joe Cook, Dan Douthwaite, Andrew Salter to come. As Carlson plays that one nicely. Oh, that's nicely timed as well. Backward of square on the offside. It beats the sweeper on the cover boundary. Joey Everson, who I thought would pick that one up, but raced away off Carlson's bat for 4. He moves to 21. 65 for 2. And from your experience in the pro game, Mike, would players out of contract mostly know by now, or would there be some who are still thinking, well, it depends on my form in the next month to 6 weeks?
Yeah, it's slightly better than it once was.
Quinn to Carlson, who plays to gully no run.
Players can be left hanging, same as coaches if they sign a term deal. A conversation's had in their last year of where, possibly when, what is highly likely to happen. So it's not the last game of the last day of the last season and that's it. And it's a yes or a no. I think you know well in advance where they say, right, there's probably not a spot for you here unless something dramatic happens. Best you look for another county, and we'll give you plenty of opportunity to go and trial if you need be.
Quinn bowls, Carlson drives through the covers. More runs for the Glamorgan captain. Everson dives. He's stopped that one just inside the extra cover ropes, and Carlson is safely back for a couple of runs after an over in which Quinn went for 10 and probably gave Carlson a bit too much room outside off stump there to drive away.
But there's more than just, yes, they're good enough, no, they're not good enough. It's more right, if they're not good enough now, will they be? If not now, when will they be? And when they are good enough, whose spot are they likely to take? So there's a bit of a tiered system of, right, whether it's you're a keeper or an opening bowler or whatever, you can see the next person who possibly will jump in if things go well. And it's hard to predict those things. How much the player costs is one thing as well. You presume that every county has the same budget. They don't. It's very different. And it's very different year on year, so there's lots of things in the mix. What types of personality you've like around as well?
Yes.
Do you know?
Hamid El Kadri to bowl his off spin, former Derbyshire Afghan spinner. As it's driven by Ingram, but to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Single taken, 68 for 2.
Just moving themselves into a nice position here, Glamorgan, and that drop could be quite expensive for Kieran Carlson.
A long way still to go.
Yeah,
Glamorgan still need 100 off someone, don't they?
Yes, they're doing quite nice. Taking over just over 6 and over at the moment.
Cardry bowls. Carlson drives into the offside. Single taken. 69 for 2.
It's a worry as a captain, even as a fielding team, when you are operating and going at 6 and over and it's risk free.
Cardry round the wicket to Colin Ingram. That one kept a little bit low, and Ingram did well to get his bat down and defend it. Just signs that I thought the ball that David Lloyd was bowled by, I mean, probably shouldn't have missed it anyway, but it did keep a fraction low. Cardry bowls. Forward comes Ingram with respect and defends.
Possibly. It's a very good wicket, I think. It's not an old wicket. It's had a T20 game on before this, so it's minimum wear on.
Well, and the Wales game. That's 100.
Throw that in there as well.
Yeah.
So you think there will be very little spin as seen. So if the odd one stays a bit low, you can probably see why, I suppose. We haven't seen any spin yet.
Cardry's next ball is a dot ball. Quickly back to his mark. Small, slightish figure. That's edged by Ingram, or was it run down to third man? It'll be a couple of runs anyway. Just saved inside the boundary. They won't come back for the third. Were you saying that was an edge or a late work flick?
Yeah, I felt he guided that in the end.
Yeah.
It very late. Possibly a little bit of turn as well.
Could have been away from the bat of the left-handed Ingram, outside off stump. 71 for 2 off 12 Glamorgan. Ingram's moved up to 43 off 32 deliveries. Carlson has 24 off 31, faced almost as many.
Cook, just have a chat with his... Sorry. Blake, sorry, just having a chat with his Quinn at the top of his mark there, saying, right, what's our plan? What can we do? 'Cause it's expensive over first, gone for 10 runs. What is your plan?
Blake to Quinn to Carlson, who gets more runs backward of square on the offside. In fact, he's found the boundary there, bisecting the third man and cover point both on the ropes, and an area of strength for Carlson, driving away powerfully, and he's good square of the wicket on the offside. Yeah,
he's hit him either side of point and he smashed him to the covers as well, so slight change of plan from the bowler here. What can he do to sort of slow this rate down?
Whatever the plan from Quinn, that wasn't it. 75 for 2. Carlson's on 28, not out, and comes down the wicket, and there's a bouncer that Carlson ducks underneath. Didn't really need to duck it, and went quite a long way over his head, not quite high enough to be a no ball. So Carlson taking a step or two down, and Quinn responding with a shorter ball. 75 for 2. The 230 needed for Glamorgan to win. So Kent have got plenty to defend despite the falling away of their innings. And Carlson is bowled. So Quinn strikes. Glamorgan are 3 down and Kent are on top as Matt Quinn gets one through the defences of Kieran Carlson, and it hit the top of off stump as Carlson played down the wrong line.
Looked like he slightly straightened up with him. What a ball, flicking the top of off stump.
Is there a bit of a cutter there?
I think he just held the seam up and is sort of angled in and worked away from the batsman and flicking the top of off. What a delivery. You bowl 6 of them, you're not a bad bowler.
There we are. That was the plan, Mike, that they were talking about.
If that's the plan, I'd stick to it.
75 for 3 in the 13th over. The run rate's good. The wickets tally is in Kent's favour at the moment. As Kent got their runs from 3 out of the top 4, and Glamorgan have got 3 out of their top 4 back in the hutch with just 30 on the board between them. Cameo from Kieran Carlson. Looked good, didn't he, while he was there? But
yeah, he played quite nice. He was dropped in the middle of that as well. So
yeah,
he gave us an opportunity. He played some nice shots. I'll give you that for his 20. It does bring Billy Root, left-handed Billy Root, to the wicket. It's probably one thing Glamorgan have in their favour. I feel Glamorgan's batting goes slightly deeper. I think it's slightly, I say it respectfully, slightly better quality than what's available from Kent. I think that's slightly different if Kent had the full team available, but what Glamorgan have available, I think this is stronger, definitely on paper.
Yeah, Kent are minus about 9 to franchise and injuries, and Glamorgan 4 down in terms of personnel, that is. With Nisa injured, Cook injured, Van der Hoogten and Hogan at the 100. Root then to face Matt Quinn. Produced a beautiful delivery to bowled Kieran Carlson, and Root defends his first ball to point. No run.
Yeah, within that mix, see what's missing as well. You kind of missing international cricketers in there as well. Just to back that up on 9 players that they have missing. Plus we've got Darren Stevens in there as well. I hope that's not the last we're going to see of Steve-O. Sorry end to his wonderful career, if that is. I just really hope it is something he can shake off in the next week or so.
Short ball, Root hooks rather unconvincingly at that, and was very late on the shot. That's probably why he hooked it, if he heard the call. That's 2 on to Glamorgan total. As Root prepares to face Quinn again. 77 for 3. Next delivery from Quinn is defended by Root. 77 for 3 it remains. Kent on top at the moment. What would your win-viz prediction be at the moment? 60% Kent? 65% Kent?
No.
No?
No. Not with Ingram at the crease.
Okay.
Very, very dangerous player.
Roots plays defensively out on the offside. No run.
Trying to see what was coming in next. Or we've got
Joe Cook, Douthwaite,
Salter,
Cullen, Wheel.
Yeah, I think there's I mean, that Ingram is a huge wicket. They get Ingram out, Kent away on top. At the moment, evens-ish. We're probably leaning towards Kentish at the moment.
Difficult to.
It is very difficult.
Put a former Glamorgan and Kent player on the spot.
It's difficult because you got Root, who's been batting 7 and 8 in Championship cricket, who is obviously not a 7 or 8 batsman. Go back anywhere from you could open up anywhere to 5 would be his natural position. So it's a distorted view of him coming in now.
As he's Ingram struck on the pad by Kadri. Appeal not given. Just a suggestion. I'm not sure why they appealed it. Suggestion that was keeping a little bit low.
Sliding down leg side.
By some distance. Kadri bowls again to Ingram, who drives to mid-wicket. No run.
So nearly
is that a no ball call? Or is it just the... I think it is.
Front foot, yeah. I struggle with how spinners can bowl front foot, no balls.
Free hit.
Off we go.
Fun and frolics. Ingram can flex his shoulders.
He's going to plonk there, somewhere up towards us, I think.
He'll try. 79 for 3. Kadri bowls. Short, flat outside off stump, and Ingram misses it.
Well bowled.
Well bowled to
well bowled.
21-year-old Hamadullah Kadri. On the UK county game since the age of 16. Ingram misses out on the free hit and clips the next ball for a single down to square leg. 80 for 3. Ingram has 44 of them. And it is on his shoulders that Glamorgan's hopes largely rest as things stand.
Yeah, I think it's because if you look at, for argument's sake, England gets out the next 5 overs with 50-ish to his name, for argument's sake. What's coming in behind, they all have to bat reasonably well above their average to bring the game home, sorry. That's how I work that out.
Yeah, there's plenty of players that you'd be happy to see scoring 30s and 40s,
Yes.
but someone needs to get a big one.
Yeah, and players have not proven that they've got big scores in these types of games, so that's why there's so much on Ingram. If he gets 100, that's a different slant. I think well in Glamorgan's favour then to win the game.
Root blocked the next ball. Now faces up again to Kadri. Drives up to long off to get off the single.
And not to say the players who've we got, Cook, Salter, Douthwaite, not saying these players can't get a big score, because obviously they can. It's just we've not seen it enough to...
Yes, there was a century stand between Tom Cullen and Joe Cook in the semi-final here last year. There's appeal for LPW, imploring as Ingram groped down the wrong line for that one. That must have been close.
I think it was missing leg. I think he was standing so far outside of leg stump. Look at the replay. Come round the wicket wide, sliding down. So it has
quite
spun.
Straightened enough.
Yeah, it has spun. It has straightened, but I think it's missing leg stem. Strangely enough, in the shot that he's played. But he stands so far down leg side.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why he does stand so far outside leg stem, because of the chance of getting LBW. He backs himself. Anything straight, he's going to hit with his bat. Anything he misses, he's going to be going down leg stem.
So it's 81 for 3. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with Mike Powell, Alex Hode and myself, Nick Webb. And Quinn, having bowled Kieran Carlson in his last over, will bowl now to Billy Root. Still a slip-in as Root defends forward carefully. And there's no run. There's a few comments on Twitter. Owen Davis was hoping for another display of northeast fireworks. Not to be. Afternoon to Aled Burkett. As Root pulls a short delivery out towards square leg. Goes through for the single. 82 for 3. Tomorrow night, Usk welcome Newport for the Macy Cup final.
Oh,
there we are. Also hoping his old club Pontier can pull off a result against Machen. Oof, fighting talk there. The excitement of South East Wales Division 4. As next delivery, hoiked away on the leg side by Ingram. Didn't quite time that, but no danger of holing out because Everson is way back on the square leg ropes. Single to Ingram. Batting just starting to look a little bit more troublesome, with Quinn and Kadri posing some questions. Quinn's first over was expensive, but he's come back well since then. And he's still rewarded with having a slip Ben Compton, as Root gets a bit tucked up, plays to cover, and there's no run. Run rate required is still very manageable at 6.28. They started off at 6.1 over the course of the innings. It's going to be wickets that will cause the problem. George Linder just going through a few exploratory exercises down at fine leg. Left arm spinner. As Quinn is tucked off his hip by Root. Should be a couple of runs here out towards mid-wicket. Everson doing the fielding. 85 for 3 in the 15th over. So that volley of boundaries from Colin Ingram has got Glamorgan on ahead of the run rate. Not ahead of the run, up with the run rate, shall we say. And plenty of time for these two to try to build as Root Drives, doesn't quite time it. Back to the bowler. Quinn shies it back to the keeper. It's the end of the over. 15 gone, 85 for 3 at this stage. Kent were 80 for 1, which you'd take, really, having the extra 2 wickets in hand as opposed to the 5 runs at this stage.
Yes, just over 6 and over a run rate, which is what is required to win this game. And this seems to be, if Ingram wants to accelerate, he can. That's what I know. He doesn't look troubled or anything. I think he's just playing the game at the moment. Just patting that ball to cover there. No run. So I think he's pushing hard to score at the moment, but I think he's doing what he needs to be done at this stage of the game.
Kadrian to bowl to Ingram, who drives to long off and takes the single. Update for BBC Radio Wales News fairly shortly. Pembrokeshire having a hosepipe ban, we're told. Kadri changing his field round slightly. Bowled tidily so far. As he bowls to Billy Root. Oh, that one shot through and bowled him. Root couldn't do much about that. That really did look to keep low. And Kadri has got his first wicket, and Billy Root has gone for 4. What's that hit on the way through, Mike?
I think he's got inside edge on the way through there, just at the replay. It did stay a little bit low. I finished to Root there. Could he have possibly come forward? Obviously, yes. But it's a lot easier to play spin on the back foot, so everyone knows. Just look at the replay. Nice ball, reasonable length. Just chopped it onto
inside edge and possibly boot.
Inside edge, possibly boot on the way through the way and dragged onto the stumps.
Well, that's a big blow struck by Kent.
Yeah, that sticks him ahead for me here, 4 wickets down. But Glamorgan would rather see the end of Root than they would of Ingram. He's the main man. He's the man who can win this game for Glamorgan, but he have to bat quite a lot of those 34 and a half overs that are left to bring it home for his club.
Joe Cook is in at 6, promoted because of the injury to Chris Cook, who's out of this particular lineup. And Kent spirits will be high at the moment. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in a moment. Tall figure of Joe Cook exchanges the mandatory punch of gloves with Colin Ingram and has a quick word about what to expect. Joe Cook, albeit a right-arm bowler, is a left-hand batsman. And say an important half-century in the semi-final win over Essex here last season, along with Cullen. But Glamorgan have a long way to go. Kent on top. They've got a slip and a short extra cover in as the first ball has Cook in some trouble and finds an edge on it and gets off the mark with a single. Looked a bit mystified by that one, Joe Cook.
Yeah, he's trying to work that to the leg side, but a little bit of turn there, little side the spinner.
Kadri bowls, Ingram drives into the offside. Gets a single to cover. 88 for 4. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. Glamorgan struggling at the moment. They're 88 for 4 in the 16th over, chasing big target of 305 for victory, and much depends on Colin Ingram, who's on 47 not out. Kieran Carlson 28, the only other player to get a start really for Glamorgan. For Kent there was a century for Joey Everson and 50s for Ollie Robinson and Alex Blake. They fell away slightly towards the end of their innings, not helped by an injury to their veteran all-rounder Darren Stevens. But Kent's bowlers on top at the moment, Glamorgan chasing 305 at 89 for 4 in the 16th over. Or after 16 overs to be absolutely precise. As Matt Quinn will come into the attack, and time for Alex to come back in fairly shortly once we've got through this delivery from Quinn to Root, to Joe Cook rather, the next left-hander, who flicks it down to square leg for a single. A word from Mike, and then Alex will take up commentary.
Yeah, ball slightly on the leg stump there, and comfortably works that down to square leg, moves him on to 3. Ingram 47. Now on face, 90 for 4, Glamorgan. The 16th over. Short ball from Quinn, but easily taken care of by the international Ingram. Well on top of it, brings his 50 out, takes him up to 51 from just 42 deliveries. Wonderful knock from him so far, but there's plenty more for him to do to bring his team home.
You're good at this ball by ball, Lark. Do you want to keep going? Feel free. I'm enjoying this fascinating afternoon of cricket. And he is, you're quite right, a very, very good international cricketer. And does he feel like the game is hinging on him at the moment? He kind of does to me. It's another delivery there. Just clipped away into the leg side, and they'll run through for 1.
Yeah, he will know that he's the man here. He's the man that has to bring this game home. It isn't for him to score a nice 100 and his job's done and whatever else. Now he's the man who's got to be standing at the end of this game, raising his bat, walking off, and it's all because of him. They've won this game. There are batters to come, obviously. It goes without saying, don't into a disservice on anyone else. We've obviously got Salter Douthwaite, who's a good striker of the ball as well. And then we're probably into our bowlers soon after that. We've also got Cullen as well, who's keeping wicket.
Absolutely.
Here today, who has batted quite nicely in this competition last year. So there are obviously batters to come, and he's not just dealing with bowlers, far from it. There's many all-rounders, probably 3 all-rounders to follow behind Cook. So there's plenty of batting there, but yeah, he is the mainstay of this, and
it
Kent will know
that. Yeah, they will. It'll be a prize. The prize ones. I've had a couple of shouts, haven't they, from Kadri while I was watching on. That was a dot ball from Quinn last up. He's 4 balls into this over now, just coming in it again. That one's defended away too by Cook. Another dot ball, and it is 95 for 4. Still in double figures. Advantage Kent at the moment. But all the while that Colin Ingram is there, no one of a Kent persuasion is going to get too comfortable, I can assure you of that. As Matt Quinn lopes back up to the top of his run. I heard you guys talking about it. He was quite expensive, but then he got the breakthrough in a similar way to we were talking about this morning. You don't really mind giving up a few runs if you then actually break the partnership and get out of danger, man. Great ball it was too. In he comes. Last ball of the over, pulled away really nicely. Big space through. Out on that side. That is Cook, who is more than doubled his score, moves on to 7 from 6. That's a statement finish to that over as well, which was another expensive one from Quinn.
Yeah, I'd probably stick that short ball well away and leave it for another game. I think he's better when he's full. He's better when he's slightly back of a length, but nowhere near as short as that. No. I mean, he hasn't got the pace, definitely on this wicket, to be bowling that to these 2 players, especially Ingram.
Yeah, absolutely right. So what's that? 99 up from 17 overs. The run rate just ticking around, either just over or just under 6. That'll do the business. It's about keeping those wickets in hand and giving themselves the platform from which they can pounce. This is Kadri coming back on at the Cathedral Road end. Got his breakthrough. He had a couple of decent shouts. Did you think that was it was Ingram, wasn't it? That he
going down leg side.
It was
because his stance now. He's well outside leg stump, just in his stance, and he doesn't.
That was flighted out quite deep. That was going down the leg side again, just prodded off.
And from his stance there, when he's playing the shot, he doesn't actually step across in. There's no trigger back across the stumps. He actually stays outside leg stump.
Single, that's 100 up for Glamorgan. 17.2 overs. That was a single that brought it up, just punched down to mid-off. I think Linda fielded for an easy single. And ball is back in the hands of Kadri. Facing up to Joe Cook. That one's heading down leg side, just helped on its way, square, and trot through for a single. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Kadri on a ground which holds some good memories for him, and he'll be looking to create a few more. He's looked already more dangerous today than I think it's safe to say that he did on Tuesday against Worcester in his 10 overs. That one's pitched shorter and lower.
Another no ball.
It was another no ball. So it's going to be another free hit. The last one, he had a good reply to that.
It was short and quick outside off stump, his last no ball.
Yes, it was.
So he's going to do with this one, free hit.
We'll find out here.
It's
gone up.
It's a shame.
Yes, he's absolutely skied it.
Can he get 2 runs?
And it's Gilchrist. Gilchrist has taken it, and they have run 2.
Good running.
So yes, cricket is the winner. That was in the sky for a good 5 or 6 seconds. It felt like, and it's an agonising one for Kadri to watch. But it's just watching the replay of it, and he's marking out what he wants to do. Umpire's giving him some advice as well.
I quite like the bowler asking the umpire.
Yeah,
is my foot over the line? Yeah, that's why it's a no ball.
And the problem is his feet. With the greatest respect to him, I'd imagine. I mean, they are adult sizes, but I can't imagine they're very high. Certainly not double figures. And he comes once again. So this is the 5th ball of the over, but it's...
No balled.
Yes. It's a good reply as well. We're getting some slow-mo replays just to compound the misery for Hami Kadri. But he's coming back once again. Last ball of his over. Hopefully the last ball of his over. It's a lovely drive through the covers. There's a man out on the ropes. Is that Everson will return that back into the middle, so just a single. Yeah,
well, Kadri there, in fairness to him, he's about 5 overs, has gone for his 25, but I think he's actually bowled better than that. I think he's created opportunities, there's been LBW shouts within that, he's spun the ball and he's got wickets. I think he's bowled really well.
Yeah, even having those shouts, it kind of builds the pressure, doesn't it? If you've got...
things are happening.
Yeah.
Things happen. Yeah. If they're not taken over at 5 and over off him, and it's been easier. There's 5 and over with opportunity to take more wickets than he's picked out. He's picked up when it could have been 2 or 3.
Yeah.
So things are happening. The odd ball stayed a little bit low, and he's spun the odd ball as well, which is great.
It is indeed. Glamorgan, the asking rate is it's under 200 runs required now. 199 they need from. 32 overs, that's ages. 32 overs, we're going to be here forever. It's 4:15. Goodness me. Some of us have got 200, I can't remember what it is, 200 plus miles anyway. You've done that journey a few times, I can imagine.
Miles. I'd break it down to M4, M25.
Yeah.
Break it down. And they're about an hour each.
Well, since your time, the roads have got significantly worse in my part of the country, unfortunately, so who knows what I'll find when I get back there, other than a hosepipe ban. Anyway, who do we have? There's some field placement going along. This looks like George Linder coming on to bowl from the River Taff end. He's just looks like works in traffic control, just pointing and gesticulating, sending some fielders around the place. He's happy, and he has his familiar delivery, which is just guided away to the leg side square for the easiest. They could have walked that single. For Ingram, who moves on to 57 from 50 balls. Cook's coming on to strike. Just 8 from 7 balls for him. Linder has the ball back in his hands. He holds it in a funny way. He shows you what he's going to do. And then hides it and then brings it back again. And this time Cook has got him.
He's chopped it on.
He has chopped it on.
Has it spun out the rough? That's the question.
That's going to be...
That's a big wicket, obviously, for Kent there. Cook's going for 8. The way he played it, the way he sort of trotted, something surprised him, how he's got his back to us in the angle we've got from the Cathedral Road end. But has he spun back into him out the rough? Yes, it has.
It has, yeah.
Bounced a little bit, gone inside edge, and that's rolled onto the stand.
Yeah, we're interested to see this track has seen a lot of action in the last couple of weeks. The week ago we had the South Africa-England game, and obviously the national counties game on Sunday as well.
Got cramped for space, didn't he? Almost got too close to the ball.
Yeah, he did.
We went a little bit, very, very well bowled.
It was. That's good stuff from George Linder, his second delivery, and he has a wicket. 107 for 5, and Kent very much in the ascendancy now. Ingram's still there on 57, so don't get too complacent. However, they are halfway through, well, but more than halfway through in terms of their batting prowess anyway. I expect is it going to be Salter or Douthwaite that's out next life? Sorry, it is the Douthwaite who's he's hurt Kent fans before, and is a very accomplished. It's Cullen. There we go. We weren't quite sure where he was going to fit into proceedings, so he's come in ahead of Salter and Douthwaite. So there remains some threat there, but Kent with their tails up at the moment, 107 for 5, despite everything, despite 7 players being away involved with 100. Their coach away involved in the 100. Joe Denley failing a fitness test. Darren Stevens forced off with injury. Tawanda Mayeye, the subfielder, had also failed a fitness test as well.
Billings?
So Sam Billings, we'll go through the list if you want.
Give me a list, give me the list.
Yeah, Sam Billings, Daniel Bodrummond, Zach Crawley, Jordan Cox, Fred Klassen, Matt Milnes. I'm trying to think of if I've forgotten. There might be someone else as well.
How many of the missing have played for England or England A?
Oh gosh. Oh, Jack Leaning as well.
Yeah.
Is the other one. I've forgotten.
So my point being, the players you're missing are of very high quality.
Yes.
It
shows the strength and depth. The fact this is a brilliant game between two really strong teams with some quality players, even though that they're not at full strength either side, is it's credit to this competition. I still like the competition.
I like all the competitions. There's just too many of them at the same time.
Yes. I wonder what they could do about that. Anyway, Linda is facing up. It's going to be Cullen facing the first ball. And it's just guided away square.
If you're ever going to get a ball to get off the mark, that would probably be it.
Yeah, just pitch that for him. Meat and drink.
Yeah, short and wide.
Yeah.
Here we go, get off the mark.
Absolutely.
A little bit of credit to Alex Blake as well. We've seen a little bit of spin.
Yeah.
We've seen a little bit happen from the other end. Right, let's get the other spinner on.
Absolutely. Will he get himself on? He could do that. I know Joe Denley would do that if he was involved here. There's Linda.
Shot.
To Ingram, that is a shot. Yeah, flash past. It was probably only a couple of feet away from the fielder, but it went at such a pace through the covers. And
similar sort of line to the ball that got cooked, but slightly fuller.
Yeah.
Able to.
I don't know if I've missed something while I was off comms, but that's Logan over there on that boundary. So I'm not sure who he might have come on for. I wonder if it's looking around for Mayeye. I know he wasn't 100% fit and he put down that catch earlier on. Anyway, Linda. Down goes Ingram to nudge it away on the leg side defensively. It's a fairly rare defensive shot, but does the business. 112 for 5. 1 ball to come of this over from Linda. Does his disappearing ball trick, and that's swept away. It was in the air for a while, but it's going to find the road. 1 bounce forward. Good shot from Ingram, who got down low to meet it. Swept away to deep square leg boundary, and that's a positive finish to the over. They lost the wicket, but there's some more runs to come from it. Yeah, Everton couldn't quite get there.
Lovely shot down, finish the over for Glamorgan. I mean, the push through the covers for Fawn and the sweep, defended the ball in between that, and it saw indication that there's actually a bit of spin there.
Yeah.
So right, there's good length ball. Right, that's going to spin. I'll defend that. Or the ball is spinning, and usually you'll go to an option as a sweep if the ball's spinning on the wicket.
Yeah. We're going to see dual spin. We've got Kadri, who's continuing from this end. Hey, if it's working, you can keep going for it. Alex Blake comes over for a little conference.
Important 10 overs here, isn't it?
I mean, it really is. Yeah. If Ingram's there at the end of them, then all bets are off.
Yeah.
At the moment, you'd imagine that Kent are pretty strong favourites. 97 for 2. Kent were at this point. That was a good ball from Kadri. First ball of his over.
Kellen just trying to cover the spin.
Yeah. And Kent are quite chirpy out there in the field there. They've got plenty to be positive about. In comes Kadri. Again, just this one was drifting down leg side and helped on its way by Cullen away.
See, for me there, it's an easy out with the spinning ball to just work it to the leg side.
Yeah.
So could you bring him up inside the circle? Could you take that option of getting off strike. If you want to get off strike in that vein, you probably have to sweep me.
Yeah.
And if you're on 1, which Cullen was at the time, that's a high risk shot. Buying yourself another wicket. I think Kent probably couldn't afford to do that at the moment, especially Cullen.
Giving him the easy way out. He's only faced 3 balls, got 2 runs. It's Kadri bowling to Ingram this time.
So if it's harder to play the spin on this wicket than it is the seamers, well, let's make it really difficult to go off strike. Let's make it difficult. If you want to score runs, you're going to have to take risks.
This is it. We've seen all the spin I think we're likely to see today. I don't think anyone else has anything up their sleeve. There was a time Kadri, that one's heading down the leg side as well, helped on its way again, and the strike rotates. Yeah, we mentioned Alex Blake earlier on, who he had a go at a bit of, I think, finger spin at some point as well, a bit of off spin. Didn't quite cut the mustard, but that's why having the likes of Joe Denling, Jack Leaning, that are able to do it. Daniel Bell-Drummond is sometimes a change of pace as well. It wasn't. Yeah, for a moment, Kadri delivered that. Cullen just for a moment looked like it might be going to mid-on, didn't quite carry. And Alex Blake's there. He's capable of making fireworks happen. Last ball of Kadri's over. Just nudged away to Blake. And there's a dot ball to finish it off. 118 for 5 from 20 overs. And well ahead of the run rate. Kent were 105 for 2. It's those wickets that's the difference at this point. And Kent were building a decent partnership at that point between Alex Blake and Joey Everson. Made 109, just his second appearance for the club. That's a nice way to make some new friends, isn't it? Come in century in your first week of action.
Gets everyone on side, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like one of those when you buy a new striker for 50 million and then they don't score for months and months and months and the fans get on the back. None of that. Straight out of the box.
Honestly, you feel it as a player.
I can imagine you do.
Absolutely do feel it.
The pressure. It's such a mental game, cricket as well, more than I think any other sport that I watch, and I watch it a lot. I think the mental side of the game is so unforgiving. And this is Linda, who had a mixture of wickets and boundary, or 1 wicket and boundaries in the last over. This one was just guided away square on the offsides by Ingram. He strolls through to increase his tally to 66 from 56 balls, 119 the total. Target, of course, is 305. And Linda's now facing up to Cullen. That was quicker. It felt quicker and a bit straighter, but Cullen got back behind it. That's a dot ball.
Slip in place as well for the new batsman. Good option from Blake.
Yeah. He's not an experienced captain, but he's certainly giving it a go. He learnt some lessons, I think, perhaps from Tuesday. Comes Linda again. That was a fuller one as well.
Because obviously the slight concern that he's got, like you said earlier, in the back of his mind is Glamorgan are actually up with the rate.
Yeah.
So they will need to bowl them out.
They need more wickets at some point. Yes.
There's very little scoreboard pressure as far as the rate's concerned. So
you don't want to sleepwalk to 40 overs and find that they're in touching distance.
Yeah.
No, quite. And comes Linda again. That one's played back to him.
So with the 2 spinners on now, they need 2 more wickets from these spinners before the quicks come back.
Absolutely. And more they come back with fresh ideas and fresh impetus, because at the moment, as you say, they're ticking along just under 6. They need just over 6. It's that 5 in the wickets column. If that becomes 6 or 7 in the next few overs, Kent are doing their job right.
Oh, it's an unfortunate bounce.
It's another fortunate bounce. We've seen a couple off this square today, and that one's bounced over the diving George Linda. It would be one of those horrendous goalkeeping bloopers videos if...
it just wasn't close enough just to move across.
No.
And it wasn't far away for a full stretch.
It kicked up. It actually ended up closer to his face than his fingers, I think, as well. That could have been nasty.
He's played it quite well in the end.
Yeah, quite. Ingram back on strike now to face Linda, who dances in. I think he thought about a bigger shot than Ingram, but he's just guided it away off his pads back to finish leg, or short fine leg.
He is like that, Ingram, because he is quite small, but he's so powerful. From nowhere, he'll flick that for 6.
Yeah.
From nowhere, he could defend,
yeah.
6, 4, 6.
With the Alex Blake this morning as well, you see it. You kind of in his mind to hit a big 6, and he kind of held back, and then he couldn't help himself at the next ball. There he goes, over the rope. And that's the same with Ingram. He possesses a lot of talent, a lot of power, and plenty of skill as well. And all the while he's there, Ken cannot rest on the laurels at all. This is Kadri, try and find a new way to get Ingram out. It's causing him a couple of problems. Not with this one. This is just cut away on the offside. A square for a single. The ball comes back to Kadri's hands and he'll try his luck with Cullen. Right-hander to a right-hander. The no balls has been from the other side, haven't they, actually? Thinking about his run-up, I think perhaps that's what it was, just adjusting when it was to the left-hander. This is right-hander to right-hander. And just nudged away, no run there.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit circumspect at the moment. Dwelling on it here, I'd definitely bring his square leg up inside. Don't give an easy option to go for a single.
No, there's a... Oh, he's just played that one past. And going down towards mid-on, Linda will throw it back in.
So if you want to play a proper shot to go off strike, you'll have to do it. So a shot like that to long on, absolutely fine. So again, it dries up the scoreboard for a while. It frustrates Ingram because he's not on strike. There's many reasons why you want to bring that square leg up.
Yeah, in comes Kadri. One to the left hand of this side. Scampers around to mid-wicket to stop it. There's Alex Blake. But they can't prevent the single. It's 124 for 5. It's going to be Cullen. He has 4 from his 11. All singles, if memory serves. Goes Kadri. Is it going to be a chase on? One of them will do it. That'll just take the single. And advances it by one more. 1.111 from this over. This is it. A runner ball. Both of them quite happy at the moment, but at some point something has to give. Kadri is just assessing the fielding options he has on his leg side as he pulls to Ingram. That was in the air just for a moment, but punched down to mid off or long off, and Linda returns it to the middle. Another single. So Cullen will keep strike. At the start of the next over, it's going to be Linda again. And dual spin threat. At the moment, it's more spin than threat, I think.
Yeah, it sounds weird, but Glamorgan in a reasonable position. I don't think there's any reason to panic. I mean, you've got your best batter on 70. Well, Cullen capable of holding the bat, that's for sure, and playing settled fiddle. So there's only 5 wickets down. We're not talking about panic stations as far as Glamorgan are concerned, but I think they'd like a wicket. They are keeping up. Kent are keeping up with the rate. Definitely, this game isn't over.
No,
any stretch.
No way at all. In comes Linda. Bowling to Ingram, he gets down respectfully, nudges it back on one knee along the track. Yeah, there'll be no one sitting comfortably on either side, to be honest, which is what you want from a game of cricket.
Yeah.
The people that are here, sun-drenched Sapphire Gardens, are being treated to a good spectacle. Good day's cricket, one-day cricket. Linda comes in again. Ingram just nudges that away to the offside. Takes an easy single. It's the calm before the storm, perhaps. Just run of singles at some point. It will need to go one way or the other. It's been a day of momentum swings, actually.
It has. It has ebb and flowed.
Great start from Glamorgan. Early breakthrough. Big partnership from Kent. Scoreboard pressure. Glamorgan absolutely roared back to keep Kent to 304 was a remarkable effort as Linda Fields collects his own delivery off the bat of Cullen. And then, yes, Kent in the ascendancy at the moment, but Glamorgan are absolutely hanging around. Colin Ingram, 71 from 62. Some sumptuous shots along the way. Linda delivers to Cullen again. A bit more expansive, steps back and just cuts away on the offside for another easy single. In the order of the day. They've also got a couple of players that could step on the accelerator if needed. The likes of, you've got Douthwaite and Salter.
Yeah, both strikers of the ball.
Yeah, if you need at any point, if you are falling behind and need to do anything quickly, then they have the capability. And Linden delivers left arm swept behind him by Ingram.
He's got it.
He has got it indeed. It's a little
fielded
tumble from Everson, who say back. They're coming back. I've turned away then. I presume they've come back for 3 though, have they?
Yes.
Indeed, that's good running. And 131 for 5. Everson did get there just inside the rope, tumbled over and stopped it. So he saved a run, and who knows how important that run might be. And the walking in, bowling to Cullen. Just again one of those cuts square on the offside. Up to the fielder on the boundary, and Everson returns it in. Just a single. No need to push for two at this point. And that will be the end of the over.
Yeah, run rate at the moment just under 6, required just over 6.
Speaking of required, I'm afraid I need to dash off to go and do an update very quickly. Is Nick able to jump in for a second? I promise I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Matt Sen.
You probably hear there, change of bowling. Cathedral Road end. Coming back to Sandy.
Yeah, this is, I suppose, Alex Blake trying to finish things off, isn't it?
Well, I would say things so. I think I think Glamorgan were looking quite easy at the moment. For about 5 or 6 overs there wasn't really any opportunities of a wicket. It looked very calm and controlled on their front, so I think, right, let's make something up. We need a wicket.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely need 2. Not immediately, but we need them within the next next 10 overs, to make this game more comfortable for them. So, right, change of bowling. Let's go back to our seams. Let's put a slip in place. Sort of 1.5 slip. They've got a wide first slip. Came in for his first ball.
Sony then in to bowl to Cullen, who's hurried into his shot there and chopped it down defensively. Didn't know an awful lot about that one.
Yes, and he's got it 6s in his first 5 overs, which is what the rate has been. He's picked up the 1 wicket so far. Yeah, I think Alex Blake's thoughts are probably right. It looks a little bit easy at the moment. What can we change and do something here so we can get ourselves a wicket rather than Glamorgan giving it away? Let's make something happen.
Gone back to his overseas fast bowler, playing his first limited overs match for Kent after a couple of championship appearances. And saying he's in to bowl to Cullen, who again was hurried into that shot and looked a little bit tentative there. Certainly looks to have some wheels on him, doesn't he? A bit of gas.
Yeah, I quite like the lines he bowls. Skillful bowler. Strong wrist position. Presents our seam really nicely. Gives himself every opportunity.
Next delivery from Saini to Tom Cullen. Sees him drive it out into the offside for a single. He moves on to 8 and Glamorgan on to 133 for 5. Kent on top. Glamorgan with a lot of work to do.
Still 172 runs required.
Which is a lot from the last 5 wickets. Again, you're still depending on Ingram, even though he's on 74 not out. You'd expect him to have to score most of those remaining runs, or a fair proportion of them anyway. Douthwaite can strike a long ball, so can Salter, as Ingram defends that one down the wicket to the Indian quick and fields in his follow through.
I mean, it's been pretty trouble-free from Ingram so far. I mean, he's a great strike race. He's 64 deliveries he's faced. I mean, it looks easy for him so far, but like you say, it's a long, long way to go to bring this game home. But it does, sort of a lot of that is down to him if they're going to win this game.
Sony just beyond the edge of the circle for his run-up as he's in to bowl, clipped off his legs by Ingram. Will push for 2 runs here. Indeed, he'll come back fairly comfortably for the second run. 135 for 5. Cullen 8, Ingram on 76. Last ball coming up at the 24th over. Sony then with this long run up. product's worth it, by the look of it, as that's off a thick edge from Ingram down towards third man. They'll just take the single 136 for 5 at the end of 24 overs. Mike, word from you, and I think Alex will come back in alongside myself.
Yeah, evenly poised at the moment. Nicely poised this game at the moment. There's a bit to come in back line up for Glamorgan, but like we say, Ingram is the absolute key to bring this game home at the moment. Alex Blake changing things around with his bowlers. Spinners on, seamers on, trying to buy himself a wicket. He's done really well. He's done really well.
5 wickets all shared round, which tells you the captain's probably doing something right.
Yeah, he's done a good job.
Okay, we'll see you again in 25 minutes or so, Mike. And Mike Powell to go and take the evening air for a little, although not sunshine at the moment. Bit of blue sky, but very pleasant watching conditions. George Linder is in to bowl to Colin Ingram, who's back defensively on his stumps. No run. 136 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. And plenty for Kent supporters to enjoy, even though they're -9 players and Glamorgan are -4. Top ball from Linder, defended by Ingram.
Kent supporters, knowing them very well, probably won't feel particularly comfortable at the moment, no matter how well things are going.
Linder bowls. Ingram brings out the reverse sweep. Doesn't really get much, if anything, on it. In fact, there's a signal of leg by as the ball runs down towards third man.
This is very nice, thank you very much.
Afternoon cakes, thank you to the Jack's mum. 137 for 5. Cullen, not usually an adventurous limited overs player, will look very much to play the support, you feel, as he comes down the wicket though and drives and beats the dive of Linder. Ball runs up to long off for the single. Cullen will be attempting to do that, really, to just rotate the strike and give as much as possible to Colin Ingram.
Yeah, that's why there's an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. And yes, he'd be up for it. At the moment, he's doing the job fine. 8 from 18.
Regular member of this side last year in Cook's absence, as Ingram works a single on the leg side. 139 for 5. But it is a big ask of this Glamorgan lower order. And you feel if Ingram goes, then that might be the match.
It really does feel like that. That's what I'm sure Kent fans are going to be feeling.
Next delivery from Linder is edged by Cullen, pushing forward. Will get a run or possibly a couple down to third man. Picked up by Saini, retreating to the ropes just in front of us. And they go back for 2. It's the end of the over, so Ingram goes on to strike, and we're at halfway in the Glamorgan innings. They're on 141 for 5, chasing 305 to win, so further 164 needed at 6.6. Duckworth Lewis obviously won't be needed for weather reasons, but it gives you an indication, and the Duckworth Lewis par score on the board at the moment is 189, so Glamorgan are well behind.
Yeah, I'm looking around. It is cloudier certainly than it was earlier on, but there's plenty of blue sky.
Yeah, it's just to give an indication as to the state of the match, rather than.
I hadn't even thought about that possibility.
No,
don't try and rain on my parade.
I don't think it'll be raining on anyone's parade.
No, I've been thrilled with the nice weather we've had down here, and the players are having a drink now at the midway point as well. A perfect opportunity for you to have your cake as well, which is a very nice addition. It actually feels like I'm on TMS the other day. This is a very new experience for me. The only things I'm normally brought at Canterbury are errors that have been written down saying don't do this and don't do that. So if anyone from Canterbury is listening, cakes are very welcome in the BBC commentary box whenever you get the opportunity. Next game isn't, of course, at Canterbury. It's at Beckenham, Hampshire, on Sunday. Quite who will be able to play in that game, I'm not entirely sure. There'll be plenty of the injury report and the unavailability report will be fascinating to read after this one. But there'll be plenty of players out there today putting their hand up that will want to be in that first team.
It's quite a long drinks break.
It is. They've earned it. I think it's probably been quite warm out there today when the sun's been out 95% probably of the day. If you're Ingram, I suppose you're just saying to Callum, just stick with me. just get me on strike, stick with me. Yeah. He's putting the team on his back this afternoon. And he's going to have to. 78 from 70 balls, 10 fours, an almighty 6 as well.
Yeah, Glamorgan with 4 single figures in the top 6 though.
Yeah, there'll be some frustration, it is safe to say. Particularly seeing two, I mean, I've seen plenty of Sam North East down the years, I've seen plenty of Ben Compton today. For 2 players to go for Golden Ducks in the first over of their team, it's pretty rare anyway, and I'm pretty surprised with what we've seen, and they will both be kicking themselves and frustrated. It's a shame for Sam, having seen his just almighty effort, this superhuman effort to bat that well for that long against Leicestershire in the county championship for his 410. Just extraordinary, 3rd highest, I think, wasn't it, county championship score.
Yeah.
To then have, he scrabbled around for a couple, he had a 10, didn't he, and there was a run out in the championship game, and he's got a duck today, and it's just kind of, does he wish it was 406 and saved a few?
Well, the run out in the Wales game was neither here nor there. It was just a deflection off the bowler.
Oh, yes. Senny comes in from the Cathedral Road end. That's just nudged back along the track to him by Ingram. Defensive shot. Has a little prod out for a little garden midway down the track. And they're in no hurry whatsoever. Like I said earlier on about sleepwalking, that's pretty much what's going on. Just again, run rate just below 6. Required rate has just crept over 6.5, but they're absolutely in striking distance. England could do that pretty much in a ball. Senny comes in past the umpire, jab down into the ground and away. Square, it's not going to make the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. A long run around to the deep cover point boundary. It's 143 now for 5. Target of 305. It felt like it was nailed on to be 340 plus at one point, particularly when Blake and Everson were there at I think it was 228 for 2. Credit to Glamorgan. I think the next 6 went down for 70. Senny comes in. That's jab down, fielded nicely. Good hands from Alex Blake there to prevent a single. It's a reliable fielder over many, many years. It's Ingram who's on 80. Collins still there on 11. Senny walking back very slowly. No extra energy expent. Going back to the top of his mark. Outside the circle. A long run up. Gathering pace. And he delivers that. It's an almighty swing and a miss from Ingram. He's trying to pull it across in front of him. I don't think it was a variation of pace. I think it was just beaten.
That was a strange shot from Ingram, wasn't it? Really.
He's looked very composed with pretty much everything he's done so far.
Suddenly plays a rather inelegant hoik.
Well, maybe he's in a hurry. Maybe it was that the conversation was about. I'd be surprised because he needs to treasure his wicket above all this afternoon. 143 for 5. In comes Senny, 2 balls to go of this over. Down to Ingram. That's more like Ingram. That's an absolutely sumptuous cover drive. It wasn't that far away from Everson on the boundary. Probably only 10 yards or so. But the pace on the ball just took it all of the Senny delivery straight to the ropes. 1, 2, 3 bounces and just races away to add another 4. That takes him on to 84, and the score is 147 for 5. 1 ball to go. I mean, do I worry that the Kent physio is over there talking to Joey Everson now? Is this? I mean, there's some almighty curse. Every Kent player needs to pick up injuries and all be called up to the 100. There's a conversation going on at the moment.
It's probably a physio just taking the air and stretching his legs.
Why is he not inside working on Steve-O? Anyway, Senni is that's a nice delivery. Just defended away by Colin Ingram. And yes, no, you're quite right. It's probably just having a little wander. It's a nice day. Too nice for sleeves for Dan George there. Partnership is 40. Been together half an hour. 40 from 46 balls, which is absolutely the order of the day for Glamorgan. 147 for 5 at the end of 26 overs. Little meeting in the middle. They both look pretty content and pretty happy out there. They know exactly what they need to do, which is exactly what they have been doing for the past half an hour.
Yeah, Stevens has been pictured up on the balcony. Not looking hugely happy with life, as you might expect, as Linda's first ball is punched away on the offside by Cullen for a single. Fielded by Everson. 148 for 5. Glamorgan, but still not halfway there in terms of runs, with half their wickets lost. Linda bowls down leg side, wide called as Ingram looked to work it away. As Robinson took it smartly down the leg side and shaped as if to take off the bails, decided not to bother in the end. Linda bowls. Ingram tries to get himself room and works his way on the offside down towards point. Single. 150 up for Glamorgan. To, well, tepid applause, I think, here at Sapphire Gardens. I know there's a long way to go. Linda round the wickets. Cullen drives, calls for a quick single. Should be okay. It is, as Ingram is past the wicket by the time throw comes in from mid-on. 151 for 5. Cullen has 13. Ingram has 85 not out. But it's Kent who remain big favourites in this match at the moment, as Ingram works it away on the offside. Single. Down to point again, with number 11, Logan, doing the fielding. It's now on for Stevens. Linda bowls. Cullen works straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. It is Muyeye who's gone off, is it, rather than anyone else injured?
I believe so. I can't see him out there. Obviously put down that chance as well. I mean, he's a great fielder normally. Just not that moment.
Linda bowls, strikes Cullen on the pad. They'll go through for a leg by as it trickles down to a short fine leg, and Stewart's underarm flick went way over the head of keeper Robinson, who didn't even bother to try and catch it.
No. It's a good job Blake was watching him actually and backing up professionally.
153 for 5, and Glamorgan are just halfway to the target with 27 overs gone, 23 remaining. If there were 3 wickets down rather than 5, then Glamorgan would be favourites, but that isn't the case, and they don't have enough wickets to be in any way confident at the moment, Glamorgan.
I'd say Kent don't have enough wickets to be in any way confident at the moment. They need one more. I think if Ingram was not there, then Kent fans would be feeling pretty confident. Even Kent fans with their natural innate pessimism, which sometimes creeps into things. And but he is there, and he's looking very nice indeed. 86. Some of the shots have just been. I mean, the highlights later are going to be brilliant. Just put it on a reel, watch it over and over again. This is Gilchrist, who's coming on from the Cathedral Road end, and that's just worked away nicely. down towards third, and it's going to be an easy single there.
6th bowler used by Kent then.
Yeah,
Glamorgan had 7.
this is true. I'm hoping for one more, so I can say it's Blake's 7.
Oh,
Thank you very much. I'm here all day. But I'm not sure quite who it might be. So I'll make do with Gilchrist at the moment. I mentioned earlier, he only had 3 the other day, but didn't do anything wrong. That's a bit of a gift, actually, that wasn't accepted by Ingram that time. It looked like it was half volleyable and set up nicely for one of his trademark cover drives, but straight to the fielder. I think it was Linda. So no run there.
now I came to Blake's 7 quite late in its run. By the time when Blake wasn't there anymore.
That is quite late in the run. In comes Gilchrist. That was pulled away nicely. That was it's going to be 2 bounces, 1 bounce 4, pulled away onto the leg side. That was a bit too short, a bit too loose from Gilchrist, and tucked in with aplomb. Ingram, the way he's seeing it, that was a bit of a gimme. 90 now from 80 balls for Colin Ingram.
He's placed that one beautifully as well, hasn't he?
Brings up the 50 partnership as well for the 6th wicket. Cullen has 14. Gilchrist will try again. It's a bit better, but it still worked away on the offside. It's a fielder out there. Everson's going to return it. Just a single. Yeah, in my newspaper days, the number of opportunities when Alex Blake did spectacular things, which was quite common, particularly in white ball cricket. There was always a Blake's heaven, Blake's 7, various different things. He's taken some of the best catches I've ever seen in person in my life. We'll see. Gilchrist trying to give him the opportunity to do so now. It's gone to Blake, but just along the ground. Just a single there, scampering through. It's 159 for 5. It definitely feels like the calm before the storm, one way or the other. Is 91 not out, is Colin Ingram. And that run rate just hovering around 6.5. Completely within reach, should he decide to. Gilchrist in again, punched straight at Blake, and picked up. And there will be no run there as well. Alex Blake at mid-wicket, marshalling everything, seeing everything, enjoying his captaincy, I think, today. It wasn't expected, I think, when they boarded the bus down, or up to Worcester in the first place, but Joe Denley missing out with a minor, hopefully stressing minor, back injury. I'm sure he'll be assessed ahead of Sunday.
So he actually travelled up to Worcester, did he?
Yes, yeah, he's travelled down to Cardiff as well.
All right.
He was on the outfield having a stretch before the game on Tuesday, and was scratched, I think, probably about an hour or so before play, but learned yesterday he wouldn't be around today.
Here's Linda then to bowl to Tom Cullen, who steps back and plays it comfortably through the offside for a single. Out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And as we've been saying, Cullen's role to be the support act, push singles, and let Colin Ingram do his thing if he can. Ingram on 91 not out is forward defending. Cullen thought about a single, then realised that it wasn't there because keeper Robinson was out from behind the stumps quite smartly. Next delivery from Linda. Ingram pushes forward, puts it into a gap on the offside. Cry from the bowler, but a regulation single taken.
Absolutely. I'm not sure it's quite Oscar-worthy supporting actor yet, but certainly we were talking about Emmys or BAFTAs or something from Cullen. He's faced a lot of balls. I think only Carlson has faced more balls than Cullen has.
Yeah,
for someone that wasn't necessarily expecting to be involved this time yesterday.
As Cullen goes for the sweep, I think that's hit the pad, and they'll take a leg by down to fine leg. Well, Cullen and indeed the other wicketkeeper Alex Horton both played in the second 11 game just on the edge of the city at St Fagans yesterday against Gloucestershire. So you'd think that If they'd been expecting to play, they probably would have withdrawn from that one. Reverse sweep from Ingram. Well, that's gone through for one run. Of what sort, I'm not quite sure. Just a bye. Came off the keeper's pads that time.
It's a lot of strength and depth, actually. Am I right in thinking, did Glamorgan win the second 11 2020, I think? Or was it one of the one-day competitions, perhaps? Certainly, they've had some success anyway. In the seconds as well as the firsts.
Yeah, second time in 3 years of it being played, I think. As Cullen drives to mid-on and gets a single slight misfield there. 165 for 5. Yeah, so the travelling was a bit too much for me last year. I did see them actually win it a couple of years ago when it was played down at Arundel, as it was indeed again this year. When my Glamorgan schedule read something like washout in Canterbury for a 2020 game, drove down to Arundel to see the second 11 win their competition, drove up to Chelmsford the next day, washout again. Just wasn't worth going home between the two first 11 games.
Could do with that now at the moment. Gilchrist is coming. That one's too short and pulled away. Routine pull out towards the square leg boundary for a single. Yeah, we could do with that rain at the moment back home. It's been a very, very dry summer. Interested to see what Canterbury does look like in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, perhaps they'll be looking to get as much water on as possible before the ban comes in.
I've got a feeling that there might be an exemption for cricket clubs from last time. That's a good delivery from Gilchrist. He's turned him inside out. I think it's come off the top of the pad and gone away. There was a yelp of anguish as well as it was more hope than expectation. It was looked too high anyway. Gilchrist, sure,
it's going over the top.
It was going over the top, just off the top of the knee roll.
Yeah, I can report from our local agency photographer that Stevens is now in his polo shirt as opposed to his playing kit.
Is he taking oxygen or anything as well? That's what. Oh no, is he in some kind of protective boot or?
We can't see his boot from the pictures because it's.
We need a shaman or some kind of healer to get to him if at all possible.
We need a drone if you want a picture of his boot because we won't get it from this angle.
There's not that many games left this season. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking at the fixture list now. Actually, I was looking to see the next game at Canterbury. Actually, isn't a Kent game. It's the Lions South Africa game on the 9th of August. Gilchrist comes in once again to face Ingram. Just nudges it away. It's a half a shy from his backside on the grass. Fair attempt from Alex Blake. He's done it. A little bit of
sounded anatomically difficult there.
Yes, quite. It's good. I mean, these are athletes. I'm pretty sure he could be a Commonwealth gymnast if needed to be. As well, a spot of yoga to get him back up on his knees. Gilchrist comes in. 2 balls left of his second over. Another one that's a little bit too short. And he's pulled away with ease out to Everson. Routine. We've seen that a few times already this afternoon. Another single. Scoreboard ticks over. 170 up. Ingram on 93 from 87 deliveries. Cullen just quietly moved to 20 from 32. This is the last ball of this over from Gilchrist. A single from each one so far. And there'll be a single from this one as well, which is clipped away by Ingram to move on to 94 into the leg side. And that will be that. I'm looking at Kent. The next Kent home fixture at Canterbury is actually Yorkshire, which is the 19th of August. I think Glamorgan's next fixture is Yorkshire as well. That'd be an interesting one too.
Yes, they're here next Tuesday, is it?
Yes, I think
Wednesday?
So. Yeah. I've got it
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah.
Wednesday the 10th.
There's a little bit of
Yorkshire.
of a break.
Yeah, Glamorgan have a break of 5 days anyway, and then their next home games, 2 home games after that, are at Neath, which will be interesting.
Yeah,
haven't played first team cricket there for a number of years. a number which I shall have to look up before we actually do that game.
Well, look at that. It's almost as if someone's listening. We've got the fixtures that are flashed up on the stream for those enjoying the stream as well.
Yeah, Lancashire on the 17th and Hampshire on the 19th at Neath. Yorkshire Vikings here next Wednesday at Sapphire Gardens.
Absolutely. There you go. Get 6 days off in the middle of August. I need to go back to that tweet of the Derbyshire tweet. I forget who it was from, but the guy that said each of the years the days of cricket played in the month of August, and it was 26, 28, 27, 25, 24, and then it's gone down to 8 and I think 6 perhaps this year.
Kadri in the attack at the River Taff end, driven by Ingram into the offside for a single. Moves to 95, 172 for 5. Be interesting to see what comes out of county chairman's preliminary meeting yesterday. Decisions to be taken as the shape of next season at the end of this season. It'll presumably change again. It does every season. There's Kadri to bowl to Cullen on 20 and just clips it down to backward square for a single. 173 for 5. The chances of any season being the same as the previous one are increasingly diminished. Obviously we had COVID, which meant that all bets were off really.
Yeah.
We just got the 2 months of cricket in 2020. The conference format last year and then back to the 2 divisions this year, and who knows what 4-day cricket we'll have and where the 1-day cricket comes in the schedule. Kadri bowls and Ingram pushes down to gully. There's no run.
Yeah. Division 3 champions, you'll never sing that. There's the Kent faithful on Happy Hill back in Canterbury sing. Who knows if they might be able to sing it again in the future. We'll wait and see. We'll just do what we're told as always.
Kadri bowls, Ingram drops it into a gap on the offside and takes the single to move to 96. 174 for 5. Field changes round for the right-handed Cullen. It's on 21 not out. Glamorgan need 131 to win, 19.2 overs. Cullen tries to play it into the offside and there's no run as he's found the fielder at cover. Next delivery driven up to long on, single taken, 175 for 5. Just looking at Everson's figures, so that equalled his 109, equalled his highest score in any first team cricket. His highest score in first class was 109, but his highest in List A was 54, so he's more than doubled
it. Following in the footsteps of Ollie Robinson, who more than doubled his best this week as well.
And Sam North East at Leicester.
Oh goodness me. I was digging out the stats because in his Kent days, it was up, I think particularly 2015-16, he just kept getting stranded, and that double, there was plenty of talk that the double century might never arrive, and then there you go, like London buses, it's not a double century, it's a double in one go. In comes Gilchrist, bowling from the Cathedral. Right, that's a lovely bit of fielding, very, very sharp stop. They didn't cross over, did they? That was save the single.
Cullen ran halfway down and then ran back again.
Yeah.
Kadri at full stretch at point.
Yeah, absolutely. He needed to be as well, but he's made the most of it. Good hands. And Ingram, respecting the fielding, didn't stray too far, which is why there was no run there. Cullen on 22, and Ingram at the other end on 96, not on strike at the moment. This one's just guided away nicely by Cullen. We'll bring Ingram on to strike.
Really, that's what Cullen needs to be doing, isn't it? Just guiding singles around. There are plenty of them because there are plenty of gaps in the field, so it's almost by arrangement.
Absolutely. Ingram will be on strike. He's just 4 runs. I'm not going to say anything. Gilchrist at the top of his mark. I don't want to get told off by Glamorgan supporters as well as Kent supporters for having foot in mouth disease. In comes Gilchrist. Delivers. That's a fuller one. That's dealt with quite nicely. Dug out. No run there. It's a dot ball, but Ingram keeping it away from danger. up towards mid-on. Still 176 for 5. Gilchrist gave up a couple of boundaries earlier on, but has touched wood, has tightened up significantly since then. And he comes. There's a loose and a pull shot from Ingram. Didn't get all of it by his high standards, just a single there, out on the leg side. And returned into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. And the ball's going to be spun around the cordon. Alex Blake to George Linder. And back into the hands of Nathan Gilchrist, who turns and faces Cullen. Ingram's just replaying that shot for next time. Thought about pushing for a quick single there, Cullen, to get himself off strike, but thought better of it, which I think was quite wise.
Yeah, Kent will be just encouraged by a few dot balls creeping in over the last couple of overs.
I've noticed that in this over it's crept over 7, the asking rate, for the first time all afternoon. So, Gilchrist, 3 dots and 2 singles from this over, last ball of it. That one is, unfortunately for him, going to be a boundary. Pulled away, it's too loose, going down the leg side, he has his hands on his temples, as if it's caused him physical pain. But it was just a little bit too short, a little bit too wide, and it's been pounced on by Cullen, who's pulled it away to the deep square leg boundary to move on to 27.
181 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Colin Ingram on 97. He has all 18 List A centuries, in other words, official limited overs games. As he beaten by that one, the first ball of Kadri's over. 181 for 5, 124 to win. Run rate up to 7, but certainly manageable if Glamorgan get close with wickets still in hand and Ingram still at the crease, as he'll just play a comfortable single out on the offside. Fielded at deep cover, no run, 1 run. Cullen 27, Ingram 98. Kieran Carlson's 28, the only other player to get into double figures in this innings. Lloyd falling for 2, Northeast first ball, Root for 4, Joe Cook for 8. Full toss as Cullen comes down the wicket and clipped away on the leg side, but just a single out to mid-wicket. Not sure if Kadri was looking to slip the ball down the leg side, get a stumping. 183 for 5. Kadri to Ingram, who's back on his stumps, playing it into the offside. Just the single taken. Ingram ticking along at a runner ball. 184 for 5. Run rate just going up a little as Kadri bowls to Cullen, who drives to long on for a single. So Kadri will be quite happy with the way things are ticking along at the moment. Ingram, before coming into this season, had an average of 67 in one-day cricket for Glamorgan, which is phenomenal. Kadri is into Colin Ingram on 99, pushes it into the offside, and the applause for Colin Ingram's 100 of 97 deliveries, a punch of the air with his bat, salutes the crowd. The familiar gesture from Colin Ingram. He's hit 12 fours and 1 6. It has been a fine innings, but he'll know that he has to regroup and try and complete this job, which is a long way off still for Glamorgan. Ingram has 100, but Glamorgan have only 186 for 5, and there's still 119 runs to win off 17 overs at the end of that Kadri over.
They might have been 5 years apart, but he actually has back-to-back List A centuries against Kent in Wales. There's Colin Ingram, there you go.
That's a good stat.
Thank you very much. I do my best to come up with these ones.
It's his 7th list A century for Glamorgan out of the 18 that he's got.
And Kent will have been well aware of that possibility throughout the day. Have my eyes deceived me? Hang on, who have we got bowling?
There's a single taken out.
Is that Alex Blake bowling?
It's listed on the board as Blake bowling.
It's
wearing number 10.
What a day!
What number bowler is he, Alex?
He's Blake 7. This is just what a time to be alive. Alex Blake is bowling quite a flamboyant. I actually thought it had Logan. He's got a bit of Logan about his run up here. I've not seen this before in the flesh. Actually, there was a misfield. Oh, Gilchrist. That's a slip from him.
Ran past that.
That's going to be a couple of freebies. They're going to run 3 there as well. I think there was half a chance of getting him out of his ground and missed the ball. Alex Blake, hands on hips. He's not particularly impressed, I don't think, but he's trying something different here by bringing himself on.
It's the equivalent of Glamorgan bringing Ingram on, I suppose.
Well.
The occasional spin.
Yes, this is. I feel like I should know how very occasional this is, but it is rare. He's bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Another single worked away, this time by Ingram. He's moved on to 102 from 99 deliveries. I for all the world, I thought that's Logan. I just saw the kind of the
cheating.
hair.
He's 12th man.
Exactly. Well, that's what I thought. I thought someone else must have noticed. This one swept away. I think it's going to reach the ropes. It is going to beat the fielder. Another tumbling attempt from Everson out there. But it was clubbed nicely by Cullen. He's moved on to 36. He's playing an important role here. 43 balls. He's actually put the pedal down a little bit himself in terms of the run rate in the supporting act. And at the moment, Blake's decision is he's gone for 9 off his first 4 balls. He wants one of these. That's a good bit of fielding off his own delivery there. It was a straight drive. Took the pace off it, limit it to a single. As Linda picks up. Yeah, he'll want to try and tempt them into doing something aggressive and obviously mistiming one. Try and find a way of breaking this partnership. 109 runs still required. 97 balls left to do it. It's just going to be another easy single from Ingram. Move on to 103.
Alex Blake has taken 4 wickets in limited overs cricket in his career.
That is...
to add to 3 first-class wickets and 1 T20 wicket, so a grand total of 8.
That's impressive.
In county cricket.
That is much more than I would have possibly imagined.
Interestingly, he's listed as medium fast on the website that I'm looking at.
As a youngster, I think Mike actually mentioned it earlier on, but I'm sure he did bowl very occasionally, and it was medium fast, more medium than fast. I think it's safe to say. But then there was a time when he was being encouraged to try a bit of spin.
There we are. This is 1 over of spin of sorts delivered. Kadri bowls. Ingram drives into the offside to take a single. 198 for 5. And, well, the momentum of the game is with Glamorgan at the moment. Kent need a wicket from somewhere. So although the required run rate is still 6.8, you feel Kent need to bowl Glamorgan out as Cullen off the back foot punches one into the offside and takes a single.
Yeah, I'm just doing my homework now. I feel dreadful. I'm sorry to the Blake family if they're listening, but yeah, nine times he's taken the ball in a list A game, and this is 108th appearance, I think.
Kadri then to bowl to Ingram, who drops that one down, looking for the gap between point and cover, but doesn't find it. Fielded at point, no run. Overcast weather now. It feels a little bit cooler. At least that's the impression we get from inside the box, albeit with the window open. Kadri bowls and blocked by Ingram to cover. Well, Kent certainly have found some tight overs now and again. And Kadri has got 2 balls left of his spell. 1 for 41 his stats. Ingram drives that one back to him and there's no run. So respect to the young Afghan-born spinner. He's put the brakes on, gone at 4 runs and over, and claimed the wicket of Billy Root as well. Kadri in to bowl his last ball, and it almost bowls Ingram, who inside edges past his stumps, didn't know anything about it. It's fielded at short fine leg by Saini, and Kadri will come away with fine figures of 1 for 41 in his 10.
That was really good. It was impressive. He had Ingram a couple of times as well in some trouble as well, a couple of shouts earlier on, and goodness me, if he'd got one and picked up Ingram early, then a very different complexion on this match indeed. But yeah, that was impressive. More impressive than Tuesday from Hamid Kadri as well, so it's good for him. He's the only bowler to have bowled all 10 in both games. It's Blake who continues from this Cathedral Road end. Mike Powell is going to come and join us, as Nick Webb has some frantic typing to do. Plenty to talk about on a day like today. The 200 is up. That's the ripple of applause that you can hear in the background. 200 for 5. Just under 15 overs remaining. Run rate is just over 7. Look at this, Mike. Alex Blake bowling. Alex Blake is tempting.
It's gone for 6.
Yeah, it's tempting Colin Ingram into an expansive shot, and it's landed a yard over the rope. And it's an experiment. It's trying something different to try and break this partnership, but it's gone pretty much down to it's just deep mid-wicket boundary, sailed over, and 7 off the first 2 balls of this over, having gone for 12 off the first. And all of a sudden the run rate's no problem. He's just trying to tempt him into mistiming one. Trying again, punches this one away through the covers. That's 111 runs for Colin Ingram. That's also 100 partnership up for these two in pretty quick time as well. That passes the score. I think he got 110 against National Counties last Sunday. Quite a good week for him so far. Blake delivers again, and this is Cullen who nudges it down, and slowly but surely he's picked up. That's 40 now from 47 deliveries for Cullen. Ingram, I think, is, if we're looking for stats, 3 away from his best score against Kent in a list 8 in Wales. That's a dot ball for Alex Blake, a well-deserved dot ball, slightly fuller, and just nudged away by Colin Ingram. 111 he is. Nelson, 108 balls, 97 to win. Oh, he's attempted a little reverse, and it was heading down the leg side anyway from Alex Blake, I think, but just scamper through for a single. That's the end of the over. Yeah. 21 off Alex Blake's 2 overs so far. Yeah,
it's an experiment that probably hasn't worked there, and it might be his last. So I thought 21 come from just his 12 deliveries. We spoke of this probably 10 overs ago, and it's a problem because Glamorgan have always been up with the rate, so the wickets are immaterial really. There's only 5 down, 96 needed, plenty of overs, 14 overs required. Required run rate is just under 7, but the way these two are batting at the moment is very risk-free and keeping up with the rate, so alarm bells are ringing for Alex Blake, the Kent captain.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. The 100 partnership this feels very reminiscent of that Blake and Everson partnership earlier on, which did all the damage for Kent, and not perhaps quite so explosive. Ingram seems to be playing within himself still. It feels like there's more gears there if he needs them. Not that he does really at the moment.
Yes, it got to because this game goes the distance. The 50 overs, Glamorgan will win this game. Yeah. So at what point is Blake going to make a decision, right, I need to set a few more traps here? Do I put a slip in? Do I put a man on the dry? Do I slightly change the bowling attack to a point of, right, we're going to bowl short, or we're going to bowl full, we're going to bowl wild? There needs to be a plan. I think they're drifting into a loss at the moment, Kent.
Yeah, starting to feel that way. Ingram just nudges that on the leg side for an easy single again. They'll take the singles on offer all day long. But that's, as you say, Alex Blake was perhaps trying to get him to someone to mistime it into the sky and just anything, change the dynamic of the game was what he was going for.
It's no different to what Ingram did when he came on. He came on to bowl a couple of overs, bought a couple of wickets, did a great job. Didn't quite work out. I can understand why he was doing what he was trying to do. It just hasn't quite worked.
Well, if he's around in another few overs' time, he's played a significant part in this match. This is just guided away down to. Did I mention this is Quinn?
You just have.
I just have. Yes, yeah. Sorry, I do apologise. Too busy talking about cricket to talk about cricket. But yes, Matt Quinn from the River Taff end, which is guided away that time by Cullen, who's moved on to 41. Ingram back on strike now, 113. Matt Quinn in his 5th over. Delivers to Ingram, who scampers through. I'm trying to work out what that is. Is that list day best? Perhaps. 114. A round of applause for that. I'm not sure what that was. That's no, it matches the 114 that he scored against Kent in Swansea 5 years ago. He'll be thinking there's more here for him as Quinn comes in. That one's punched away on the offside square by Cullen. He's played a really nice supporting innings. Carlson we saw the cameo from, but it's Cullen that's really given the foundation with Ingram.
I say this really respectfully, because obviously they're all very, very good players, but with fewer games, the Kent batsmen under their belt, I think it's an easier task to chase down a score because it's laid out there for you.
Yeah.
I think you have to wait this ball to be delivered.
Yeah, it's just guided away. That's a dot ball after 4 singles.
So you know the rate, you've seen the wicket because you've been out there for 50 overs and you can see a task in hand. I think on occasions today I could probably count 3 wickets that were given away today, were unnecessarily given away for 4s or 6s or whatever shots they were trying to play. You think, probably didn't need to do that at this stage of the game.
Blakes. In comes Quinn, bowling to Ingram, and that's just nudged away, guided away onto the leg side again for another single.
Where you can obviously see now a player of Ingram's quality and experience that he's had, he knows exactly what he needs to do and he's playing accordingly. Yeah. And I think if you haven't played as many games as you probably would have liked, I think those decisions come to you more easily.
Yeah. But I don't think we had this conversation earlier on, but I mean, I presume, would you have done the same thing? Had you won the toss, if you're Kent, would you have chosen to field first?
I think Glamorgan's a batting attack is better than their bowling attack in this game today, where they're missing their 2 best seamers.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're chasing the score down with their slightly more mature, experienced attack will be in their favour.
Indeed. It only takes a moment to take a wicket, and they need one at the moment, do the Kent Spitfires. Ingram retains the strike there at the end of that over. Plenty of conversations going on. Linda's going to take over the bowling from Alex Blake at the Cathedral Road end. He's just working out his run-up. He's been operating from the River Taff end thus far. Alex Blake is, as we all saw, probably very aware of the fact that we can't, well, he will be thinking we can't allow them to have a 10 and over and just walk over the line. 91 required from 78 deliveries. Excuse me. 5 wickets still in hand, and a couple of decent batters lurking still in Pavilion 2. Here comes Linda. That's very loose. It's wide, and it looks like it's going to reach the boundary. It is. That is, I'd imagine, not what Alex Blake was talking to him about just before he brought him back onto the bowl. Very poor. I don't think Ollie Robinson had much of a chance at that one. I don't think he could see it beyond Colin Ingram. Not what you want to see from a Kent perspective. Can Linda make amends? That one's driven. Looked like it might be in the air for a moment, but it's gone past Alex Blake. And then through. Some good running as well. Ingram moves on to 117, 221 for 5. Linda has 1 for 38 from his 6 and change. Bowls now to Ingram, just works it away. It all looks very simple, doesn't it?
Yeah,
makes cricket look an easy game.
Yeah,
played like this.
Without labouring a point, Everson, so 110, 120 balls, similar to Ingram, what he is now.
Yeah.
But Ingram doesn't look tired, doesn't look like he's going to give away. And we're different ends of their careers. I appreciate that. You know, you got Robinson 50 or 47. And then you've got obviously Blake coming in
The
66.
Blake
So all of a sudden you think, well,
That was preventable. It
Yes,
felt preventable
yeah.
at the time, and even more so now.
but he's only being harsh. They still scored 300, but you think, well, it might have been closer to a 350.
Yeah. Oh, I think for all the world, it looked like certainly 340, 350 until the last half hour, really. And then that one swept away nicely. Is that going to make the record? Is indeed another boundary. Senny's going to chase deep square leg boundary. The last thing he wants to be doing is running after balls that have made it all the way to the stands, but that's what he's got to do this time. Cullen's moved on to 46 from 50 deliveries.
So 226 for 5, the score. 79 required. As Cullen works that ball through mid-wicket, picking up another 2 runs.
Another 2 runs. It feels like the moment when it's just drifting away from Kent at the
It does
moment.
look drifting. The players are sort of milling around. Never looks much of a buzz out there in
It's
the middle.
quiet.
Very quiet.
Linda delivers once again to Cullen, but they're looking for some inspiration, and
Yeah, they are, and it's very difficult. I mean, yeah, you can see on times in club cricket and in first-class cricket, it's, come on, boys, get a bit of a buzz. But unless the product from the bowler is of a standard, it's very hard to talk things up.
yeah. And if you're faking it, they know
course
as well, and
of
it
course they
actually
know.
can work against you. That's the thing.
They desperately need to buy a wicket here to get
Yeah.
themselves back in the game.
None of this. One brings 2, malarkey. We've heard it all. Linda has 1 to come. Last ball of the over. Just clipped away. Ingram will trot through. Not even a trot, is it? It's a saunter through. 230 for 5 at the end of the 38th over. Partnership is 123 at better than a runner ball, 118 deliveries. The asking rate is just over 6 and over. They brought it back quite nicely. And Kent toiling a little bit. The sun has come out. The shadows are lengthening. It's a lovely, very pleasant day out there, but you won't feel it if you're a Kent fielder at the moment, or a Kent captain, I suppose, as well. Some drinks coming on for Ingram and Cullen, and maybe is that little cool towel or something like that as well, perhaps a little frozen flannel on a warm day.
Yeah, bit of towel, change of gloves, bit of a drink,
That's nice.
splash of aftershave back into it.
Yeah, freshen up.
Off we go.
Indeed. Well, there's plenty more fun to be had out there. 72 balls remaining, 12 overs. And 1 wicket here. All it takes is 1 missed time from Ingram into the hands of a fielder that holds onto it. And the pendulum swings again, doesn't it?
You're right, it comes alive then, isn't it?
It does, indeed. Who do we have that with? Quinn. Back on. It's not going to be a run out, I'm pretty sure of that. Alex Blake had a shy. It was a bit of miscommunication in the middle there, but they got away with it.
Yeah, just on Cullen's behalf rather than Ingram, he didn't move an inch.
Yes, no, not quite. And he's allowed to, the senior partner in this.
Stay where you are.
119, yeah, exactly. I'm going nowhere. Quinn's bowling his 6th over from the River Taff end. Bowling to Ingram, who's nudged it back past him. Straight to the fielder at mid-on. There'll be no run there either. 230 for 5. 75 runs. If you said 75 runs in a 2020 game, 70 balls remaining, people walking out, I think it's game over.
Game over.
Yeah, done deal. Mike Quinn hopes not, and he comes, charges in once again. This one's gone an almighty distance. Has he made the seats? Not quite. But it's hooked away gorgeously by Colin Ingram, who's moved on to 125. It was short, it was leg side-ish, it was inviting from Matt Quinn, unfortunately for him, and Colin Ingram absolutely cashed in.
Just man back on the boundary as well, but he's so powerful.
Yeah.
Hits the ball such a distance.
Yeah. he might as well go and stand beyond the boundary, because that carried a good 20 yards beyond. In comes Quinn again. And this one was fuller. It's a beautiful shot. Straight drive down the ground, just past the stumps. It was straighter and fuller from Quinn, but he just diverted, used all the power in the ball and sent it back past him as well.
Slight overcorrection from Finn. There's a little bit short.
Yeah.
Previous, little bit full.
Yeah.
Ingram ruthless on both.
Well, he has he has it in his locker to hit all kinds of aggressive shots.
So Blake just having a chat with Quinn at the top of his mark there. I wonder what their plan would be.
Don't do that again.
Yeah.
Probably something more complicated than that.
Those two balls somewhere in between, please.
Absolutely.
Bit of a chat, but what's come of it is that Fine Leg has taken himself back down towards the rope, bringing third man up inside the circle, and the bowler also coming round the wicket.
I'm just going to jump off and let Nick come on for a moment.
Next delivery played out on the offside by Ingram. Just ticking things round nicely, Colin Ingram. Crowd getting into everything now. "11 overs to come after this delivery. 64 to win. 241 for 5. Kent can win this game back again with the wicket of Ingram, would put pressure right back on Glamorgan. Cullen on strike on 49 not out. Pulls away to the leg side. Will pick up at least a couple. He'll pick up 4. In fact, he's managed to slot that one between square leg and fine leg. And Tom Cullen reaches a half century and a run a ball, which is pretty impressive considering that he's meant to be playing the support act, or it seemed that way. He started quite slowly. 4 fours, but has managed to work it around and score very nicely indeed, Mike Powell.
Yeah, he's played very nicely for his 50 there. Quite nice delivery to get onto his 50. Short, higher delivery, pulled away strongly to the leg side. That could be the end of Quinn, I would have thought. He's gone for 50 off his 6 overs, picking up the 1 wicket, so it's been a tough afternoon for Quinn. Blake again, top of the mark. Captain Blake having a chat with his bowlers, trying to come up with some sort of plan or strategy to see the end of Ingram and try and drag him back into this fixture.
Well, Saini's got 3 overs left, 1 for 40 for his international strike bowler. Ingram on 130 not out. Saini chucks down a practice delivery of sorts to mid-on, just to make sure it's coming out all right. Ingram 130 off 121 deliveries. Saini to try and remove him. Ingram drives, but straight to mid-on, no run. So Kent looking, hoping for their main man, playing his first game of limited overs cricket, but has made impression already in the championship, so Kent supporters know what he's capable of. Saini into Ingram. Ingram smashes that one hard through the offside, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary, so it's just the single taken. 246 for 5. Cut-off time 6:29, so no pressure at all on the terms of the over rate, which is something that infuriates me in the one-day game.
How long do they have?
They have 3.5 hours to bowl their 50 overs. Why? Should be 3:15 maximum. It's just bonkers. Saini into Cullen, short ball, pulled away by Ingram. It's beaten the sprawling dive of mid-wicket, and it might just reach the ropes. It's crawling towards them and just hops over the boundary rope at mid-wicket. Wasn't quite timed by Cullen, but it was timed well enough to reach a longish boundary. And Glamorgan move up to 250 for 5, and all of a sudden only 55 runs needed for victory. Saini runs away from us once more. Bowls outside off stump. Cullen cuts. There's a half stop at point. Single taken. Cullen to 58, 251 for 5. 10 overs left at the end of this one. And Glamorgan narrowing down this victory target. The required run rate now stands at 5.2. Can Kent remove Ingram? That's the key still, as he's whipped that one off his hips for a single down towards backward square. 252 for 5. I think, Mike, you're due for a little spell off after this delivery, so thoughts on the situation as it stands?
Yeah, the situation's been the same for the last 10 or 12, 15 overs, haven't they? Ingram is the absolute key man here for Kent. Got to get him out. Vice versa, as far as Glamorgan are concerned. If he stays in, they win. At the moment, they're going to win with 4 or 5 overs to spare.
Saini is in to bowl to Cullen. Short ball. Cullen tries to pull it, and ball miscued. Just runs out on the leg side. No run. Thank you to Mike. If you can pop back in 20 minutes or so. Who knows where this game will be by then. 252 for 5. Cullen 58. Ingram 132. Final batch of power plays basically means that Kent can stick an extra fielder out if they need to, but the question is whether they'll actually use that, and there's a bit of a committee meeting going on to decide their field and their strategy, and heaven knows what else. 53 needed off 10 as Alex Hoad comes back alongside me.
Yeah, the Kent fans on BBC Radio Kent not too thrilled with what they've had to hear this afternoon. But as we keep saying, it can all change so quickly, and that's what they're talking about now. Plenty of pointing and gesticulating, and I can imagine pretty enthusiastic voices. The decisions they make now will determine the result of the game, and also what time we're getting on the motorway today as well, because he's quite right. If Ingram and Cullen stick around, it's going to be at least half an hour earlier than anyone could have anticipated not so long ago. It's going to be, is that Gilchrist? It is driven away on the leg side. That's a misfield, unfortunately. Out in the deep. Gilchrist, first ball of his over, is mishandled out on the ropes. It came out for 2 then, so Ingram's moved on to 134. Cullen there on 58. I was trying to see who it was out there. It wasn't Blake. No, it's not Blake. That was Blake. Gilchrist will try again. Just a little nudge, just a slight movement towards the ball there. I don't think he really wanted to play that, did Ingram, but it has beaten the bat. I think he moved after the ball had already gone and found its way into Ollie Robinson's gloves, but it's something. There was a collective intake of breath and a few oohs and ahs. Gilchrist thunders in once more. That is more of a swing and a miss from Ingram. Can't quite get to grips with the pace of these from Gilchrist, which is unlike him. He's looked so composed, so settled all afternoon, and then 2 in a row. And he sinks down to his haunches and then just takes a little stroll away to reset his mind, as you see people see these elite players do. Just go and reset, put it out of your mind, take what you need to, and move on. And he'll move on with this one from Gilchrist. Just gets the toe end of the bat and sends it up towards mid-off. There'll be no run there either.
Just getting to the sort of position, though, that Glamorgan would still have a chance if Ingram went now.
Yeah, I mean,
a few big blows from someone else.
Dalthwaite and
order.
Salter are perfectly capable of rattling off 30-40 if needed. 51 required, 56 balls, perfectly capable, and that's going to come down there. It's just going to be a single, guided away from Ingram, 135. It's the It's one more ball to come of Ingram's. I was going to say at the end of the over. It's not. One more ball to come from Gilchrist. Final ball of his 4th over. 21 have come from the 3.5 so far. He'll be facing Cullen, who's slowly but surely picked up and has gone past run a ball. Strike rate up over 100, 58 from 56. And that is enough now. A runner ball would do it for Glamorgan. In comes Gilchrist. And Cullen just nudges it back towards the bowler. There's no run there.
Decent over that.
It was, yeah. It's a good reply. 3 off it, 3 dot balls. 4 dot balls, actually, I think. And 2 and 1. That's it, 255 for 5. 9 overs to come, 50 required, 54 balls, 5 wickets left. Ingram 135 and Cullen 58. All the 5s covering the scoreboard.
Well, it's been a remarkable progression from a situation where Glamorgan were 5 wickets down for 107 in just the 19th over of this game. So we've said all along the run rate has not been a particular problem. I think it just flicked up to 7 briefly.
Yeah.
But the wickets column was the main issue for Glamorgan. 5 down so early on and barely a third of the way to their target. Needed a major innings from Colin Ingram. They've got a major innings from Colin Ingram, but will it be quite enough to get them over the finish line? Navdeep Saini to bowl his 9th over. So Kent, Alex Blake, understandably bowling Saini as much as he can, his main strike bowler, as he bowls to Ingram, who hits this one down into ground, bounces up to point, and there's no run.
It was remiss of me not to mention Tom Cullen, by moving to 58, has rewritten his own record books as well. That is his highest list A score. His 11th appearance, and he's looked very good. I think we can promote him to the Oscar after his early work. He's accelerated nicely.
Was that the half century against Essex last year? I think. In the semi-final. Oh no, he has 41 not out. He's a century stand on that occasion. As Ingram drives to wide mid-off and will pick up the single. So Cullen has shown his mettle with the bat. He's certainly a very feisty, competitive character, and is very keen at the age of 30 to make the most of every opportunity that he gets in the first team. Which, when the captain for the past few years has been the wicketkeeper, has understandably been few and far between. He's only played really. Basically, when Cullen's been away, a few specialist appearances as a batter. He faces up to Saini and hits that one straight to point. So a couple of dot balls in this over. Kent still fighting. Cullen's 58 came in the match at Northampton last year, which was the second group match, and I think I can be forgiven for not remembering it because I was following affairs from home last year. As Saini bowls full toss, Cullen squirts it away on the leg side down to square leg, single taken, having a lovely 10-day spell of coughing with the virus. At this point last year. The applause is up for the 150 stand for the
There seems to be a
six
pause every
wickets.
2 or 3 minutes here this afternoon. There's always something going on. It's a partnership or it's a milestone. They've been excellent, absolutely excellent together.
Saini steaming in. Bowls to Ingram. Tries to work on the leg side. Was that bat or pad? It matters not. It's a run on the Glamorgan total, and the umpire saying there might have been a bit of inside edge on that. Doesn't signal anything. 258 for 5. 8.1 overs remain. It's been another quietish over. So Kent by no means giving it away. They keep on fighting, but they've only got the 4 up within the circle, so there are lots of singles to be had.
If Seni had another 3 to come, it would be slightly more interesting. He only has 1 after this, I think.
He'll probably bowl the next over as well and bowl him out. You'd think it's a risk worth taking. Saini bowls. Cullen drives, calls for the single to mid-off, and will get there comfortably as Gilchrist does the fielding. So that is 9 overs on the board next to Navdeep Saini's name. 1 for 51. Glamorgan 259 for 5. So only 7 runs have come off the last couple of overs. But the required run rate is still less than a run a ball.
It is indeed. It's been this way all day long, essentially. Kent were ticking along about 6 and over all the time, and Glamorgan require 46 from 48 deliveries. Still, as it has seemed like for hours now, 5 wickets in hand. And Colin Ingram, just the rock that just won't budge. He's 132 balls he's faced. 13 of them have found the ropes. 3 of them have cleared the ropes. And he's still there. After, well, it's got to be getting on for 3 hours. It's going to be, is that Quinn to continue? No, it's Gilchrist, of course, to continue. Yes, no, forgive me. Wrong, very tall, thin man from that part of the world. Easily confused from that far. I should have just looked at the screen, that would have helped. In comes Gilchrist. That's dealt with aplomb. Fired back at him. He's equal to the test from Cullen. 60 from 61 for Cullen. And we weren't quite sure where he's going to fit into the order today. He's come in ahead of Salter, ahead of Douthwaite, and is shown that to be a very wise decision. In comes Gilchrist again, pushed away this time by Cullen through the covers. Oh, it's a double misfield, and it's gone for 4. Hands on hips around the field, all of them wearing sky blue shirts. It's a difficult one to take. Double misfield to give up a boundary at this stage of the game.
Yeah,
it says quite a lot.
It's one of those where it was just fractionally about the extreme reach of 2 fielders, both of whom couldn't quite get a finger on it.
He couldn't have placed it more with his hands, I don't think. But either way, as you said, it matters not. Another 4 on the board. In comes Gilchrist. This one is cut away. When your luck's in, it's in. That one is cut away. Thickish edge. It was in the air for a long time, but not anywhere near a fielder. It's another one over the ropes. A couple of throaty cries from the Glamorgan fans who finally, you can sense, they believe now, finally, it's going to happen.
Yeah, having been best part of 200 short. Well, yes, 198 short with 5 down.
Yeah.
Looked improbable. It now looks probable.
It does indeed. Gilchrist trying to find another little turn in the script, but can't do it. Cullen pulls it away for just a single, a very lazy single. 69 now from 64 balls. Ingram still there. 137 from 132. 37 runs required now. I mean, whatever you say, it's very impressive, and it's a great advert for the One Day Cup as well. It's been a brilliant game, twists and turns, and neither side has ever felt quite comfortable in their position in the game. Are there more twists and turns to come? Gilchrist trying to find one. That one's guided away by Ingram straight to the fielder, Alex Blake, who deals with it quite neatly. Has a little look at the ball.
Yeah, both captains have had to work quite hard today in the field, haven't they? Kieran Carlson with lots of bowling changes, and Alex Blake to juggle his resources as well.
It's not just, you don't just do it just to get a better parking space. It's a lot of micromanagement required, I think. In Crumbs, Gilchrist. That's going to be fielded by Senni.
The parking space must be nice, though.
Yeah, it would be nice. There was I was here so early today. I've gone to the bowls club and there was no one there, so I'm hoping that I've not been clamped and I'd find I can't get home tonight after all that. It's just I was here before the stewards.
You should be all right in the bowls club.
Fingers crossed. None of these lusty blows from Ingram are going to reach that car park. I think I'm hopefully safe. I was in a bit of trouble at New Road the other day with Ollie Robinson, I must say, because the park just by the hotel. Right. He gave an ice cream van a scare at one point. Those were good days for Kent fans. This is turning into a less good day, it's safe to say. 269 for 4 for Kent, and it's 269 for 5 from now for the exact 7 overs to go. Interesting. I think it's safe to say that Glamorgan are in the box seat.
Yeah, Kent fell away really towards the latter stage of their innings, but the Stevens injury, had he been still out there to do some striking at the end, well, we'll never know. It might have been a different story. Navdeep Saini will bowl his last over, and boy, do Kent need a wicket from the Indian paceman.
Hat trick.
Even better with a hat trick for them, yeah. Saini in to bowl to Ingram, clips one off his legs for a single, down to fine leg, 270 for 5. And virtually everything is getting applauded now.
It's interesting that you can commit whatever it is, 8 hours of your day to something and you don't know if it was worth it until right at the very end. They've been sat in the sunshine, but they've not really been able to enjoy it. They've been on the edge of their seat.
Been able to enjoy some fine batting anyway from Everson with a century, Robinson and Blake with some really powerful hitting in their 50s. And now this really intelligent partnership between Ingram and Cullen. As Cullen gets one up in the block hole, manages to squirt it away down towards fine leg for a couple of runs. Crowd really enjoying this now. 33 to win. 6.4 overs remain on the scoreboard.
It's the equivalent of the Olays coming out in an international football match.
Almost that. Saini looks a slightly dejected figure, if we can read his body language at this distance from our third floor viewpoint. Watching over long on as he bowls down leg side slower ball called a wide. Cullen getting nothing on it. As umpire pivots and turns towards the scorers who are up next to the dressing rooms. Plastered in 100 logos in red rather than the navy and daffodil yellow of Glamorgan. Ready for the first game here on Sunday. As that's a short ball from Saini and it's chopped into the offside by Cullen. To wait a little bit as that one stuck in the pitch a bit, but I managed to steer it past point successfully. Took the single. There'll be BBC website and radio coverage of the 100 if that is your thing. Plenty of television and highlights as well.
Am I allowed to say you could also tune into for the Royal London Cup game between Kent and Hampshire from Beckenham on Sunday, should you choose to do so? Invest your time in that competition.
Indeed. Please do so. As Saini's into bowl, a full toss that Ingram hits back down the ground. This one could go away for 4, and it is a career best for Colin Ingram as he moves on to 143 not out. That is his best ever score in limited overs cricket, and it has been a superb innings from Glamorgan's South African left-hander. He looks like steering them home here.
He's been in great nick. From what I've seen from your feeds and your commentary so far this season, he's been in good touch, and he's absolutely been a class apart today.
As that's down leg side, pulled away by Ingram, who could have left it for a wide, but picked up a single 2. Fine leg. 279 for 5. 1 ball left for Navdeep Saini, who struck in his very first over, having Sam Northeast caught at slip without scoring, but since then has laboured in vain.
That does seem a very long time ago, goodness me.
Career best for both batters then. Cullen has 72. Ingram has 144. 26 to win. 6 overs remaining. Saini in to bowl to Cullen. Again, a leg stump Yorker clipped away on the leg side. There might have been a single there. They didn't risk it. So Saini finishes with 1 for 61 off his 10 overs. A little bit unfortunate, really. He had Carlson dropped early on at slip, so that would have been a second wicket. He did look really hostile with his pace in the early overs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was dropped on 3 as well, I think, Carlson, and that would have really changed it. Another wicket at that stage, we wouldn't be in this position now, I think it's safe to say. But yes, you mentioned his body language. It must be a bit dispiriting. A couple of shoulders have perhaps slumped a little in the last hour or so, kind of understandably. Lake and Gilchrist deep in conversation now. 272 is it for this partnership? I'm not au fait with
172.
172. That's a decent partnership. I can't imagine there have been many better partnerships for this wicket against Kent, at least. Always nice to see the record books rewritten. Even better if you're doing it. Gilchrist, as the first ball of his over, is just guided away by Ingram.
I've seen a record number of records in the last few weeks, believe you me.
I can imagine you have. I can well imagine.
I had tried to try and filter them out on that 4th morning at Leicester. It was just a question of trying to decide which were the interesting ones.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Gilchrist coming once again. Ingram gets down low to it. Smartly dealt with by Ami Kadri in the field. He's fielded excellently actually today. Generally diving full stretch. He has to do everything at full stretch. The diminutive figure. But he's done it very, very well indeed, and bowled well too today. Gilchrist at the top of his mark again. 26 required from 34. The way Ingram's playing, he could do that.
Wow.
Quite quickly. I was about to say, as he dispatches that one from Gilchrist, it was inviting, and he accepted the invitation. Just larruped it back past him. 1, 2, 3, and then runs away. Neatly done by Colin Ingram, who is in some touch. 148 from 140 balls.
Yes, by some distance, a record Glamorgan 6th wicket partnership in one-day cricket, beating the 136 from Matthew Maynard and Otis Gibson.
There you go. I had a feeling. Gilchrist coming in once again. This one's squirted away square on the offside from Ingram, which will bring Cullen onto strike. It's all these ripples of applause. Like every time I think that must be a milestone. All that applause must be for something.
It's just the relief of hours of tension, isn't it? From the home supporters.
I've seen it happen, and they are absolutely well within their rights to enjoy it. A lovely day, and a good game to watch. Some good entertainment, and it looks like being celebrations in this top of the table Group B clash. The early blow in the title race goes to the defending champions. And Kent will seek to pick themselves up pretty quickly to take on Hampshire at Beckenham. Here comes Gilchrist. This one's clipped away off his legs by that was Cullen, wasn't it? For 7. No, he's moved on to 70.
Leggy.
I was a leg by, that's why he hasn't moved on to 73. Yes, off the pads. But the scoreboard has moved on. 285 for 5. 20 required. With 5 overs and 1 ball remaining. And still, as it has been for hours of my life. 5 wickets in hand. Ollie Robinson is down on his haunches. He's had an incredible roller coaster of emotions, I'd have thought, this week. Gilchrist comes in and bowls to Ingram, who brings up his 150, hitting it down to Lodon. Waves the bat. He knows his work is nearly done. Handshake and a little hug from Cullen as well. 142 balls for Colin Ingram.
It's also Colin's highest list day score for Glamorgan.
A well-deserved round of applause as well. There's going to be some sore hands around at Sapphire Gardens this evening, I think, with all the applause in the latter stages of this afternoon. I'm going to depart to go and tell Radio Kent listeners all the good news.
Not much good news to report from the Kent point of view. .286 for 5 then. .19 needed. 19 needed in 5 overs. Kent really need to take 5 wickets to win this match, you feel? As it will be Matt Quinn to try and break this partnership. Full toss, hit straight back at the bowler, who throws it back at Ingram and breaks the stumps. But Ingram had got both feet firmly back in the crease. 286 for 5. 19 of 29 deliveries remaining. His next ball is short and pulled away by Ingram down towards backward square. Just be the single. 18 to win for Glamorgan. Remarkable transformation in this game. From the 19th over, when Glamorgan were 107 for 5, chasing 305. They are now odds on favourites to win this game, barring a huge upset. Quinn adjusting his field. All his infielders now are up in the circle on the offside for Cullen, so the boundary is unprotected apart from long off on that side, and Cullen just turns one into the leg side, which is an easy single every time. So Quinn not exactly bowling to his field, so he needs wickets. 73 to Cullen. 288 for 5. Quite dramatic turnaround of this game in the Sapphire Gardens sunshine over the last couple of hours. Quinn round the wicket to Ingram. Low full toss, driven to long off for a single. Glamorgan can walk home in singles if they need to. Afternoon to Neil. Was listening on his journey round the M25, as he often does. .289 for 5, Glamorgan. 16 needed to win for Glamorgan. 5 wickets needed for the visitors. Quinn then from this Cathedral Road end. Into ball up in the block hole. Cullen blocks it out, sends the ball up to long on for a single. .290 for 5. Ingram on 152 not out. Next delivery tries to follow him down leg side, bowls on the legs, clipped away by Ingram for the single. 291 for 5. End of the over. The equation is 14 off 4. Mike Powell.
Yeah, made it look very easy last 10 overs, haven't they, Glamorgan? Just that stage where they needed another wicket. It didn't come. And Ingram has played beautifully to get up to his 150.
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come fairly shortly. And then we'll proceed with the commentary of the last few overs.
Returning to bowl at the river end, George Lind.
So Linda, the slow left armour, will have another crack from the River Taff end as Blake shuffles his bowlers. Is 147 next to his name. It bowled Joe Cook. It looked at that stage as though the wicket was starting to play up a little bit. Maybe keep a little bit low and adopt a bit of turn. Linda to bowl to Ingram on 153 not out. Ingram sweeps away towards the leg side boundary. Will they come back for the second run? Yes, he'll have to put his foot down, but he does so. Another 2 to Ingram. Radio update to come. Well, Glamorgan are on the verge of a quite superb victory over Kent. They need 12 runs to win with 5 wickets in hand, thanks to the work of Colin Ingram, who hits that one up in the air and is about to be caught. Ingram goes for 155, but it'll be surely too late for Kent to pull this one back. A quite superb innings by Ingram. Tom Cullen at the other end is 74 not out. And Glamorgan chasing 305 to win. We're 107 for 5 at one stage, but that partnership has really delivered almost victory to Glamorgan. They need 12 runs to win at 293 for 6.
For 155, the highest display score made by the Glamorgan batter here at Spitfires.
There we are, highest limited overs score for Glamorgan on this ground. Mike Powell is back with us. Don't you just hate it when the wicket falls when you're trying to give a 30-second radio update?
You've done well, Nick. Well done. Yeah, we said back when Ingram was on 50, they'll have to post a very big score and bring his team home. He'll be the man standing there at the end of the innings. He didn't quite stand there right at the end, but he's done pretty much all of that. Just 12 runs to go. 3.4 overs remaining. Game is dead and buried. Glamorgan have played exceptionally well. Ingram has played an exceptional innings. Well done, him.
Yeah, not quite into the top 3 of Glamorgan limited overs scores. Jacques Rudolph at Hove is top of that heap with 169 at Hove back in 2014. Saw that one. Viv Richards against Oxfordshire at Swansea in 93. Chris Cook, third on the list, 161 for him at Bristol 3 years ago. But Kent needs to take another 4 wickets very, very quickly as Dan Douthwaite comes to the crease. What will the Kent tactics be in terms of bringing the fielders in? They've got 6 up in the circle. Got to go for wickets. 22 balls left, 12 runs remaining for Glamorgan to get as Douthwaite steps back and chops one down into the gully. I thought he was winding up to try and hit it into the taff there for a moment.
You'd probably afford to put a slip in here, couldn't you? Ball spinning away to a new batsman. Need to bowl them out. Need 12 runs.
Linda bowls to Douthwaite, who pushes forward defensively. Just wonder if Kent can nip another one out. Is there nerves in the dressing room at that stage?
Not really need one man in there at 74, 2 shots for away from a win.
Linder with his left arm spin. Balls, Douthwaite slams that one through wide, long on for 4 runs just to ease any remaining pressure. Douthwaite winding up, going for the big shot and getting it away. Ingram's final stats, 148 balls faced for his 155 runs, 15 fours and 3 sixes. 297 for 6, 8 to win. 19 balls to win, to go. 4 wickets for Kent to win. Linder is in, bowls, Douthwaite drives into the offside. We'll look for 2 runs. It should be fielded by Everson, but he's had a long chase to get round that cover boundary. Douthwaite moves on to 6, and 6 runs needed to win at 299 for 6. Six runs needed off 3. And Kent, although they managed to get rid of Ingram, did it just that little bit too late. With only 12 required to win.
Didn't he play well? He didn't really accelerate all the innings. He kept at the same pace. Very low risk as far as I'm concerned. He played just a beautiful measured innings. Exactly what Kent didn't want.
So, Quinn, 7 overs, 1 for 55. To bowl to Tom Cullen, 74 not out. He'll want to see things home. Bowls a full toss that Cullen clips down to fine leg. Just turning it away. 300 up for Glamorgan. They're enjoying applauding everything, this crowd, aren't they, after a nervy few hours as Glamorgan clawed their way back into the match. Dan Douthwaite on 6. So Sortu would try and finish it with a single blow. Quinn is in to bowl. Douthwaite is bowled. Having a swing. 300 for 7. Well, well, well.
Was ugly, wasn't it?
That was horrible. That was horrible.
You can see he's trying to finish it early, but there's ways and means. That isn't one of them. He's just nonchalantly picked the ball up as well.
I thought for a moment that no ball had been called because he stood there for a moment.
He's picked the ball up and thrown it back to the umpire as well and strode off.
Well, 3 wickets for Kent to win, 5 runs for Glamorgan to win, 4 for a tie.
It probably brings Andrew Salter to the crease, who probably didn't really want to or expect to come. Just 5 needed to win.
That was a horrible slog.
Exactly. Trying to look for a positive.
I wonder if he'll get a rollicking for that.
No.
It's just put the tiniest bit of jeopardy back into it.
I think if they lose, which I very much doubt it, there might be a question mark over that shot, but as long as they bring the game home, it should be absolutely fine.
He was just looking to stick it into the grandstand to finish it in the grand style, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So Andrew Salter, I don't think will be quite as flamboyant about it, trying to finish the game off. Quinn has 2 for 56. Linder 2 for 55. I don't think anyone's taken more than 2 wickets in this game. It's been a batter's game, by and large, apart from the early stages of the Glamorgan innings. comes Quinn to bowl to Andrew Salter, who pushes it on the offside and goes through for a single, and the crowd can get applauding.
Enjoying a single at the moment. Just desperate for this to
get over the line.
Get over the line.
So Quinn's only got the 4 up in the circle. I think I'd have 9 up.
Yeah, buy yourself a way, get a slip in, get yourself some options.
Quinn in to bowl. Short ball.
Could be a no ball then.
No, it's just a... Oh, it is signalled a no ball. Well called, Mike Powell. It's a no ball on height. Is it ballooned? That was just over the shoulder.
2 to win.
Cullen looked to the umpire. 2 to win for Glamorgan.
Bowled another one. Well,
surely they need to get the fielders in now. There's still only 5 in the circle. 303 for 7. 2 to win for Glamorgan. Quinn bowls. Decent delivery. Cullen on the back foot prods it into the covers, no run. Ball transferred back to Quinn. Kent heads down. And Glamorgan about to complete remarkable fight back to win this game. Quinn bowls up in the block hole. That's another decent delivery actually, and it's dug out by Cullen, played to mid-on. He's not going to give away his wicket. 13 balls remaining. 2 runs to win. As Kent listeners can listen to Sunday's game on BBC Sport Online. Quinn in, bowls, outside off stump. Cullen drives into the offside, slight misfield. It'll go through for a single, and the scores are level at 304 for 7. And we have 2 overs for Glamorgan to score the winning run. Kent in control of this game in the early stages of the Glamorgan innings when they were 107 for 5. Plenty to take in terms of positives from the Kent point of view, with Joey Everson's maiden first team century. 109 half centuries, equaling his previous best in championship cricket, so his best in List A cricket. Half centuries from Ollie Robinson and Alex Blake, but Kent really dominated the first early stages of both innings, and Glamorgan have fought back well in both innings, Mike.
Yeah, they've done very well. I think we said earlier that Glamorgan's strength in this game is in their batting. The 2 opening bowlers missing out for various reasons, and it was always going to be a tough ask for Kent to defend 300, as odd as it sounds, against this quite strong batting line of Glamorgan.
Linda bowls, Cullen swings and misses through to keeper Robinson. Cullen trying to hit over the top. Scores level. Cullen 76 at a run a ball. Seven up in the circle. 1 to win. Linda bowls, and Cullen finishes it in the grand style, punching it over mid-wicket. It's run away for 4 runs, and Glamorgan are victorious by 3 wickets here at Sapphire Gardens. Tom Cullen finishes on 80 not out. Andrew Salter is 1 not out. Cullen, a magnificent support act to Colin Ingram with 155, and Joey Everson's century for Kent is in vain. Closing thoughts from former Kent and Glamorgan batsman Mike Powell.
I mean, we alluded to this earlier, but brilliant from Everson, getting his first ever first-class 100 there at 109 he ended up with. Robinson played very well, more than running the ball for his 50, and Blake backed him out with 60 off his 50 deliveries. Unfortunate for Kent, he went downhill then with Darren Stevens. what looked like straining his calf muscle. Hopefully that's not the end of Darren Stevens for the season, because the feeling that if it is the end of him for the season, that might be the end of his career. We hope that's not the case. I don't think Kent scored enough runs. I think when you get players in who scored just over 100 and two people get 50 and more overrun a ball, there's an argument that they should be kicking on to a higher score. So I think a 350 would have been a good score on this weekend. I think a 300 was below par, and that takes nothing away from Glamorgan, the way they chased it down. Ingram, unbelievable today, but his job was made easy by the total they had to chase down. I think this game was finished probably about 10-15 overs ago with the way Cullen and Glamorgan batted, and they played very well and deserved their win today.
Thanks very much indeed, Mike. We'll see you later in the competition. I'll give Alex Hode of BBC Radio Kent a chance to deliver some final thoughts on the visitors' performance today, which, as I've been saying, there have been quite a few positives to take out of it, but having got in such a good position, they'll be really disappointed, Alex.
Yeah, I think so. I think Mike got it spot on. I think we were talking for such a long time about the possibility of 320, 330, 340. If this had been a 340 total for Glamorgan to chase, it would have been an absolute humdinger. I feel we've been robbed of that possibility, unfortunately, from the slow finish. But credit to Glamorgan, they restricted Kent in the latter stages of that. There was obviously the unlucky break for Kent in terms of Darren Stevens being forced off through injury as well. It's been a great chase. Colin Ingram on another planet today, and thoroughly deserved it. Had he not been on the winning side, it would have been an injustice to the game. So a great day's one-day cup action, and 2 wins from 2 from Glamorgan. Kent left to lick their wounds and see who they have fighting fit for Sunday against Hampshire, but they'll be looking to bounce back, I'm pretty sure. And there's lots of runs in this Kent team. It bodes well, and hopefully a batting track on Sunday at Beckenham, and there'll be another 300 plus score for on the boards.
Alex, thank you very much indeed for your company today. Alex Hode representing BBC Radio Kent. Thank you very much to him. Thank you to Mike Powell, former Glamorgan and Kent batsman. From myself, Nick Webb, and the team here at Sapphire Gardens. The Kent team will be with you on commentary on Sunday. I'll be back on Wednesday of next week with Glamorgan against Yorkshire. Glamorgan 2 out of 2 at the start of their one-day cup defence. They've beaten Kent by 3 wickets with 10 balls to spare, reaching 308 for 7. Career best from Tom Cullen, 80 not out. Colin Ingram, 155. From Alex, Mike and myself, a very good evening, North Star.